The noon recess bell at my village kindergarten had just rung and chaos erupted by the sandbox in a corner of the playground. A 3-year-old with little yellow hair, his face flushed, and his short legs planted firmly on the ground, glared at the boy opposite him, Mingjian. "Return my milk and bread," cried Mingren. Xuanhua Mingjian shook the crumpled milk bag in his hand, his newly defined little face adorned with a mischievous smile. He deliberately raised the milk carton. More than half a month expired. High enough that little Mingren standing on tiptoe could not reach it. "Mingren, expired milk has more bite. Do you not understand, you little dummy?" "Nonsense." Mingren jumped up in haste, his unruly tuft quivering as he cried. "Yesterday you tricked me by saying expired food would trigger a rampage of the 9 tails in my stomach." He reached out to grab it, but Mingjian deftly sidestepped, leaping onto the slide's handrail like a little monkey. That was a lie. Crouching atop the slide, Mingjian swung his little legs in a taunting manner. "If you dare come up and get it, little Mingren." This remark utterly enraged Mingren. With his face growing even redder, Mingren mimicked a ninja's hand seals in a clumsy manner, shouting, I'm about to unleash my ninjutsu." Before he could complete his move, Mingjian whooshed down the slide. Deliberately, he brushed past him, lightly tapping his forehead. "You dummy, what ninjutsu can my village kindergarten possibly have?" Mingjian laughed as he ran, while Mingren lunged to grab his waist. The two tumbled together into the sandbox. When they finally climbed up, bruised and dusty, the instant noodles and milk in their hands had already spoiled. "Boo-hoo. My bread." Mingren sniffled in grievance, beginning to cry. Quietly, Mingjian reached into his storage pouch from behind and retrieved a hidden 3-colored dumpling. Breaking it in half, he slipped one piece into Mingren's hand. "Don't cry, and next time if I snag something delicious, I'll share half with you." Mingren immediately ceased crying. The two little ones exchanged a glance and burst into laughter simultaneously. Gazing at Mingren's wildly tousled little yellow hair, Mingjian was suddenly struck by fragmented memories of his past life reassembling like shattered mirrors to pierce his mind with clarity. He had once been an ordinary mortal from Launching who inadvertently transmigrated into a cultivation world. Driven by an obsessive passion for the way of the sword, he fought his way upward from a mere nobody, wielding the Great Dao sword. For 1,000 years his sword cleaved through myriad laws and foes, and he was ultimately revered as the sword ancestor. Just as he condensed his lifetime of sword intent preparing to shatter the void and ascend the celestial Dao, did not bestow ordinary immortal thunder or guiding light, but instead the 9 heavens' divine thunder descended. An outsider from beyond with overwhelming demonic nature, roared the heavenly Dao, shaking the cosmos. 10 trials have proven your heart to be corrupt. You are unworthy of entering the immortal realm. In that moment, Mingjian's sword intent surged wildly, and the Great Dao sword emitted a dragon-like wail. He laughed heartily. "In this life I have no regrets." Then the celestial Dao unleashed a series of scenes like a revolving lantern. In the first trial, the heavenly Dao transformed into a beleaguered scholar, yet he snatched away all the Chuanxiu treasured by the scholar under the guise of keeping them safe. When this scene appeared, the heavenly Dao's emotions peaked. In the third trial, the heavenly Dao took the form of a child trapped in a raging fire. He charged into the flames, grabbed the child by the collar, and flung him nearly 100 meters away. Heavenly Dao, can you at least say whether you truly saved him? During the 7th trial, the heavenly Dao assumed the guise of a slow-moving elderly lady standing at a bustling street corner. Mingjian assisted her, and the trial proceeded flawlessly. Until, true to his kind nature, Mingjian continued to accompany the heavenly Dao in the old lady's form, helping her traverse busy roads over and over until her legs grew feeble and she collapsed. Yet he patiently remained by her side. In the 10th trial, the heavenly Dao transformed into an extraordinarily beautiful woman who fainted in a secluded forest. Without hesitation, Mingjian lifted her and dashed at a terrifying speed of 10,000 meters per second. By the time they reached the town, the woman's breath had long faded. At such speed, mortal flesh could not withstand the wind pressure and impact. The heavenly Dao had intended to test whether he could remain true to himself when faced with such unparalleled beauty without succumbing to base desires. Yet he never anticipated that as a mortal he would experience a roller coaster of extreme speed. "At this point I care little for right or wrong. I am destined to enter the immortal realm, and I shall become a sword immortal. Nothing, not even Jesus, can stop me." Mingjian swung his sword toward the heavenly Dao, and wherever his sword intent reached, space fractured inch by inch. That colossal battle raged for 49 days, and in the end his soul was shattered under the thunder of the celestial Dao. In truth, he was reduced to ashes by a single strike of the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Before his death, his true spirit, laden with unyielding resentment and boundless hatred, plunged into the chaotic time stream. When he next opened his eyes, he was reborn as a newborn in my village, sharing the same maternal vessel as Mingren. "Mingjian, what are you spacing out for?" Mingren complained, pulling him back to reality. The little yellow-haired boy pouting stuffed the last of his treasured expired milk into Mingjian's hand, saying, "Drink some milk to grow strong, or I'll gobble it all up." Mingjian looked down at the milk in his palm. The bloodshed of his past life stood in stark contrast to the warmth of this moment. He took a sip, the sweetness unfolding on his tongue, and a subtle, inscrutable smile tugged at his lips, indicating that in this life his Great Dao sword might well be wielded against even more intriguing targets. Tilting his head, Mingjian downed the expired milk in one gulp, then shaking the empty carton, he raised an eyebrow at Mingren. "Expired ones are the tastiest. From now on, bring me only expired goods. After school, I'll treat you to a hearty bowl of yao ramen. Plenty to eat." Mingren's eyes instantly brightened, his tuft perking up excitedly as he exclaimed, "Awesome. I want double the fish meat." Clutching Mingjian's sleeve, he added, "Then let's go right now." "What are you in such a hurry for?" Mingjian laughed while lightly tapping his forehead. "It's still early before school ends." Xuanhua Mingjian possessed great wealth, an abundance that traced back to that fateful disaster which altered both his and Mingren's destinies. "When the nine-tailed fox attacked my village, their father, my golden flash, bluffing Shui Min, had already taken command of the battle. Yet as their mother Xuanhua Jixinai was about to give birth, Mingjian, still in the womb, harnessed his innate spiritual energy to reach foundation establishment, even achieving a perfect state. This laid the groundwork for his path to immortality in this life. With a cry, Mingren was born first, his signature little yellow hair bringing joy to Shui Min, yet in the very next moment a mysterious force flung him away. Shortly after Mingjian was born at a calm pace, the boy with dark eyes and black hair bore a faint resemblance to his past self. Stunned Shui Min, seeing the stark contrast between his own blonde hair, his wife's red hair, and the child's black hair, spat blood in shock. Shui Min had intended to eliminate the anomaly that was Mingjian, but was halted by the red-haired Jixinai, who declared, "He is also my child." In despair, he divided the nine-tailed power into two, sealing them within the two brothers. Ultimately, the couple sacrificed themselves to protect the village and their children. When the Umbu brought the twins before the third Huang Yuanfei risen, the old man looked at Mingjian's black hair and burst into hearty laughter. From that moment on, Mingjian and Mingren embarked on distinctly different paths, their destinies diverging dramatically. Mingjian from birth bore the heroic aura of the son of my village's fourth Huang, whereas in the village rumors Mingren came to be seen as the ominous vessel harboring the nine-tailed fox. For an entire year, the third Huang Yuanfei risen kept Mingjian by his side with vigilant care, as if he were his own son, allowing him only to secretly cultivate under the cover of deep night, barely reaching complete foundation establishment. In contrast, Mingren was casually entrusted to a low-ranking ninja for care. It was not until Mingjian turned one his speech clear that he resolutely demanded to live with Mingren. Otherwise, in such a restrictive environment, how could one ever reach the pinnacle of tribulation transcendence and seek retribution from the celestial Tao of a past life? Faced with Mingjian's stubborn resolve, the third Huang felt powerless to detain him by force, yet continued to care for him devotedly, as if he were his very own flesh and blood. In the early morning, slanted sunlight crept into the dilapidated apartment as Mingren, still rubbing his sleepy eyes, suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Mingjian entered through the door carrying a steaming bowl of yao ramen. Inside the bowl, a golden soft-boiled egg glimmered within the broth, while a generous heap of fish meat nearly formed a small mountain. "Udu-do, remember the promise of ramen. Get up," Mingjian said as he kicked his slippers off the bedside, his dark eyes momentarily glimmering with a subtle tenderness. Mingren instantly woke up and leaped to his feet in bare strides. "Anakin Mingjian, you are the best Anakin in my village." Though expected to act as the elder brother, Mingren was habitually called Idudu by darky, jet-haired Mingjian, who draped an arm around him. Although they were twins, Mingjian, having flawlessly established his foundation even in the womb, towered over his peers, and every gesture of his exuded a fierce demeanor far beyond that of a mere child. With the inexhaustible treasury of the Sandai Huang at their disposal, his pocket money was never lacking. On the day the brothers first shared a room, Mingjian kicked away the expired ramen that Mingren was savoring. As Mingren's eyes followed the arching trajectory of the expired ramen into the trash, his arms were already laden with two generous strings of three-colored meatballs. "Call me Anakin, and I'll cover all your snacks from now on." Mingren stared at the grinning Mingjian, whose smile was as wild as that of a rabid dog, with his spiky hair fluttering, then glanced at the appetizing meatballs in his brother's embrace, and finally mumbled, "Fine for now, I'll let you be the Anakin." Yesterday afternoon at the Ninja Academy training ground, teacher Yaluka was instructing on the basics of shuriken throwing. Mingren, biting his lower lip, threw his shuriken along a crooked trajectory that elicited laughter from the nearby children. Silently, Mingjian stood beneath the shade of a tree watching his brother's stubborn profile. He knew deep down that the fault did not lie solely with Mingren. Memories of his past life suddenly overlapped with the present. During his first transmigration, he too had been lost and helpless until the moment he truly grasped the sword. Watch closely, Adudu. Mingjian suddenly appeared beside Mingren, his small bony hand gently covering his brother's hand. As the shuriken whistled through the air from both brothers' hands and struck the target with pinpoint accuracy, the young fans erupted into wild applause and praise. Mingjian, I want to bear your children. Get out, boys cannot bear children. Who said so? My mother claims that my father and you created me. We are a happy family. Mingjian, truly you are the son of the fourth Hokage. Damn, you are so insanely cool. Even teacher Yaluka never taught such a technique. Mingjian and Mingren are indeed monsters. Is this the heroic bloodline? Mingren scratched the back of his head while giving a goofy smile at Mingjian. Before his brother's arrival, he had felt an abiding loneliness. The villagers of my cast fearful glances his way, as if he were a terrifying monster, those stares acting like icy shackles that isolated him from the world. Mingjian gazed at the foolish blonde-haired figure before him with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, teacher Yaluka's eyes roved over Mingjian, noting a sharp sword-like intent that belied his tender age of 3. Amid the continuous cheers of the crowd, a young Sasuke stood at the back, his dark eyes fixed intently on the duo of Mingjian and Mingren. I will not lose to them, he murmured softly as he forcefully tucked his shuriken back into his belt and turned to leave. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, leaving behind an unfinished vow concerning the ping-pong paddle. Tonight we must add 3 more training sessions to honor the expectations of our father and elder brother and to uphold the honor of the Uchiha clan. Mingren truly possessed the potential to become a formidable warrior. Though often clumsy, he was well aware of his own limits. Immediately after school, he grabbed Mingjian and dashed into the small grove behind the village. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes trained vigorously, sweating profusely. Even when Mingjian tempted him with the lure of Yao Ramen, Mingren remained unmoved, gritting his teeth as he continued his training. Beads of sweat cascaded down his earnest blonde face. Anakin, I want to get stronger. I already have someone I must protect, so I must become even stronger than you. Mingren looked up with his small face, his dark eyes brimming with sincerity. Meanwhile, Mingjian, no longer in the mood for mischief, lowered his gaze at his brother and began practicing the ancient sword manual, the Didao Jinjing, from his past life. He could have easily helped Mingren refine the Ninetail's power and rebuild his sinews, yet in the end, he merely sat in silent meditation on a tree trunk, allowing the spirit of the sword to drift around him like dancing fireflies. True strength is never merely about innate talent or technique. It lies in a heart that never gives up and keeps forging ahead. In his previous life, he diligently honed the most basic strikes, stabs, parries, and thrusts through the monotonous cycle of day and night. That ubiquitous and commonplace basic swordsmanship was to him as precious as a rare treasure. The stick, resembling both a sword and a spear, was brandished from dawn until nightfall. Even as the blisters on his palms burst and reformed, he never knew fatigue. It was precisely that seemingly insignificant period which tempered his resolute spirit, laying the foundation for his eventual ascent to the pinnacle of the sword path. At the end of training, with the moon split perfectly in the sky, Mingren, completely exhausted, collapsed into sleep upon returning home. Mingjian looked at his sprawled-out brother, his throat tightened as he removed his shoes and changed him into a strappy pajama. Then alone he walked into a Yao ramen shop. Amidst the swirling steam, with eyes reddened by tears, he swallowed 2 bowls of ramen. No one enjoys being watched, and Mingjian was no exception. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Huaying village, both Mingjian and Mingren had been the focus of the village elders' attention since birth. The Sandai Hokage often used a crystal ball to monitor their condition. Around the lives of Mingjian and Mingren, the silhouettes of covert guards followed them like shadows, ever watchful and protective. Yet Mingjian managed to resolve these troubles with neat efficiency. The treasured crystal ball of the Sandai Hokage was accidentally confiscated by Mingjian after he caught it peeking at the women's bathhouse. That day, as dusk fell perfectly, the Sandai Hokage squinted near the crystal ball, a suspicious blush spreading on his face, completely unaware of the dark-eyed boy behind him watching with a half-smile. When Mingjian reached out and snatched the crystal ball, the Sandai Hokage nearly staggered in shock, his withered fingers grasping at empty air. "This is an invaluable treasure for monitoring the village's safety," he declared. The Sandai Hokage stammered a feeble defense, neck taut, but when faced with Mingjian's half-smiling gaze, his voice dwindled until he could only sigh helplessly. His joy completely vanished. He continued processing official documents, his wrinkled face flushing red, as if aging 10 years in an instant. Then, at Mingjian's firm insistence, the covert guards responsible for monitoring had been entirely withdrawn just half a month ago. Yet since that day, the guards at the streets and entrances of my village had become noticeably strict. Clad in the dark attire of the covert operatives, ninjas hid like phantoms in every corner and alley. If passers-by happened to glance upward, fleeting dark silhouettes would appear along the eaves, making some suspect that Mai was on the verge of war. Most notably, whenever Mingjian and Mingren stepped onto the street, they would accidentally encounter Kakashi, whose face was reddened and half concealed by a black cloth. At those moments, Mingren would guilelessly grin and wave enthusiastically, completely oblivious to anything amiss. But Mingjian couldn't even muster a perfunctory fake smile. Instead, his unervingly cold gaze, unbefitting of a child, fixed on the two, causing him to blush and turn his face away in embarrassment, while Kakashi's Sharingan frantically flickered beneath his mask. Mingjian never again pressed the Sandai Hokage about the matter. He knew well that the Hokage had already extended to him the utmost leniency and goodwill. As the Jinchuriki tasked with the Nine Tails power being secretly guarded by the village was not only his duty, but an inescapable fate. Last night, after returning from training in the woods under a hazy moonlight, a slender figure leaned against a tree, completely absorbed in reading a chronicle of spring and autumn. In a flash, Mingjian displayed lightning-fast agility, snatching the book away in the blink of an eye. Upon noticing the cover emblazoned with the 4 characters of Chinri Tiantang, he smirked mischievously. "Oh, isn't that Lord Kakashi? Reading here late at night. So studious. How is it that every time you venture out we coincidentally meet?" Kakashi suddenly came to his senses and reached out to reclaim his prized book, adding, "Ahem ahem. I was just about to find a spot for some relief. And now I find little Mingjian and little Mingren again. Hello there." He awkwardly chuckled while scratching his head as his Sharingan flashed a trace of panic. Mingren, still naive, waved at him and said, "Lord Kakashi, you should get some rest early." Meanwhile, Mingjian tugged at his brother's collar in exasperation and whispered, "Let's go." Pulling Mingren along as they briskly walked toward the village, they paid no heed to Kakashi, awkwardly waving goodbye from behind. Mingjian's disdain for Kakashi was singular and unmistakable. The bitter memory of being struck to ashes by lightning in a past life left him instinctively averse to anyone who used lightning techniques like Kakashi. Of course, it had nothing to do with Kakashi's perpetual air of aloof coolness, nor with the way his masked visage somehow rivaled Ming Jian's own sense of style. Ming Jian couldn't help muttering that masks were an automatic 80-point beautifier. Who knew what sort of puckered sausage-like mouth might be hiding beneath Kakashi's mask? Ming Ren devoured a bowl of Ichiraku ramen in a gust, and Ming Jian swiftly cleared away the trash before striding toward the ninja kindergarten. The little blonde Ming Ren trailed after his brother, energized and cheerful after his meal, greeting the villagers along the way. But the villagers hurried past, pretending not to hear or deliberately stepping around them. A smile lingered on Ming Jian's face, but beneath it a growing loathing rose at the villagers' indiscriminate coldness. Suddenly, a toddler up ahead let go of a balloon, and it drifted wobbling into the sky. The child began to wail, and the woman beside him, obviously his mother, stamped her foot in frantic distress. The onlookers tittered and made a spectacle of themselves. Even the 2 Yuji-Bo guards who ought to have kept order crossed their arms and watched with amused smiles, no one stepping forward to help. Ming Jian's stride did not falter as he walked past, but Ming Ren, nimble from training, planted his legs and sprang up with a few swift bounds onto a rooftop. He seized the balloon as it was about to disappear into the horizon, then leapt down and, laughing, handed it back to the crying child. "Little brother, big brother fetched it back for you." Ming Jian slowed his pace considerably, listening to Ming Ren call a child of about their own age little brother, and couldn't help suppressing a smile. So this Do's longing to play the role of a doting elder sibling had never truly faded. The child's tears were replaced by a smile, and he reached out only for the woman to snatch the balloon away and hurl it back into the air, hissing, "You little curse, stay away from my son." Ming Ren froze stunned. Footsteps halted. Ming Jian turned slowly. His dark pupils were, as if a starry sea, tumultuous currents churning beneath the calm surface. His voice cut cold. "Bitch." The word drew out like a blade. "Say that about my brother again." Before the sentence finished, he peeled back the corner of his mouth into a grim smile. "Huh. It would not have mattered to repeat it now. Oh, better to mind one's language in the next life," he added. In his previous life, he had been a foremost sword cultivator, clear-souled and decisive in killing. In his code, there was no pity reserved for women and children. Any who roused his ire were simply marked for inevitable death. Plainly put, he would not have objected to making the woman his first kill in this life. As she opened her mouth to retort, a chill crept along her neck as if a blade were tracing her skin. She glanced instinctively at Ming Jian and saw the shuriken pinched between his fingers, its cold metal glint reflecting the murderous intent in his eyes. Her color drained as she clutched the child and fled in a panic, neither daring to hurl more insults nor bothering to apologize, stumbling away in haste. Ming Jian watched her shamefaced retreat without expression. To him, whether she apologized was meaningless. If she had crossed his taboo, only death could atone and make her pray to heaven for forgiveness. The villagers took it as another petty drama and began to disperse. But the two battle-hardened Ujibo guards perceived that the killing intent rising from the youth was no mere bluff. They exchanged a look bristling and ready to teach the impudent brat a lesson. At that moment, a swath of silver hair peered over the wall. Kakashi alighted with light grace and came to stand before the guards. They straightened instantly and bowed with reverence. Lord Kakashi. Kakashi kept his half-zombie expression and waved his hand without much feeling. Leave this to me. The guards saluted again and stepped back. Mingren drooped, shuffling to Ming Jian's side. Ming Jian looked at his brother's wronged face, felt a soft pang, and in a gentler voice soothed him. Oh, do, you did nothing wrong. The rest of the phrase, it's the world that's at fault, nearly slipped out. Lacking experience in comforting children, he awkwardly patted Ming Ren's shoulder and signaled for him to follow. As they passed Kakashi, Ming Jian unexpectedly halted and unusually tossed him 2 words, not bad. Then he turned without looking back and continued toward the kindergarten. Ming Ren remained mired in gloom and lacked the energy even to greet Kakashi, burying his head as he followed his brother. Kakashi stood motionless, a flicker of puzzlement passing beneath his silver hair and the single visible eye. That brat Ming Jian, was that tone one of genuine approval? Watching Ming Jian's retreating figure, Kakashi breathed a low sigh. This kid truly cannot tell friend from foe. He smacked his tongue and unconsciously rubbing the masked jaw, a spark of interest twinkled in his eye. If Ming Jian matured properly, he might become a worthy match. Had Kakashi been able to glimpse the future at that moment, he would have overturned his opinion without hesitation and run, putting a distance of 10,000 leagues between them. Being arrogant isn't a crime, but it does make one an easier target. Ming Ren sulked the whole day, listless, leaving Ming Jian desperate to figure out how to cheer him. He was never good at coaxing. Instead, he resorted to making faces and silly antics to amuse his brother. Teacher Iluka gripped his chalk with trembling hands. Usually composed and upright top student Ming Jian was now cavorting like a jittery clown, while the ordinarily mischievous Ming Ren was unusually attentive. Iluka knew well how rare it was for Ming Ren to focus. He could not tolerate interruptions. Ming Jian, go reflect at the classroom door, he barked. Even standing by the door, Ming Jian continued to pull faces toward the class, prompting peals of laughter from his classmates. In frustration, Iluka ordered him 10 paces away, but the boy simply propped himself by the window and kept up his antics. In the end, Iluka had no choice but to send him to the very end of the corridor, by the restroom door, where order was finally preserved. Perhaps by the standards of those who remembered his past life on Lan Xing, Ming Jian's tomfoolery that day contrasted sharply with the image of a mature, composed pinnacle sword cultivator. He, however, felt nothing of it. Other people's gazes were as fleeting as passing clouds. His indulgence toward Ming Ren stemmed from 2 reasons. First, as an only child from Lan Xing, who had been flung into this cultivation world alone, he had never known sibling affection. This newfound fraternal bond he cherished as a treasure. Second, whether from memories of Lan Xing's animated tales or from years of close observation, he had come to trust that Ming Ren was someone worthy to have his back. On the perilous, uncertain path to becoming a top sword cultivator, finding a person one can trust without reservation is a rarity. What of a sword immortal? Sword immortals are not devoid of wit. Ming Jian well understood the power of unity. He schemed inwardly when the day came to confront the celestial Dao of his past life. He need only raise his arm and cry, "Cursed Dao, face me in single combat." Then the Dao would stand utterly alone, while he and his brothers stood shoulder to shoulder. With another raised arm, his comrades would surge forward with maniacal cackles and warlike cries. Just imagining the scene of them overwhelming the Dao sent him into quiet, delighted laughter. Do you yield? Beneath the shadow of the tree, young Sasuke knelt on one knee, his bangs falling low to veil the turmoil in his eyes. After a long silence, only a muffled grunt escaped his throat. Naruto cowered behind Ming Jian, his round eyes wide with bewildered helplessness, fingers tightly gripping his elder brother's sleeve. The incident had begun thus after school. As always, Ming Jian lingered by the school gate, pulling absurd faces to cheer Naruto up. Just then Sasuke happened to pass by. Catching sight of Ming Jian, the boy, usually as cold and aloof as frost, making comical expressions, he paused intrigued and stared for 2 heartbeats too long. The moment that gaze landed, Ming Jian's eyes locked onto his and chilled instantly. Without hesitation, he snapped, "What are you staring at?" As the heir of the Uchiha clan, the preeminent family of Konoha, Sasuke carried pride deep in his marrow. He jutted his chin defiantly and shot back, "So what if I am?" Well, Ming Jian would indulge no such insolence. With the formidable physique of a cultivator who had perfected foundation establishment, he blurred forward in a flash, struck Sasuke down with a single punch, then seized him by the collar, and leapt toward the mountains beyond the village. Several AMBU stationed at the village gate hadn't even registered the movement before they saw Ming Jian sprinting past, dragging a flailing, indignant Sasuke like a kitten clutched in one hand. Minutes later, Naruto dashed breathlessly past the same gate. Umbu stared at the fading afterimage, frowning in confusion as he turned to Ambu B. What exactly was Ming Jian holding just now? Umbu rubbed his eyes, voice uncertain. He moved too fast. I couldn't make it out. Probably Naruto. Before the words had fully settled, guard C stepped forward. No, it wasn't Naruto. Naruto passed minutes later. What he held was likely young Sasuke, the clan head son. Sasuke. Yes, that's Sasuke. The three exchanged glances, faces paling, then bolted after Naruto's vanishing trail. Seeing Sasuke still stubbornly silent, head bowed in sullen silence, Ming Jian sneered, "Stubborn bones you have." His small fist thudded down twice more. Thump, thump. Naruto gasped, lunging to grab his brother's arm, hopping frantically. Brother, stop. You've already swollen Sasuke's left eye. Ming Jian froze mid-swing, his gaze fixed on Sasuke's bruised left eye, and his brow furrowed faintly. As a swordsman afflicted with mild obsessive precision, he could not abide asymmetry. Instantly, he clenched his fist again, preparing to deliver matching blows to the right eye. Halt! A sharp whistle split the air as Itachi Uchiha descended like a black crow, landing squarely before his brother, just in time. At the instant their fists met, Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. This seemingly childlike blow carried astonishing force. He caught his younger brother, absorbing the impact with a series of rapid mid-air somersaults before landing steadily. His expression grave, Itachi fixed Ming Jian with a piercing stare. Why did you strike my brother so viciously? Ming Jian met Itachi's gaze without flinching. Against other jonin, perhaps he might have hesitated, but Itachi posed no real threat in his eyes. So long as Itachi refrained from summoning a Gundam, he was merely a blue-haired illusionist. Powerful, yes, but incapable of burning anything to ash. And Ming Jian's sword heart shone with perfect clarity, able to sever all illusions. Jinjutsu held no sway over him. Should battle truly erupt, he would show Itachi no quarter. Sensing the tension ease slightly, Kakashi, who had been poised to intervene, buried his silver hair deeper into the tall grass and held his breath, watching silently. Moments later, Anbu and the village guard arrived in haste. First, they bowed respectfully to Itachi and asked for an account. Itachi's face remained frozen pale as frost. I do not know. The moment I arrived, I saw Ming Jian striking Sasuke. Seize him. Take him back at once. At this, the guard immediately reached for their handcuffs, only for ANBU members to step forward, sharply blocking their path. Naruto, seeing his brother about to be arrested, burst into tears, eyes flooding red, voice cracking, as he threw himself before Ming Jian. Sasuke provoked him first. It's not my brother's fault. Ming Jian paid no heed. Instead, he cast a lazy, knowing glance toward the distant grass and murmured, deliberately drawling, Tsuke. Kakashizuma, the man I usually can't shake off. Where's he vanished to today? Kakashi winced inwardly, both at Ming Jian's unnerving perceptiveness and at the sheer mess unfolding before him. He deliberately rustled the grass, then emerged, hands clasped behind his back in a bird-like gesture, and bounded lightly across the clearing to land before Itachi, voice light, as if greeting an old friend. Hey Itachi, what a coincidence. Didn't you just receive a mission? You're due to depart shortly. Leave this to me. I'll discipline the little rascal properly. Itachi, long trusting Kakashi's judgment, gave a silent nod, then lifted the still panting Sasuke and strode away without another word. The village guard offered hasty salutes to Kakashi before withdrawing. Once the ANBU likewise dispersed on command, Kakashi sighed, deeply rubbing his temple. My dear progeny, must you keep making trouble for me? He felt certain his every thought and intention had already been laid bare to Ming Jian. Ming Jian, hand in hand with a sniffling Naruto, paused beside Kakashi and tossed over his shoulder. Fine. You handled that well this time. Then, without looking back, he walked on. Between sobs, Naruto glanced back at Kakashi and offered a grateful, tear-glistened smile. Kakashi watched the sincerity in those bright golden eyes and quietly marveled. This blonde boy was far purer-hearted than his older brother. Just then, Ming Jian's disgruntled mutter drifted from ahead. Come on, Naruto. Stop grinning foolishly at strangers. You'll get tricked, you little fool. Oh, so it's use and discard now. Pants up and you forget the face. Kakashi gazed at their retreating figures, tugged absently at his fringe, and murmured wryly, when will this guardianship ever end? Night deepened. Ming Jian watched Naruto sleep soundly, yet lay restless in bed, turning endlessly, unable to find slumber. Today, a vital question demanded answers, and an urgent matter remained unfinished. At last, he could wait no longer. Slipping on socks and shoes, he slipped out, evading hidden ANBU shadows, sidestepping patrolling guards, until he stood atop the Uchiha compound wall, then vaulted silently into the courtyard. Young Sasuke curled beneath his quilt, dark circles like panda marks beneath his eyes, murmuring fitfully in his sleep. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I yield. His voice trembled with childish sobs, his small face twisted in fear, trapped deep within some terrible nightmare. So the so-called stubborn fool wasn't quite as unyielding as he appeared. Ming Jian exhaled softly and resolved to play the part of a good Samaritan, waking him. Nightmares were never kind. Drowsily, Sasuke felt gentle fingers patting his cheek. Through the haze of half-consciousness, a teasing voice drifted in. Hey Zhuozhu, stop sleeping. Are you still asleep? Will you submit or not? The real touch jolted Zhuozhu awake, yet the sight before him made his heart sink. Moonlight filtered through the paper screen, gilding Ming Jian's half-smiling, half-smirking face in silver. Zhuozhu blinked in disbelief, shut his eyes tightly, and repeated this several times, but that familiar figure remained clear. Finally, he bit his lip, plunged his head beneath the quilt, squeezed his eyes shut, and trembled beneath the covers. The memory of being beaten earlier that day was still vivid. Now his heart was nothing but utter collapse. Was Ming Jian a demon? He had beaten him by day and now pursued him home by night. He had surrendered, truly surrendered, utterly so. Ming Jian tugged the blanket and said in a low voice, Zhuozhu, what are you doing? If you're awake, get up and stand properly. Ming Jian loathed those who treated him with cold indifference. Irritation surged up. Why had he chosen to be the foremost sword cultivator if not to make others speak properly? Could people not be a little more candid? This brat Zhuozhu was ruining his Dao heart. Submit or not, why stay silent? And yet the curled-up Zhuozhu looked as if he had suffered some grievous wrong. Silent and sullen, a repressed anger swelled within Ming Jian, and a drake of malice rose at his core. Ming Jian's temples throbbed. He ground his teeth and spoke each word with emphasis. I'll count to 3. If you wake and do not rise, don't blame me for being uncivil. A muffled mutter came from beneath the quilt. No, I'm not awake. Still sleeping. That incoherent reply. Did he take Ming Jian for a fool? Was this little Zhuozhu merely groggy and assuming Ming Jian weak and easy to bully? Ming Jian decided he would no longer tolerate it. He flung back the bedding and hauled the curled child from the bed like a plucked chick. Don't hit me, big brother. I submit. I really submit. Zhuozhu shrank back into the bed in panic, his thin pajamas rumpled and his black hair sticking up in disarray. Stand straight. Wouldn't answering early have solved it? Ming Jian crossed his arms and looked down on him. Remember, call me big brother. Ming Ren is second brother. You are third. Understand? You blockhead. Received. I promise I'll remember. Zhuozhu breathed as if pardoned, about to relax, until Ming Jian suddenly turned with an ill-boding smile. Before he could react, 2 dull thuds landed around his right eye. 2 solid punches. Now it's symmetrical, Ming Jian said, flicking his hand and smiling with satisfaction. At last he could go back to a peaceful sleep. Only Zhuozhu remained clutching his swollen cheek, standing at the bedside bereft of tears. They say one should discipline children early. No, that is not it. Ming Jian recalled the proverb, strike while the iron is hot. Subduing a younger brother must be done promptly. Zhuozhu, a reincarnation of Yin Tuoluo, was proud and precocious. Ming Jian worried himself sick for his brother. Not because if Zhuozhu later grew stronger and Ming Jian proved unequal, Zhuozhu might cease to be his junior. How then could he become Zhuozhu's elder brother? From where would this brotherly bond spring? How would our Annihilate Heaven squad find the seed to overthrow the heavens? Pleased with these questions, Ming Jian strode home. He lay on the tatami listening to Ming Ren's snores beside him and staring blankly at the ceiling. For years after crossing into the Naruto world, he could clearly sense that a breakthrough into the Golden Core stage was within reach. Once he entered the Golden Core realm, he would possess at least cage-level strength, finally able to change many things. Kakashi was hailed as a genius for graduating ninja school at 5. For him to reach cage level at 4 seemed no stretch at all. Moreover, with cultivation experience from his past life and a foundation establishment begun in the womb, Ming Jian was confident his modest ambition to assault the Tribulation Transcendence Summit within a century was not vain. But the road ahead was perilous and uncertain. Every step required careful calculation. He began to sketch a detailed plan in his mind. According to the anime's established plot, Zhuozhu is now 4. In 3 years, the Uzumaki clan's annihilation will occur. If following the anime's, Zhuozhu should be 4 years younger than Ming Ren, yet now the two are the same age. Could it be that his own butterfly-winged interference caused Uzumaki Fuyu and Uzumaki Meichin's passions to flare early, producing Zhuozhu ahead of schedule? Then at which age would Zhuozhu suffer the massacre? 7 or 11? Furthermore, Ming Jian learned that Uzumaki Jishui still lived, though the two had no dealings. Taking Zhuozhu as a little brother was also a means to leverage Zhuozhu's elder brother Yu to draw out Jishui, and thus bring Yu and Uzumaki Jishui under his influence. Both men would prove greatly useful to him. Why plan so extensively? Since birth, Ming Jian had felt a gaze like the heavenly Dao of his past life watching him without respite. Was it the Tian Dao of this world or the will of the hidden Lu Dao Xian Rin? No matter, Ming Jian would uncover the truth. If the Naruto world's Tian Dao proved obstinate, he would not mind cutting down another Tian Dao. Either way he would cut. If one must fall, another may too. He would make the heavenly Dao learn what it meant for a sword to be without mercy. In the grove behind the ninja kindergartens, Wazhu, sporting two dark eye rings, glared at Ming Jian and shouted, "Xian Ming, Jian, how could you be so despicable? I'm quitting this tedious brotherhood." Ming Jian narrowed his eyes and closed in a faintly dangerous aura about him. What did you say? What did you call me? Ming Ren, however, bounded with excitement and cried out, "Oh yes. Are we forming a group? Are we making a team? Is it a ninja squad?" "What group? What ninja squad? I'm being coerced by this madman." Zhuozhu protested. His face flushed crimson as he stepped back, stealing a glance at Ming Jian's dark expression, then thinking of his proud Ujibo blood, he steeled himself and shouted, "A forced melon is never sweet. Even if you beat me flat, I will never truly join." Before the words had left his mouth, Ming Jian had already surged forward. Fists fanned through the air, Zhuozhu had only time to curl up and cover his head as a string of pained cries burst from his lips. "Oh, don't hit. I was wrong. I submit. Is that not enough?" "Stop, big brother. Don't hit him so hard." Ming Ren cried, hopping anxiously and grabbing Ming Jian's arm, only to be halted by Ming Jian's sudden question as he turned. What should be done with someone who betrays the brotherly bond? Ming Ren let go, his eyes brightening into a grin. "Of course, beat him until he understands." "Brother, what are you waiting for? Continue. He'll help you." Light pierced the gaps between leaves and fell upon the three bodies tangled together. None of them realized how this quarrel and scuffle would ripple through the future of the Naruto world. Zhuozhu finally, under the affectionate guidance of the brothers Ming Jian and Ming Ren, acknowledged the bond of brotherhood. Ming Jian clenched his right fist, eyes blazing, and asked, "Are you sure you won't change your mind?" Zhuozhu's eyes burned red. In a resolute tone he declared, "We of the Ujibo clan keep our word. If I say you are my eldest brother, then you are my eldest brother." Ming Ren, brimming with excitement, leaned in and slapped his grubby hand on Zhuozhu's shoulder. All right. From today on, we are sworn brothers for life." Zhuozhu turned his head with a cold snort, though the tips of his ears betrayed him with a flush. Ming Jian assumed a grave tone. "I'll say it, and you repeat after me." He then proclaimed in a clear voice, "Before the ancestors of the Ujibo line today, I Ujibo Zhuozhu together with Xuanhua Ming Jian and Xuanhua Ming Ren bind ourselves as three brothers. Xuanhua Ming Jian as eldest brother, Xuanhua Ming Ren as second, and I Ujibo Zhuozhu as the third. Share blessings and enjoy them together, share hardships and shoulder them together. Born in the same year, die on the same day. Should anyone break this oath, let heaven and earth judge them." Zhuozhu bristled, a proud, petulant look on his face. "I want to be the second brother. Why should Ming Ren, that tailander, stand ahead of me?" Ming Jian's gaze chilled in an instant, his right fist tightened. Taking in Zhuozhu's bruised, battered appearance, he still explained with patience, "Ming Ren and I swore brotherhood before you. Rank is set by the order of the oath." "What? You object? Repeat my words at once." Ming Jian decided inwardly that if Zhuozhu dared utter another no, he would let him feel the elder brother's disciplinary iron fist. Zhuozhu turned the phrase, "order of the oath," over and over in his mind, thinking that if he could pull others into their fold later, it would not be a bad bargain. His eyes swept the two earnest faces beside him and landed on Ming Jian's taut fist. Content, he knelt. "Before the ancestors of the Ujibo line today, I Ujibo Zhuozhu together with Xuanhua Ming Jian and Xuanhua Ming Ren bind ourselves as three brothers. I acknowledge Xuanhua Ming Jian as eldest brother, Xuanhua Ming Ren as second, and I Ujibo Zhuozhu as third. Born in the same year, die on the same day. Share blessings and enjoy them together, share hardships and bear them together. Should anyone break this oath, let heaven and earth strike them down." Ming Ren thumped down beside them and shouted excitedly, "Me too." He truly could not remember all the words. After speaking, Ming Ren looked up at Ming Jian with beseeching eyes bright with expectation and trust. Seeing this, Zhuozhu turned and returned the expectant look. Under two heated gazes, Ming Jian helplessly rubbed his forehead, cleared his throat, and finally stepped forward to kneel in the middle. "I likewise." The three rose from the ground, excitement glinting in their eyes. Ming Jian waved a large hand and called out, "Come on, back to class." That ninjutsu theory class was precisely the one they had sneaked away from. After all, Zhuozhu, a genius of the Ujibo household, had the basics down at home. Ming Jian carried memories from a past life as a peak sword cultivator who had passed the tribulation, so the academy's lessons demanded little of him either. Ming Jian long occupied the top rank of the year, with Zhuozhu directly beneath him. As for Ming Rin, the perennial tailender, whether he studied or not seemed to make little difference. Just as they were about to leave, Zhu's eyes flicked. He stepped briskly to block their way. Ming Jian, big brother, wait a moment. I think our group needs a rousing name and 3 of us aren't enough. We must recruit more people. Zhu's suggestion struck at Ming Jian's private thoughts. Ming Jian raised an eyebrow and feigned inquiry. What do you think our group should be called? And who should we bring into the fold? Zhu pondered, then his eyes suddenly lit. How about the Lu Goyu squad? You be captain, I'll be vice captain. Ming Rin handles logistics. A normal ninja squad has 4 members, with the 2 of us as the year's top 2 forming a 6-member squad will be easy. He paused and dropped his voice. I already have candidates. My big brother Boyu. Though he's several years older than us, his strength is unquestionable. He could be the 4th in our Lu Goyu squad without issue. Ming Jian's mouth twitched. He showed little fondness for the name Lu Goyu squad, but hearing Yu's name brought a playful glint to his eyes. Zhu, you sly fellow. He did not answer the team name debate directly, but turned to Ming Rin, his gaze tinged with inquiry and expectation. Ming Rin met Ming Jian's expectant look, cocked his head in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit as he blurted out excitedly, I've got it. Big brother, how about our group be called Jatian Bang? It sounds overwhelmingly fierce, be the formidable team that could unite the whole shinobi world. Ming Jian's expression fell in an instant. What had he been expecting? Zhu folded his arms and snorted coldly. So provincial. Nothing beats my Lu Goyu squad. Ming Rin and Zhu argued furiously over Jatian Bang versus Lu Goyu squad, each trading jabs without conceding an inch. When the 2 had grown hoarse, Ming Jian suddenly raised his hand for silence and said in a low voice, Enough. Our squad will be called Mietian Squad. Maintain a 4-person configuration and recruit a medic ninja. That will do. He then swept his gaze over them and added, But Zhu, your brother Yu is genuinely talented. We must bring him in. Looking further ahead, we need to expand our influence. I propose the 3 of us found a sect. I will be the sect leaders with Zhu and Ming Ren vice leaders, and the sect shall be called Yunxing Jianzong. Ming Jian paused, then asked in a deep voice, Who is in favor? Who objects? Zhu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Yunxing Jianzong. It doesn't sound like a name that would be trodden underfoot. I have no objections. Ming Ren clenched his fist and nodded vigorously, his fong flashing in the sunlight. As long as we can accomplish great things together, being a vice leader would be awesome. I'm in. Zhu and Ming Ren exchanged a look and saw mutual assent in each other's eyes. The name, Yunxing Jianzong, suited them, so they nodded and agreed. Neither of them noticed that Ming Jian's earlier proposal of Mietian Squad had been entirely eclipsed by their fascination with Yunxing Jianzong. Ming Jian lowered his gaze to hide the smile in his eyes and did not press the matter. For him, the 3 reaching consensus was enough. In this shinobi world, he had finally imprinted the first nascent form of his own power. To Ming Jian, Yunxing Jianzong was a mark engraved deep in his soul. It had been the beginning of his former life's step into the realm of cultivation and the refuge that bore all his joys and sorrows. In his past life, Yunxing Jianzong had been only a third-rate sect with few disciples and many of mediocre talent, yet it shone like a lantern that illuminated his long path of sword cultivation. To this day, the scene of his master's deathbed remained vivid. The old man's withered hand clutched Ming Jian's sword-holding right hand. In the clouded tears reflected a mingling of unwillingness and hope. Sect. It all depends on you. As the eldest senior, you must shoulder this burden. His voice grew faint and trembling. Our sect once shone, producing elders who stepped into the immortal path, but alas. A choked sob escaped his throat. It was my failure as a teacher. All my life I could barely preserve the founder's legacy. Without sufficient talent, even the greatest effort is in vain. Before the last of his strength faded, the old man's clouded pupils cleared. The future of the sect I entrust it to you. When his words ended, that calloused hand slowly fell, leaving an image forever fixed in Ming Jian's heart. Alas, the heavenly Tao showed no mercy in his past life. Though Ming Jian exerted every ounce of his strength, he still fell short before the 9 heavens' divine thunder tribulation. Amidst the rampaging lightning, he and the sect master's token, the emblem of supreme authority, were reduced to ashes, vanishing into the boundless heavens and earth. Fortunately, through his tireless cultivation and meticulous stewardship, the Falling Star Sword sect had undergone a profound transformation, rising from an obscure third-tier sect to become one of the most prestigious orthodox powers in the entire cultivation world. Under Ming Jian's strategic guidance, the sect had long adhered to the principle of cultivating broad karmic ties, while advancing with quiet resolve, thereby accruing neither enemies nor grudges. Within the sect today serves Sima Eat, deputy sect master, a man of extraordinary intellect and fox-like cunning. Though ruthless in method and unversed in sword arts, he possesses profound mastery of the art of discernment, when to seize, when to yield. With judicious concessions of certain interests, his deft hand will assuredly maintain the sect's impeccable order, ensuring the Falling Star Sword sect remains unshaken and its lineage perpetually ablaze. At this thought, Ming Jian gazed upon the azure sky and drifting clouds of the Naruto world, his heart a tempest of complex emotions. In his past life, during the second heavenly trial, Ming Jian, freshly ascended as sect master, had entered a secluded valley when the Falling Star Sword at his waist suddenly trembled. Forged from celestial divine iron, this sacred treasure of the sect was issuing a warning. Tang Ren, master of the second-tier forging sect Jian Sword Manor, had lain in ambush there. He had calculated precisely the Falling Star Sword sect was vulnerable in the wake of leadership transition, its foundations still unsettled. He sought to seize the Falling Star Sword and use it as a sacrificial core to forge his manor's ultimate divine blade, the Dao-severing sword. At his command, 12 elite guardians and numerous cultivators leapt from the cliffside, weapons gleaming, surrounding Ming Jian completely. Tang Ren brandished his blade, pointing it at the Falling Star Sword at Ming Jian's waist with a cruel grin. "Surrender the sword, or perish here today, and your entire sect shall be wiped out down to the last dog and fowl." On both sides of the gorge, the 12 guardians and their cohorts formed a chilling sword formation, blades shimmering with lethal cold light. Ming Jian remained silent, his robes billowed in the mountain wind. Then, a blinding sword flash tore through the valley. In an instant, the 12 guardians and all the elite cultivators of Jian Sword Manor were reduced to ash, even their spirit-forged weapons shattered into fragments. Tang Ren's pupils contracted violently. A torrent of sword chi had already pierced his chest. Agony sent him staggering to the ground. With disbelief burning in his eyes, he stared at Ming Jian. Only then, realizing the man before him was a harmony integration realm expert, far surpassing the former sect master's cultivation. The matter should have ended perfectly there. The heavenly Dao had already scripted what followed after slaying Tang Ren. Ming Jian would advance unimpeded, overcoming all obstacles on his path to ascension into the immortal realms. Yet Tang Ren's third son swore a blood oath to avenge his father. Thereafter, the young master sequestered himself in rigorous seclusion, transmuting his boundless hatred into an indomitable cultivation vow. When he emerged wielding the Dao-severing sword, the culmination of his manor's lifelong devotion, every place his blade pointed became a storm of blood and carnage. Ultimately, he led a host of heroes straight to the Falling Star Sword sect, toppling it utterly with overwhelming force, and thus forged his own legendary legacy. But when Ming Jian coldly demanded why he had laid such an ambush, Tang Ren, gazing upon the scattered corpses and broken blades strewn across the valley, roared in despair, "The heavenly Dao itself has doomed Jian Sword Manor. Was it not to forge the world's supreme sword that I coveted your Falling Star Sword as the ritual core for its forging?" His tone shifted abruptly, a mad, blazing light ignited in his eyes. "My third son bears the innate talent of a Sword Immortal. If you slay me now, he shall one day wield his blade to carve you limb from limb in vengeance. Spare me today, and henceforth Jian Sword Manor shall serve the Falling Star Sword sect as its foremost vassal." Ming Jian regarded Tang Ren's plea with icy disdain. Upon learning of the man's atrocities, his ruthless slaughter of numerous third and fourth-tier sects to fuel his ambition, his gaze sharpened with glacial fury, and he struck, without hesitation, ending Tang Ren's life then and there. Immediately thereafter, he strode alone into Jian Sword Manor, long sword in hand. Wherever he passed, razor-sharp sword chi crisscrossed the air like lightning. The manor's protective formation shattered under the Falling Star Sword's aura, fragile as parchment. The third young master rushed forth to challenge him, but beneath Ming Jian's blade, he was severed into 9 pieces. Every soul within the manor bore complicity in those evils, and none escaped his judgment. Even the ancestral patriarch, concealed deep within an underground chamber, was unearthed and slain without mercy. To the heavenly Dao of that past life, the annihilation of Jian Sword Manor and the tragic death of a prodigious heir held negligible significance. What truly enraged it was the chain reaction triggered by Ming Jian's thunderous methods. His uncompromising eradication of roots and branches struck like a boulder hurled into a still lake, sending shockwaves rippling across the cultivation world. Thereafter, cultivators across the realm emulated his example, facing enemies they no longer held back, preferring to err on the side of overkill, determined to eliminate every possible future threat. The heavenly Dao's meticulously woven script, refined over countless eons, shattered irrevocably beneath Ming Jian's singular deviation. Its once reliable karmic causality tested time and again collapsed entirely. For several days and nights, the heavenly Dao labored in the primordial chaos, revising the destinies of myriad beings. Its fingertips tracing fate tablets trembled so urgently that the Dao patterns themselves grew disordered. Having severed the originally seamless revenge arc, it was forced to weave millions of new narrative threads, each adjustment causing shards of cosmic law to cascade like falling snow. The sheer indignity of having a million-year grand design upended compelled the Heavenly Dao's hatred for Ming Jian to peak, an experience akin to a Blue World office worker whose carefully crafted proposal is summarily rejected by the client. The contractor must grit their teeth, pull all-nighters, burn the midnight oil until their eyes redden with exhaustion, accumulating resentment beyond measure. Worse still, in the Heavenly Dao's view, it was the client, and Ming Jian merely an insignificant subcontractor. What the Heavenly Dao's trial to Visar omitted was this: scene deep within the chaos, exhausted from overtime labor, the Heavenly Dao's form quaked violently with surging laws, and let loose the furious cry of a weary mortal that accursed Ming Jian, ruining my million-year blueprint. Should you ascend as a Sword Immortal, I shall write the words Heavenly Dao backward. Ming Jian sat reclined in the rear row of a ninja academy classroom, his gaze lifted toward the distant horizon. In this life, he had firmly bound together two individuals blessed with immense celestial fortune, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, forging them into an unbreakable alliance of mutual interest. Contemplating the prospect of one day clashing with the Naruto world's Heavenly Dao, a self-satisfied smile curved his lips. Beside him, Sasuke likewise gazed out the window, raven-black strands falling across his brow, his dark eyes swirling with calculating intent. As deputy headmaster of the newly founded Falling Star Sword sect, he pondered how best to recruit his elder brother Itachi Uchiha. Should he appoint him elder or grant him the even more exalted title of Grand Elder? At this thought, the youth's usually stern features softened, revealing a rare, subtle smile. By contrast, in the front row, Naruto sat upright, eyes wide and blue, with fervent curiosity fixed intently on the blackboard. His pen skittered across the workbook, its soft scratch a counterpoint to the silent inward contemplation of the two figures behind him, his orange jumpsuit rising and falling gently with each slight movement. Ding ding ding. The dismissal bell rang sharply. Ming Jian suppressed a cold snort, burying his schemes against the Heavenly Dao deep within his gaze. Sasuke clenched his fist, repeating the words, Grand Elder, silently, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Only Naruto burst forward like an untethered stallion bursting into the aisle with unrestrained joy. Yeah. To celebrate the founding of the Falling Star Sword sect, sect master and deputy sect master, we're all going out for Ichiraku ramen. Ming Ren's exuberant flailing performance drew the curious eyes of his classmates, and even caught the gentle, indulgent gaze of their homeroom teacher, Hei Ikalu. Ilu Ka watched Ming Ren capering and shouting the name. Yunxing Jianzong sighed softly and shook his head, muttering that Ming Ren was spouting nonsense. As he turned his sleeve, brushed the doorframe, and with a trace of indulgent amusement, he left the classroom. Gathered around were Shanzhong Jing Yichun, Ying Rixiang Ning Ci Li Luo Ku Tian Tian, Quanzhong Yu Nuji Nunai Liang Lu Wan Xiu Dao Ding Ci, and even the shy Rixiang Chu Tian. All eyes fixed on Ming Ren. Though he remained the Talon Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in this life, the influence of Ming Jian had thawed his classmates' deliberate avoidance. At once a dozen voices clamored, Ming Ren, what exactly is Yunxing Jianzong? Rixiang Ning Ci frowned, his elder composure more pronounced than the others. Folding his arms, he said coldly, have you all joined some kind of cult? Of course not. Ming Ren stamped his foot in anxious protest, his cheeks aflame. This is a sect I formed with Oni Jiang and Zuozhu. Oni Jiang is the sect leader, Zuozhu and I are deputy leaders. Want to join? You could even be an elder, he added, eyes sparkling as his most potent talent, faultless bluster, kicked into gear. Niliang Lu Wan languidly lifted an eyelid and began to turn away. Boring. I'd rather go home and sleep. Before his words finished, two icicle-cold gazes pinned him in place. Ming Jian and Zuozhu tightened their fists in unison. The boy shivered, his stepping foot frozen midair. Clearing his throat, he turned back and stammered. Actually, on second thought, Yunxing Jianzong sounds kind of interesting. Do you still need elders? Ming Jian gave a quiet, amused chuckle and loosened his blanching fists. Smart people do not require heavy-handedness. Be our chief advisor to Yunxing Jianzong. Niliang Lu Wan sneaked a glance at the still stoic Zuozhu, whose hands remained clenched, and swallowed a grumbled complaint about the trouble already brewing. Zuozhu dropped his eyes and murmured in a low tone, Brother, aren't we supposed to follow procedure? Normally, shouldn't there be at least a beating first? Ming Jian laughed softly at that, ruffling Zuozhu's hair. Little brother, this is the love that your second and I bestow upon you. Love others cannot easily share. Zuozhu gripped his tunic anxiously. Then what about my brother? I still want to give him a thrashing to drag him in. Ming Jian cast an approving look. Your brother will have that honor. Rest assured I will arrange it. Only then did Zhuozhu relax his fists, scheming which form of disciplinary affection to employ on Yuji Boyu. Shanzhong Jingyi and Chun Ying stared at Zhuozhu, and Ming Jian's handsome features instantly reduced to swooning admirers. Within a heartbeat, the two girls were at each other's throats over who would become the great elder and the second elder. Cheeks flushed, voices raised, neither yielding an inch, the tension almost combustible. Ming Jian rubbed his forehead in exasperation and, surveying the raucous scene, said in a grave voice, "If you must fight, take it outside. Settle it, and then come back." Chun Yi-ing and Shanzhong Jingyi exchanged a glance, their eyes alight with determination. They stormed off toward the school's training grounds, declaring an on-the-spot duel for the sake of fairness and honor, vowing to decide the elders by fists and technique. While the girls squabbled, red-faced Ming Ren had already slung an arm around Li Luoke's shoulders and grabbed Quan Zhongya with his other hand, exuberantly painting the grand blueprint of Yunxing Jianzhong. Meanwhile, Nai Liang Lu, on feigning indifference, needed only a few casual words to rope Quan Zhongya, Yu Nuji Nua, and Tian Tian into the fledgling sect. Ming Jian raised an eyebrow at Xiao Dao Ding Ci and waved a bulging snack bag he had pulled from his storage pouch. Plenty to go around. Joining or not? Xiao Dao Ding Ci's eyes immediately brightened. His throat bobbed as he swallowed the chip in his mouth. Then he shot a sidelong glance at the composed Nai Liang Lu Wan and nodded decisively without a word, "Count me in." No sooner had he spoken than he snatched the snack bag and, leaning against the wall, began to gorge. The classroom fell silent. All gazes turned in unison to Ri Xiang Ning Ci and Ri Xiang Chu Tian. Ning Ci's expression was austere. He stared at Ming Jian without flinching, radiating an aura that put others at arm's length. Chu Tian, however, nervously clutched her sleeve, her cheeks aflush. Under the scrutiny of her peers, she kept her head bowed and breathed with shallow, quickened breaths. Ning Ci glanced at his sister's anxious posture and snorted with disdain. "I will not join your little broken sword sect. Come on, sister." He reached out to take Chu Tian's wrist and lead her toward the classroom door, but his hand found no purchase. Chu Tian stood rooted to the spot, her pale cheeks nearly crimson. She stole a furtive glance at Ming Ren before bowing her head again, and in a voice like a whispering insect said, "Brother, I want to join too." Ning Ci turned back in disbelief. He looked at the usually gentle, obedient Chu Tian, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he found himself momentarily speechless. After a long silence, Ning Ci released her hand and heaved a resigned sigh. "Fine. Your Yunxing Jianzhong without me in command will only wreak havoc sooner or later." He cast a cold glance at Ming Jian, his fingertip unconsciously rubbing the cursed mark on his brow. "I acknowledge Ming Jian as sect leader, but count me among the deputy leaders." Ming Jian's smile blossomed at once, pride sharpening his gaze. With a grand sweep of his hand, he declared, "Excellent. After school, we'll all go to my barbecue and eat our fill. Today the sect is founded, a dinner is on me." No sooner had he finished than the classroom erupted with cheers. Ding Ci rubbed his hands in excitement. Ming Ren was already draping an arm over Oni Jiang's shoulder, mentally tallying how many platters of pork belly to order. Ming Jian looked at the dozen young faces circled before him. Ming Ren arguing about portions with Ding Ci, Chun Ying and Jing Yi temporarily setting aside their quarrel to squeeze into the front row, and even the usually aloof Zhuozhu and Ning Ci managing rare half-smiles. Thus the My 12 Young Braves had all been gathered under Ming Jian's banner. The old title could no longer suffice. Might they become the My 13 Protectors? At the barbecue, cups and drinks passed happily around. Ding Ci, Ming Ren, Li Luoku, and Quan Zhongya competed over who could eat the most skewers, with Tian Tian acting as judge. The winner earned a set of ninja tools as a prize. Jing Yi sat beside Ming Jian, occasionally feeding him morsels. Chun Ying gazed at Zhuozhu with hearts in her eyes, while Ri Xiang Chu Tian nibbled shyly at her bowl of meat, her ears burning a delicate crimson. Now and then she furtively lifted her eyes, the moment her gaze met Ming Ren across the table, animated, stuffing meat into his face with wild abandon. She flinched like a startled rabbit, lowering her head, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a small involuntary smile. Ning Ci, Nai Liang Lu Wan, and Yu Nuji Nua sat shoulder to shoulder, their composed presence forming a sober counterpoint to the surrounding boisterousness. They had not joined the raucous melee yet. Amid the billows of barbecue smoke and the clinking of cups, a warm, steady contentment settled over them, as if watching quarrelsome younger siblings, vexing though they were, still somehow filling the hollows of the heart. Inside the Hokage office beside the Hokage rock, Kakashi Hitaki knelt on one knee, reporting to Hiruzen Sarutobi, "Lord Third, today Uzumaki Mijin has gathered the following students from the Ninja Academy: Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru, Kimichi Choji, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga, Hinata Yamanaka Ino, Tintin Hyuganiji, and Rock Lee, a total of 12, and they have even dubbed themselves the 13 Guardians." Shikaku Nara slammed his palm down on the Hokage's desk, startling the smiling third Hokage. That brat Uzumaki Mijin, how dare he form a faction without permission? The ninja system of Konoha cannot be toyed with. The so-called 13 Guardians is clearly a private group that disrupts order. The old voice was wrapped in sinister anger. Immediately send a decree to disband them. Any behavior that oversteps the rules must be nipped in the bud. Konoha's stability cannot be undermined by these ignorant young brats. Sukamaru's neck bulged with veins. This was a blatant provocation against village rules and a destabilization of Konoha's foundation. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned against the Hokage chair gently, turning his smoking pipe in his palm, allowing Shikaku's hoarse reprimand to wash over him. After Shikaku finished speaking, he slowly tapped off the ash, the sparks falling onto the floor adorned with the Konoha emblem. After casting a glance at his old friend Shikaku, he confirmed that the latter had finished before speaking softly to Kakashi. Hatake, continue. As his words fell, Shikaku froze in place, his bandaged hand trembling uncontrollably. Kakashi Hatake's expression remained unchanged as he continued reporting. Hokage-sama Uzumaki Mijin, together with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, has established the Falling Star Sword sect. Mijin has declared himself the sect leader with Naruto and Sasuke as deputy leaders. Nara Shikamaru Akimichi Choji Inazuka Kiba Yamanaka Ino Haruno Sakura Hyuga Hinata Yamanaka Ino Tintin Hyuga Niji Rock Lee and several fellow students have all joined the sect, though their positions are yet to be defined. At this moment, everyone is gathered at the Konoha barbecue shop celebrating. He paused, his gaze gliding over the pile of confidential letters on the Hokage's desk, requesting the next course of action. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep puff from his pipe, the smoke curling slowly in the air, his aged voice carrying an undeniable authority. Tell them to assemble at the training ground tomorrow morning. He paused, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Just say. The Hokage has heard that the Falling Star Sword sect possesses remarkable momentum and has specifically assigned them to clear the village's clogged waterways with a deadline of 3 days to complete the task. If they do well, they will receive a voucher for a free meal at the Konoha barbecue shop. If they slack off, they will be banned from eating barbecue for the next 3 months. As his words fell amidst the swirling smoke, one could almost envision Mijin's flustered appearance. Shikaku trembled slightly with anger. Hokage-sama, what kind of punishment is this? Uzumaki Mijin, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke have openly formed a faction and even created this Falling Star Sword sect. This is clearly a heretical sect. I suspect Uzumaki Mijin has been influenced by Uchiha Sasuke and even the entire Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, leave this matter to me, or I will definitely make Uzumaki Mijin turn back from evil. Shikaku, Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted with a tap of his pipe, his tone still gentle, but carrying an undeniable authority. Mijin has not violated any village rules, it's merely children's play. You need not constantly pin baseless suspicions on the Uchiha clan, and you do not drag the disagreements of adults down to the level of the young ones. He raised his eyes to the other's tense bandages, his gaze heavy. Broaden your mind, this is also my advice to you, as a longtime friend. From now on, you need not interfere with Uzumaki Mijin's matters, otherwise do not blame me for not considering our past friendship. Finishing, he waved at Kakashi. Go ahead, let the children have a good training session. Shikaku's sinister gaze fixed on Kakashi's departing figure until the door closed behind him. A cold grunt filled with resentment escaped his throat. Without saying another word, he abruptly turned and strode out of the office, the door slamming shut behind him. The office returned to silence. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the empty crystal ball base, letting out a soft sigh. The smile in his eyes had not faded, but beneath it lay a depth that saw through everything. He got up and walked to the window, looking at the streets of Konoha, specifically towards the location of the Konoha barbecue shop. He muttered, "Ah, that brat Mijin without the crystal ball, it's really inconvenient to keep an eye on him. But fledglings must learn to flap their wings. What young person is not passionate?" He crossed his arms, his gaze distant. To establish a faction, one cannot do without money and people. As the most powerful person in Konoha, Mijin will eventually come to seek me out. Remembering Mijin clinging to his arm, calling him grandpa, he couldn't help but smile. Hiruzen's mood improved significantly, but as he turned his thoughts, the most pressing issue in Konoha surged to the forefront of his mind. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the other forces in Konoha was on the verge of eruption. Both sides were on high alert, almost to the point of irreconcilable enmity. If civil war were to truly break out, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer severe damage. At that time, not only would the village's strength be compromised, but my reputation as the third Hokage would also be tarnished. If I were to listen to Shikaku's plan to exterminate the Uchiha clan, I would find it quite easy. Although the Uchiha clan has some strength, their way of thinking and acting is too one-sided and extreme. This fatal weakness could indeed lead to their easy demise under political schemes, but in doing so, Konoha would likely pay a heavy price. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is not lacking in outstanding talents. Figures like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are all strategic individuals loyal to Konoha. If we were to discard such pillars of strength due to internal strife, it would be truly regrettable. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned against the windowsill, the spark from his pipe flickering dimly. As Hokage, he bore the heavy burden of Konoha, the Fire Nation, and even the entire shinobi world. Many decisions were not of his own choosing, but were compelled by circumstances. The predicament of the Uchiha clan felt like a thorn in his throat, and after repeated contemplation, he still couldn't find a solution that satisfied both sides. In a daze, Mijin's figure leapt into his mind, and he recalled the tightly knit brows of Uzumaki Naruto relaxing suddenly. Particularly remembering how Mijin as a child would cling to him asking for barbecue when his teeth had yet to grow, and a smile unknowingly formed at the corners of his eyes. He sighed softly, turning to look at the mountain of documents piled up on his desk, his aged fingers brushing over his old companion, the pipe. If only he could lay down the burden of Hokage, cast aside the distractions, and enjoy a hearty barbecue meal with Mijin, it wouldn't be a bad thing. The third Hokage slowly returned to his position, reviewing official documents while softly sighing. That child Mijin has grown up, has his own ideas, and no longer clings to this old man. The empty crystal ball base on the desk glimmered with a cold light, drawing his gaze intermittently, his expression filled with longing. I wonder when I can redeem that crystal ball back. Once I lay down the burden of Hokage and pass the position to Mijin, I will redeem this treasure back and invite my old friends to the barbecue shop every day. That would be delightful. The pen tip hovered above the document for a long time without falling, and he looked out at the swaying maple trees, murmuring, Mijin, my child, may you grow up quickly. Back at the Konoha barbecue shop, smoke and fire swirled around. Tintin leaped onto the long table, unfurling a scroll and announcing loudly, the champion of the barbecue eating contest is neither the gluttonous Uzumaki Naruto, nor the astonishingly large-eating Akimichi Choji, nor the still persisting little Lee, but Inuzuka Kiba. As soon as she finished speaking, the shop erupted in a chorus of gasps and laughter, with everyone shouting, there's foul play, the noise nearly overturning the roof. Tintin raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and the clamoring gradually subsided. She bent down to lift up the still gnawing on the meat Akamaru, holding the oil-stained little fellow high. Akamaru single-handedly devoured 30 plates of barbecue, while Inuzuka Kiba ate 10 plates, making a total of 40 plates. And Uzumaki Naruto had 30 plates, Akimichi Choji 28 plates, and Rock Lee 15 plates. Pointing a finger at Akamaru's fluffy head, as Kiba's ninja dog, these achievements naturally count under his name. As she spoke, she unfurled the scroll, and in a flash of silver light, 2 sets of ninja gear appeared out of thin air. One set of lightweight armor was placed on Akamaru's neck, while the other was tossed towards the dumbfounded Inuzuka Kiba. The surrounding boys who had been protesting quickly gathered around, curiously inspecting the brand new gear, their doubts rapidly turning into admiration for the new equipment. Shino Aburame stood at the edge of the crowd, his eyes shaded under the hood, revealing a hint of regret. He gently rubbed his sleeve where countless secret technique bugs feeding on chakra lay dormant. Although my little cutie feeds on chakra, if I were to force them to devour barbecue, he muttered to himself, next time I must let everyone witness the power of the secret technique. Mijin looked curiously at Hinata Hyuga in the corner of the crowd. The girl mostly buried her head in eating, occasionally glancing at Naruto, and her empty plates were stacked high one after another, probably nearing 100 plates. He was secretly astonished, thinking that this was the true champion of barbecue eating. Remembering that the third Hokage's treasury would have to bear the cost, Mijin couldn't help but silently mourn for it for 2 minutes. Did you think that after finishing the barbecue the 13 protectors would just go back? Oh no. They went to the KTV in the village. You may ask, where did the KTV in my village come from? It was established when Ming Jian was 2 years old, based on a concept proposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wherever there's profit, that's where we spend. The third Hokage found this reasoning compelling. As a result, my village expanded at least a large circle, now resembling a twin city. The inner village remains an ancient place for ninjas to train, while the outer village has transformed into a haven of entertainment for the 5 great nations. Today, Mai has not only KTVs filled with laughter every night, but also bustling casinos and misty hot springs where neon signs light up the night sky as if it were daytime. Not just from the land of fire, but dignitaries and wealthy merchants from across the ninja world flock here. Even high-ranking officials from the land of thunder, wind, earth, and water come to inspect. It is said that a certain Kage even secretly took notes on several pages of the My Business Sutra. This innovation has not only multiplied Mui's tax revenue, but has also become an opportunity for ninjas to transform. The Uchiha clan, leveraging the keen insight of their Sharingan, took over security for various venues, deterring petty criminals with their sharp red eyes. The Hyuga clan, with their Byakugan's ability to see through things ensured that the safety management of the hot springs was impeccable. Those ninjas who once felt insecure about their looks have now transformed into the focal point of the ninja stage. They either performed exquisite transformation techniques to reshape their appearances or combined medical ninjutsu to subtly adjust their features, turning ninjutsu into a magic that rewrites destiny. As night fell under the neon lights, handsome hosts held cocktail glasses and chatted eloquently using their silver tongues to alleviate the worries of wealthy patrons. Graceful dancers swayed, dancing in the shadows created by ninjutsu, their light foot steps concealing soft fist techniques, every gesture filled with charm. These ninja celebrities are well-versed in the value of emotions, able to weave beautiful dreams with illusions, while simultaneously using shadow clone jutsu to accompany multiple esteemed guests. A certain tycoon from the land of Earth once splurged extravagantly just to earn a mysterious dancer's smile, while the dignitaries from the land of fire considered their private discussions with popular hosts as a display of social capital. The innovations in my village have not only provided ordinary ninjas with new paths for survival, but have also given rise to a unique beauty economy. The external village of Mai is mainly managed by the Elder Council, with the vibrant neon lights illuminating the new life of the Elder Chun, who through the marvelous combination of ninjutsu and technology has shed the traces of age to regain the youthful face and nimble figure of her past. Her bright eyes sparkled with a long-lost brilliance, her once wrinkled face now radiated vitality, and even her voice carried a hint of youthful charm. Revitalized Chun seems to have found a second spring in her life. She is not only more decisive at work, but also spends every moment of her leisure time pursuing the third Hokage. She began to dress up carefully, trying out fashionable hair accessories and clothing. Every time she entered the Hokage's office, she would deliberately linger a little longer with documents in hand, saying, "Hiruzen, I have a different opinion on this document. How about we discuss it over some ramen?" Sometimes she would even bring delicately made pastries, appearing with a bright smile in front of the third Hokage, her eyes filled with anticipation. This sudden change caused a stir among the upper echelons of Mai. Mito Minion shook his head helplessly and sighed, while in the shadows Shimura Danzo was so angry that his bandages trembled. Meanwhile, the time the third Hokage spent staring at Chun increased. Interestingly, various rumors began to spread throughout the village. Young ninjas gathered at the Ichiraku ramen shop and would always lower their voices to discuss, "Have you heard? Advisor Chun has been pursuing the third Hokage every day lately. Is she experiencing a second spring in her life?" This made the third Hokage increasingly convinced that entrusting the position of Hokage to Ming Jian was the most correct decision, and that Chun and Mito Minion were the staunchest supporters of this decision. Chun and Mito Minion have treated Ming Jian as if he were their own grandson, not only showering him with bags of gold coins every time they meet, but also ensuring that Ming Jian enjoys complimentary services throughout the outer village of Mai. Mito Minion has also found his own career thanks to Ming Jian. Some of Ming Jian's brilliant ideas and inventions have completely changed the trajectory of Mito Minion's life. To this end, Mito Minion specifically established a ninja business focusing on selling these unusual items, with the most popular product being alcohol. It's not that there were no good wines in the ninja world, but Ming Jian had created a spirit-gathering formation at a nearby water source in my village. The originally clear lake water now shimmered with a faint spiritual glow. The exquisite wine brewed from this water is considered a divine product. Just a sip and the rich aroma bursts on the palate, allowing chakra to flow more smoothly. Noble, wealthy individuals from the 5 great nations scramble to purchase it. Even offering a king's ransom often results in difficulty acquiring just a single bottle. Now this water source, imbued with the spirit-gathering formation, has become the sacred ground for winemaking in my village, guarded day and night by elite jonin, and the merchant shop under Mito Minion has made this wine their prized possession, exclusively supplied to the most esteemed guests in the ninja world. Under Ming Jian's suggestion, Mito Minion expanded the business into various regions of the ninja world. The sign of the My Merchant Shop can be seen in both large and small ninja villages, with the Spirit Sword Ninja emblem hanging under the eaves, serving as both shop identification and a covert signal for information transmission. The merchant shop not only employs my ninjas, but also opens positions to ninjas from other villages and even wandering ninjas with high salaries, allowing many drifters to find stability. More importantly, these shops have become a bond-maintaining piece in the ninja world. Ninja from various nations enhance their understanding while escorting merchant caravans and trading goods, easing once tense relationships. Influenced by Ming Jian, Mito Minion consistently adheres to the principle that the ninja world is one family helping each other, and whenever the merchant shop arrives in a location, they provide material assistance to the locals. The children of the grass-hidden village wear warm clothing to survive the cold winter, while the refugees of the rain-hidden village receive relief food delivered by the merchant shop. Now, when ninjas from various nations gather together to enjoy fine wine, the discussions revolve not only around war, but also about the new quirky inventions designed by Ming Jian that have arrived at the merchant shop. Ming Jian has no interest in money. His clear mind is solely focused on reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The money given to him by Mito and Chun is entirely donated to the third Hokage. He stated that those who have contributed to the village should not be forgotten. They deserve not only the honors they have earned, but also material security. At that time, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, solemnly accepted the gold coins handed to him by Naruto, commanding the Umbu to secretly distribute the wealth to struggling villagers that very night. Those families who had lost their pillars of support received enough gold coins to sustain their livelihoods. Meanwhile, he swiftly enacted policies to significantly enhance the welfare benefits for the families of ninjas who died or were injured in battle, increasing not only the compensation, but also providing lifelong medical coverage. Under his initiative, the Konoha Hospital underwent a complete upgrade equipped with the most advanced medical ninjutsu facilities. The Ninja Academy also rejuvenated with a more comprehensive curriculum. What was even more remarkable was that the third Hokage actively extended a helping hand to small ninja villages, providing teaching facilities and medical equipment free of charge to assist them in establishing schools and medical systems. These measures elevated the third Hokage's prestige to its peak within the ninja world, making him the most revered Hokage in history. The actions of Naruto were unknown to ordinary villagers and ninjas. After all, who would believe that a mere 4-year-old child could bring such profound changes to Konoha village in just a few short years? However, some elite jonin and clan leaders as well as higher-ups were aware of it. After all, the third Hokage and his elder council, with the exception of Danzo, had unintentionally let slip these matters. Thus, that night Naruto took the 13 guardians to a KTV for enjoyment, and their parents were all supportive of the arrangement. Of course, it is also possible that they were completely unaware, busy with their own important matters. According to whispers from Konoha's Umbu, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had repeatedly submitted applications to enter the village, passionately recommending his research projects, claiming they could bring a qualitative leap to Konoha's medical system and the hostess industry. However, his past human experiments rendered his self-recommendation entirely unconvincing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as his former teacher, sternly rejected each application without mercy, leaving Orochimaru frustrated and at a loss. Strangely, in the records of high-level meetings, Shimura Danzo surprisingly cast a vote in favor, indicating that the two indeed had some sort of hidden transaction. On another front, Jiraiya had significantly altered his usual wandering lifestyle, spending most of the year in Konoha under the guise of gathering material for his writing. This carefree and lecherous sage unexpectedly formed a friendship with the much younger Tsunade, often excitedly sharing experiences from his travels to various countries, including new and intriguing bathing spots, amusing Tsunade and keeping Konoha's bathing services up to date. As for the last of the Sannin, the legendary fat sheep known for her medical ninjutsu, Tsunade had spent a long time at the Konoha casino with her little sidekick until they racked up debts of hundreds of thousands of gold coins and had to flee. In any case, without needing to pay from his own pocket, Naruto waved his hand and booked the largest KTV room, No. 9,999. Under the enchanting starry lights, Naruto snapped his fingers, and an Umbu ninja dressed in dark patterned luxurious clothing and wearing the Konoha forehead protector pushed the door open. At that moment, she shed her cold demeanor and transformed into a courteous part-time waitress. "Bring over the most expensive male models and dancers you have," Naruto commanded loudly, tossing a few gold coins to the diligent part-time Umbu ninja. "I want each of my brothers to have a companion." Before his words could finish, the private room erupted with the thunderous cheers of the 13 guardians. Then an awkward situation unfolded. Kakashi, cool and aloof, walked in first, closely followed by the proud azure beast of Konoha with the love-obsessed Itachi Uchiha in third, and then followed by Shursui Uchiha Yugao, Yuzuki Asuma Sarutobi, Hizashi, Hyuga, Choji Akimichi, Shizune Anko Mitarashi, and finally Irika Yumino. Note: due to the butterfly effect caused by Naruto, Hinata Hyuga was able to survive. Kakashi was the first to realize the situation in the room, instantly freezing at the door. He had initially been told that the part-time waitress was a member of his team, who only mentioned a big client with generous rewards, not realizing it was Naruto and his group of kids. The Azure Beast of Konoha without hesitation pushed Kakashi into the room, and everyone excitedly followed suit. When both sides saw each other, they were all bewildered, and Irika hurriedly closed the door. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here?" To scrutinize the root of this farce, it stemmed from Naruto's initially poorly worded request. He had simply and bluntly emphasized the most expensive without clarifying the standards of superior service and outstanding appearance. This led to Kakashi mistakenly leading a group of Konoha elites into this place, plunging everyone inside into an utterly embarrassing situation. After all, with such a good business, who would dare to compete with these people? An unspoken embarrassment spread freely within the private room. Naruto found it strange that Asuma Sarutobi, his son, and Hybe the butler were both absent from their family duties and were not home to care for the hard-working third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Little did he know that both of them had spent excessively on their drinking habits, forcing them to take on odd jobs to support the household. Sasuke watched his older brother Itachi Uchiha, who had been away for days, claiming to be on a mission, clenching his fists with helplessness. Itachi Uchiha was indifferent to the scene before him, thinking that as long as he could endure a few more days, he would be able to buy the latest and most expensive ninja tools for his beloved. Naruto stood frozen in place as he was somewhat familiar with Kakashi and Yugao, pondering with his not-so-bright mind how to break the deadlock. Kakashi, with his usual blank expression, was indifferent, solely focused on buying the latest paradise of intimacy and earning money to reward Jiraiya. Yugao was mainly thinking about buying the skincare products and unique bags and accessories she had been longing for, all of which were arranged by Naruto. Lee looked at his master, who was known as the proud Azure Beast of Konoha, scratching his head, awkwardly wondering how he would shout about youth and passion in the future. Might Guy was primarily here to buy various training potions and materials for Lee, as well as the spiritual liquor needed for Lee's future study of Drunken Fist. Choji Akimichi and Niji Hyuga both felt a sense of dread at the thought of their fathers, unaware of how difficult it was for a married man to have spending money. Since Orochimaru's defection, Anko Mitarashi had been solitary, acting alongside the elite of Konoha, possibly to rekindle bonds. As for Shizen, she was most likely left behind by Tsunade to work off her debt. Iwirika Yumino, who was initially unwilling to involve himself in this matter, was brought along by the others, who half-pushed him to earn some extra money, and now he could only stand awkwardly in the crowd. The thought that the customers here were all his students made him consider some bizarre little scenarios, wondering how he would continue to teach this group of kids seriously in the future. The silence in the private room was finally broken by the opening door. An Umbu member part-time waitress led in attendants, carrying fruit platters and snacks. Snacks, drinks, beer, and pastries flowed in one after another. The attendants, while placing the items, also stole glances at Kakashi's twitching mouth under his mask, Guy's frozen youthful pose in midair, and Irika's embarrassed look as he pressed his forehead, wishing he could vanish at that moment. The attendants moved slowly, and even when everything was set down, they could keenly find other tasks to do. As the crowd set down their trays, the undercover waiter swiftly approached Mingjian, lowering his voice to say, "Boss Xiao Chun has heard of your esteemed presence and will come over shortly. Moreover, the most expensive waiter you ordered is being expedited. It will be here soon." He was abruptly interrupted by Mingjian's wave of his hand. "That's enough. Leave these people. We don't need the others. Tell Aunt Xiao Chun not to come. I will visit in a few days. Just arrange everything and quickly take them out." Since Xiao Chun became younger after changing her room, Mingjian started calling her Aunt Xiao Chun, which made her even more fond of him. The third Hokage was also more pleased with Mingjian because of this title. Not calling Aunt Xiao Chun over was mainly because this private room had already turned into a battlefield. We couldn't let it become a reenactment of the Normandy landing or the battle for Berlin. As the undercover waiter brought the door, he even gave his captain Hatake Kakashi a thumbs-up expression through the door crack. Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask, and his Sharingan nearly lost control, wanting to send the other party directly into the alternate space. Just then, the other party closed the door with a bang, leaving him to maintain a deadpan expression in front of familiar faces. As the apparent payer and organizer, Mingjian could not allow this first gathering of the Falling Star Sword sect to end awkwardly. Dozens of bags of gold coins flew out of Mingjian's storage bag and crashed onto the long table. He scanned the room full of stiff faces and raised his voice cheerfully. "Everyone lighten up. We're all quite familiar here, so I want to introduce you one by one. Tonight is just a gathering for the elders and juniors to connect. And let's keep today's events to ourselves." He threw a glance at Kakashi, saying, "Help us out, the #1 technician in the ninja world," and asked him to turn on the music. To everyone's surprise, Hatake Kakashi indeed followed Vortex Mingjian's words and turned on the music. As the prelude of Bluebird broke the silence, he swiftly tucked the nearest bag of gold coins into his embrace. With Kakashi's ice-breaking act, the frozen air in the room finally thawed. The crowd divided the bags of gold coins on the table, gathering in pairs towards familiar faces. Might Guy had already wrapped an arm around Lee and Naruto, starting to demonstrate youthful dance moves. In the corner, Asuma and Kurenai whispered about interesting events in the ninja world. In another corner, Kakashi was sharing a romantic paradise with Shisui, leaving Uchiha Shisui blushing. Meanwhile, Ino and Hinata leaned on either side of Mingjian, with Ino shaking her wine glass and raising an eyebrow. Little Mingjian, you've really splurged this round. Ino was attentively taking care of Mingjian. Uchiha Itachi, however, was performing magic tricks in the center, transforming a crow, then 2 crows, 3 crows, until he eventually turned into a room full of crows. Sasuke clapped for his brother while drinking his beverage. The most amusing part was when Hyuga Hayashi and Akimichi Choji sat beside their sons holding beers without scolding them. Peanuts piled up like little mountains in the porcelain dish. Choji pushed his cup in front of Shikamaru, mumbling to teach him, a man should drink in one gulp, while Hayashi poured a full cup for Niji, saying, your grandfather taught me the same back in the day. After a few rounds, both fathers' tongues began to loosen. Your mom complains that I eat too much again. Choji sighed, patting his belly. Hayashi looked at the foam in his cup and smiled bitterly. The clan's rules. Saw your grandmother asked me to send some snacks to Hinata yesterday. The two, feeling tipsy, began to vent their grievances, talking about their wives' nagging and the hardships of their missions. Shikamaru handed a fried peanut to his father, his round face scrunching up. Dad, next time I'll go with you to eat barbecue. Niji silently took away the wine cup from Hayashi's hand, awkwardly, yet offering hot tea. Dad, you're drunk. Drink some tea to warm yourself up. The two children clumsily mimicked the adults to persuade them. Despite their youthful appearance, they became their father's warmest jackets, causing Hinata beside them to well up with tears. Ebisu continuously refilled everyone's cups, fulfilling his duties as a steward. Just as the laughter and chatter increased, Irika suddenly grabbed the microphone on the table. His clear and gentle voice mingled with the melody of Bluebird as he sang, while stepping rhythmically in circles, his clothes fluttering. Who would have thought that this nanny teacher from Konoha would shock everyone into putting down their cups as soon as he opened his mouth? After all, among the crowd, he was the only one still wearing a Chunin badge, which even made those jonin who usually didn't respect each other unable to resist applauding him. Not to mention that all the children present were his students, all cheering loudly to boost their teacher's morale. Mingjian was filled with respect for the male model dancers before him. At a time when their parents, the 4th Hokage couple, sacrificed and the 3 legendary Sannin successively left the village, it was these elite ninjas who stepped forward to uphold the entire Konoha. They were like the sturdy branches protecting Konoha, successfully guiding the village through its most difficult times under the planning of the 3rd Hokage. Now that the number of Konoha ninjas has exceeded 100,000, even if Mingjian cannot name many of them, he understands that behind every busy figure on a mission lies the heavy responsibility of protecting the ninja village. During breaks between missions, one should enjoy this moment of respite that belongs to the guardians. Just like in this moment in the private room, Kakashi casually flipped through Romantic Paradise, while Asuma lazily puffed smoke. Was it not necessary to relax after the tension? After all, even the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once said with a smile, a ninja who knows how to rest well can better protect Konoha. Mingjian's sword heart ignited with passion, and his sword intent grew more complete, adding a layer of protective power. In the past, he wielded his sword in pursuit of lethal strikes. The blade aimed to cut through everything with determination. Now, as the sword's momentum flowed, it carried a thicker warmth. It was not that the sword intent had softened, but rather it had become deeper, steadier, and more dazzling. Mingjian raised his wine cup and leaped onto the long table. Everyone. He suddenly tilted his head back and drank down the fruit wine in his cup, saying, since I can remember, I've seen you all leave the village under the moonlight and return draped in blood. When the Nine Tails attacked the village after my parents left, Konoha lay in ruins, and it was you who built the walls with your flesh and blood to protect us. He gestured towards the crowd in the private room. So all you seniors are the most precious treasures of Konoha. Mingjian excitedly placed the remaining 30 bags of gold coins from his storage bag on the table. You have worked hard for Konoha for most of your lives. Tonight, you should enjoy yourselves. All expenses will be on me, Vortex Mingjian, so let's keep singing. Now dance. Iruka Sensei, please switch to the most explosive DJ track. After saying this, Mingjian pulled Ino and Hinata into the dance floor, and even the usually composed Kurenai was spun around gracefully in a waltz by Asuma. If someone were to ask what the will of fire truly is, Mingjian would answer it is protection and sacrifice. The will of fire is like the maple tree. In spring and summer it unfurls its branches and leaves sheltering people from wind and rain. When autumn's chill arrives, it lets the wind carry away every leaf, each one falling to nourish the earth. The maple leaf knows it will shatter upon descent, decay into dust, yet still embraces the earth in radiant splendor, awaiting the sprouting of new buds next year. So long as this belief in protection and sacrifice endures, the will of fire shall burn eternally across time, year after year. Night enshrouded Konoha. The inaugural gathering of the 13 young guardians of Konoha had concluded successfully, and as they bade each other farewell, their figures gradually faded into the depths of alleyways and streets. Minjian watched as Uchiha Itachi seated Sasuke upon his shoulders, their silhouettes stretched long beneath the neon glow receding into the distance. Naruto bounded over his blonde hair, lifting slightly with excitement. He deliberately lowered his voice, his spiky blonde head nearly brushing Minjian's cheek. Naruken, what were you two whispering about with Sasuke's brother? Minjian gently smoothed Naruto's unruly golden hair with one hand and murmured softly, merely exchanging tips on how to soothe our own little ones. In truth, he had just arranged to meet Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui at the mountain behind the village tomorrow night. Naruto's amber eyes suddenly blazed, two flickering flames, and he leapt straight into the air before launching himself toward Minjian. Naruken, carry me on your shoulders home, just like Itakinai carried Sasuke. Minjian sighed, helplessly pressing a single hand atop Naruto's head to hold the boy in place, then affectionately ruffled his tufted golden hair. Wait until I grow a bit taller. I'll carry you home on my shoulders, steady and sure. Pinky promise. Naruto instantly extended his little finger, mischief glinting in his amber eyes. If you break it, you'll owe me 3 days of ramen at Ichiraku. Minjian immediately hooked his pinky around Naruto's and laughed. Don't worry, Ototo. I've got it covered. Yet inwardly he smirked as if I'd ever let him ride me. Not a chance. He's getting his Ichiraku ramen. No deity on earth could stop him. No, I won't go home. Brother, let's keep drinking. Hearing that slurred, drunken voice, Minjian didn't need to turn around to know it was Akimichi Choza. Turning, he saw Choza and Hyuga Hayashi leaning heavily on each other, staggering forward with unsteady steps. Behind them trailed Hyuga Niji and Akimichi Choji, each dutifully following his father. Bringing up the rear was Hyuga Hinata, her clear pale eyes instantly spotting Minjian and Naruto, who had yet to depart. In an instant her fair cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly bowed her head. Naruto, spotting the swaying, unsteady scene, hurried forward and asked with genuine concern, "Are you all right, uncle? Need any help?" It turned out Choji and Hayashi had drunk too deeply. Neither would heed persuasion, insisting instead on another round of revelry. Minjian glanced at Choji's exasperated expression, Niji's quiet resignation, and Hinata's downcast, flustered gaze. And knowing prolonged standing here served no purpose, he spoke up. "Since that's the case, I'll treat you both to one more round. Naruto, take Hinata home first. Choji, Niji, you come with me. We'll find a quiet spot for your fathers to sober up." At those words, Hinata's cheeks ignited. She swayed faintly, nearly collapsing. Naruto, utterly oblivious, strode forward with swagger, thumping his chest so hard it echoed Hinata. "I'll walk you home. With me around, no one dares lay a finger on you. I'm super strong." Hinata kept her head bowed low, her voice barely a whisper, trembling as she stammered, "Yais, okay." Niji glanced at his intoxicated father, then cast a long, solemn look at Hinata's burning cheeks before turning earnestly to Naruto. "Naruto, I entrust her to you. Please bring Hinata home safely." With that, he gave a respectful nod. Nearby, Choji crunched loudly on potato chips, his plump cheeks puffing rhythmically as he mumbled indistinctly, "Relax, old Niji. Naruto's reliable." Naruto waved boisterously, bidding everyone farewell. Beside him, Hinata fell utterly silent, her head sinking lower and lower as Naruto unconsciously drew nearer, her face deepening in hue, her fluster so complete she forgot even to say goodbye. The others merely smiled and waved back, seeing them off. Just before departing, Naruto suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Naruken, come home soon. I'll wait for you. We'll sleep together." Minjian smiled faintly, but said nothing. Though Naruto now brimmed with energy, the moment his head touched the pillow he'd be snoring within a second without fail. Minjian tilted his head, leaning closer to the flushed, drunken faces of Choza and Hayashi, and asked, "Uncle Choza, Uncle Hayashi, truly you won't go home?" Their eyes glazed, tongues thick and slurred. Yet at the word home they shook their heads in perfect, frantic unison. Minjian sighed, exchanged a resigned glance with Choji and Niji, and without further protest chose to honor their wishes. Guided by empathy and a steadfast desire to assist, Minjian led the group to the entrance of Konoha's most renowned establishment, the Fujitsu shop. "Master, come play with us." A flamboyant dancer spotted 3 youths supporting 2 inebriated elders and rushed forward to solicit business. Before her words fully left her lips, a Hyuga clan shinobi patrolling nearby seized her by the arm and yanked her aside. In an instant, a cluster of Hyuga branch family shinobi converged around them. From afar, these branch family shinobi had already recognized their own clan head, Hyuga Hayashi, alongside Akimichi Choza, the 5 figures unmistakable. Only then did the dancer realize whom she'd addressed, the normally austere, unsmiling Hayashi. Her heart lurched. She'd never seen him drunk before, hadn't recognized him at all, and hastily retreated. Hyuga Zuei, captain of the branch family squad, stared in utter disbelief at Hayashi's bleary-eyed state. He distinctly recalled the clan head declaring he'd accepted a lucrative mission and departing Konoha in haste. Now here he stood, reeling with intoxication, before the Fujitsu shop. Zue Feng couldn't fathom that this stern, dignified man had gone, not on a mission, but to indulge in revelry. Just then Hayashi lifted his head, and for a fleeting moment his gaze sharpened with startling clarity. His grip tightened on Choza's shoulder as he threw back his head and laughed. Brother Choza, I know this place well. Without another word, he dragged Choza forward, stumbling yet unbowed. Tonight, I'm treating. Bring out your most beautiful girls. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the two men staggered through the shop's entrance. Minjian quietly whistled in amazement, thinking shinobi stamina truly is extraordinary. Look, Choji and Niji strained red-faced, pulling with all their might, yet their fathers surged ahead as if borne on the wind, dragging the boys right along with them into the shop. Ming Jian and Ri Huan faced each other in the wind. Ming Jian pondered for a moment and spoke. The clan leader of Qiu Dao Ding and the head of Ri Huan are drunk. You should quickly send someone to take care of them. Ri Huan Sui Feng's eyes flicked as he turned around and pointed to the two not-so-bright branch ninjas. Ri Huan Jia and Ri Huan, you two go inside and keep an eye on the head and Ding clan leader. Be sure to take good care of them. He paused and lowered his voice to add, by the way, I haven't patrolled the shop tonight. After saying this, Ri Huan Sui Feng turned back, nodded, and smiled at Ming Jian and quickly left. The surrounding Ri Huan branch ninjas hurriedly turned their backs and dispersed. Ming Jian glanced at the two remaining faces of Ri Huan Jia and Ri Huan, which looked like bitter gourds, and after a moment of reflection said, You take me inside, then step back. They'll handle this matter. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with gratitude, and hurriedly bowed to accept the order, leading Ming Jian into the shop. Ming Jian followed behind Ri Huan Jia and Ri Huan and saw the two simultaneously activate their Byakugan, looking around. As they glanced towards the bubble fish area, the tension on their faces froze instantly. Their ears flushed crimson, and their necks showed an unusual blush. Ming Jian noticed their strange expressions, and seeing them silent for a long time, followed their evasive gazes towards the steamy bubble fish area. He thought, could it be that they found something? These two uncles are playing so wildly. He hurriedly asked, Did you find Ri Huan's head? Ri Huan Jia and Ri Huan snapped back to attention, heads lowered, not daring to meet his gaze. Ri Huan Jia, stunned for a moment, instinctively blurted out, Huh? Ming Jian was puzzled, Huh? Did they find it or not? Ri Huan finally stammered, It's right in the front private room. Their cheeks turned red, and they could barely articulate. Ri Huan Jia and Ri Huan reluctantly withdrew their gazes from the bubble bath area, leading Ming Jian to turn towards another private room area. As they passed by the private rooms, laughter and teasing between customers and dancers echoed, causing the faces of the two in front to flush red. Finally reaching the door of the innermost private room, Ming Jian pushed the door open, only to see Qiu Dao Ding Zhua and Ri Huan Richa surrounded by a beautiful woman, and they even remembered to have a graceful beauty accompany their sons Ding Xi and Ning Xi. Ming Jian couldn't help but inwardly scoff at the sight of a father-son duo enjoying themselves together. The table was filled with freshly served drinks, and the two adults were happily drinking, completely oblivious to Ming Jian's entrance. In the corner, Ding Xi completely ignored the mature and beautiful older sister beside him, focused solely on stuffing chips into his mouth, occasionally reaching for the snacks on the table, truly wasting money. Meanwhile, Ning Xi sat upright, his gaze fixated ahead, his body tense, yet trying to maintain a serious demeanor, occasionally tightening his throat at the gentle teasing from the older sister beside him. After Ri Huan Jia and Ri Huan repeatedly thanked Ming Jian, they hurriedly left the private room. Ning Xi and Ding Xi, seeing Ming Jian enter, quickly stood up and asked with displeasure, Ming Jian, what should we do now? Ming Jian thought for a moment and suggested, You staying here isn't helpful. Perhaps you should go back and rest for now. The two exchanged worried glances, unable to set aside their drunken father. Seeing this, Ming Jian pondered for a moment before changing his words. Then let's sleep here. We can make plans once your father wakes sober tomorrow morning. Ning Xi and Ding Xi nodded, feeling that this plan was indeed wise. Ming Jian's mouth twitched slightly, his gaze sweeping over the worried faces of Ning Xi and Ding Xi, and he couldn't help but think, having these two boys here was clearly hindering their father's affairs. However, he maintained a calm expression, offering them a reassuring smile, waved his hand casually, and turned to leave. Once the private room door closed again, Ning Xi and Ding Xi silently returned to their seats. Ding Xi once again focused on snacks. Ning Xi, on the other hand, sat rigidly, like a spear, appearing just as he was when Ming Jian first entered. As Ming Jian expected, the next morning Qiu Dao Ding Zhua and Ri Huan Richa woke from their hangovers only to see their sons in this extravagant world, even having found a drinking companion for themselves. Instantly both of them turned pale and began to scold Ding Xi and Ning Xi without mercy. However, since they had their sons present as a shield, even though their wives were filled with doubts upon returning home, they would never dare to believe that they would let their children spend the night in a place like a wind technique shop. Thus the two narrowly escaped a calamity. Ming Jian walked out of the private room into the hall, where the noise instantly enveloped him. At that moment, a loud and somewhat unruly voice pierced through the chaos. "Ha ha, this drink must be punished. You dare say my story is not exciting enough?" Ming Jian paused, the voice feeling somewhat familiar. Following the sound, he scanned through a few rows of half-drawn curtains and finally landed on the corner table, where the curtain was tightly drawn, revealing only a small gap. This voice, could it be him? Thinking back, it had been almost a year since he last saw him. The last time they met was on the village street, where he suddenly appeared with a wine gourd and chatted with Naruto for a bit, saying he was a friend of Naruto's father. He expressed deep sorrow over Naruto's parents' passing and mentioned he owed Naruto's father some money, which he was now handing over to Naruto, without revealing his true identity, nor did he converse with Ming Jian, only curious glances at him. In the end, he said he was going to gather new materials and vanished without a trace. Ming Jian actually was somewhat familiar with him, whether in the anime of Blue Star or in this life. Yet he always subconsciously failed to remember that Naruto had a twin brother who was himself. Every time they met, he would stare blankly at Naruto's conspicuous yellow hair, and upon regaining his senses, he would wholeheartedly try to stuff money into Naruto's hands using excuses that varied from having no place to spend the prize money to change from buying drinks. Without hesitation, Ming Jian walked directly towards the booth, pulled the curtain open, and sure enough, a head of messy white hair, a red windbreaker casually opened, revealing a half-open black inner garment. The stubble on his chin suggested he hadn't shaved for days, exuding an air of unkemptness. Upon seeing the curtain pulled back, he raised an eyebrow, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his always somewhat teasing black eyes before shifting back to his usual nonchalance as he lazily spoke. "Oh, little brat, who are you?" Indeed, he did not remember who I was, Ming Jian thought, not caring much. He stood at the curtain's edge without moving, merely glancing at Jiraiya, then sweeping over the two voluptuous beauties beside him. He mused to himself, this old man has no resistance to beauties that are almost as formidable as Tsunade. "Jiraiya-senpai, long time no see," Ming Jian replied. "I am Uzumaki Ming Jian, the twin brother of Uzumaki Naruto." "Oh, so it's Ming Jian. You were." Jiraiya elongated his tone while scratching his messy white hair, turning in his mind. He remembered that the Namake's Minato kid indeed had a son named Uzumaki Ming Jian. "When I was a child, didn't Master Jiraiya hold me in your arms?" Ming Jian interrupted before Jiraiya could finish speaking. Jiraiya blinked. How did this brat deviate so boldly from the script? He then narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the boy before him, around 6 or 7 years old. In memory, his disciple Minato Namake's indeed had twin sons. Truth be told, he'd always held a special fondness for Naruto Uzumaki. The boy's smile carried that same radiant, soul-mending warmth as the late Minato. Yet Ming Jian was only 4. How had he grown so tall? And such composure in one so young? Unnervingly, almost unnaturally still. After a long pause, Jiraiya sat upright, his usual nonchalance receding, spine straightening, slightly, gaze deepening. For once his bearing turned solemn. Clearing his throat, he spoke with uncharacteristic gravity. "Young Ming Jian, what brings you to me so late?" Then glancing sidelong at the two visibly flustered women beside him, he added offhandedly, "All right, I'm gathering material for my writing. Work, you understand." With a playful wink and a lopsided grin, he quipped, "You're still too young. You'll grasp it when you grow up." Upon hearing the name Jiraiya, the two women froze. Though hailing from a remote town, they knew well the legend of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha and the weight behind that single name. Ming Jian gave a slight nod. "Please accompany me, Master Jiraiya. I have matters to discuss." At once Jiraiya rose, and so did the two buxom women beside him. With casual familiarity, Jiraiya patted their backsides and waved cheerfully. "All right, beauties, back to your business." Then he turned to Ming Jian, gesturing for him to lead the way. Without another word, Ming Jian turned and strode out of the shop. Soon the two slipped into the forest beyond the village, moonlight filtering through tangled branches, dappling their figures as they stood face to face. Neither spoke immediately. Instead, their gazes converged silently on a large tree nearby. In the next instant, the tree's boughs trembled faintly, and Kakashi Hitaki emerged from behind it, silver hair dusted with stray leaves. Kakashi kept his tone measured. "Master Jiraiya, I happened to pass by and heard your voices, so I stopped to see what was amiss." Kakashi Hitaki. Passing by. Jiraiya scoffed. "How remarkably timely. Were you tailing me?" Kakashi's expression flickered. His eyes darted briefly toward Ming Jian before he hastily denied it. "I was not following you, Master Jiraiya. I am on official duty." Then, as if remembering something vital, he swiftly withdrew a dog-eared copy of the Makeout Paradise from his weapon pouch and stepped forward, offering it with both hands. "Master Jiraiya, might I ask for your autograph?" He added, extending his pen. "I'm your devoted fan." At the word fan, Jiraiya's face lit up with delight. Ah, excellent taste. Any lingering suspicion vanished instantly. Taking book and pen, he scrawled 4 bold, flamboyant characters across the cover: "Peerless Chivalric Hero." Kakashi accepted the signed volume with quiet satisfaction, tucking it reverently back into his pouch. "Then I shall not intrude further, Master Jiraiya." Turning to Mingjian, he raised a hand in gentle farewell. "Little Mingjian, be sure to go home and sleep early. Staying up late harms the body." Hardly had the words faded before he hurried away, his silver hair vanishing swiftly into the forest's depths. Well then, now the nuisance is gone. Jiraiya refocused intently on Mingjian. "So, young Mingjian, what precisely is it you wish to speak with me about?" No sooner had Jiraiya spoken than a torrent of sword intent erupted from Mingjian, pure razor-sharp and overwhelming. Countless invisible blades seemed to vibrate around him, pressing the very air into stillness. Then a long sword coalesced from spiritual energy within his palm. As Mingjian gripped its hilt, his calm demeanor dissolved, replaced entirely by incisive, unblinking intensity. "I invited you here tonight, Senior Master Jiraiya," he declared, raising the blade to point directly at him, "to spar." Jiraiya's easygoing mask fell away. He squinted, studying the unfamiliar energy swirling around the boy, pristine, yet edged with a cutting force capable of sundering all things. "Senjutsu," he murmured, eyeing the spiritual energy. It bore resemblance to Mount Mayaboka's sacred chakra, yet subtly distinct, sharper, more aggressively potent. He clicked his tongue thoughtfully. What manner of prodigy has the third Hokage truly raised? Rolling his wrists, he grinned, a spark of genuine excitement igniting in his eyes. "A spar? You're quite audacious, brat. Very well. Let's see just how much you truly weigh." His lethargy vanished in an instant. He struck first. Planting his foot, he leapt backward, hands already flying through seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing crimson sphere roared from his mouth, surging toward Mingjian with blistering heat. Mingjian did not retreat. Just before impact, he swept his blade diagonally, splitting the fireball cleanly apart with sheer sword aura. Scorching embers scattered harmlessly, not a single spark grazing him. A faint smirk curled Mingjian's lips as he taunted. "This is Konoha's 3 legendary Sannin." Jiraiya's temples throbbed. He nearly activated Sage Mode on the spot, to pin this impudent grandson of his mentor flat and teach him humility. "Brat, do you truly wish to fight for real?" His voice dropped low and edged with steel. "Then I shall show you no mercy." Even as he spoke, one hand slammed into the earth, seals flashing like lightning. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen rampart surged upward, impenetrable, towering, severing Mingjian's line of sight completely. Mingjian did not falter. He surged forward faster even than Jiraiya's own retreat. "Break." The word barely left his lips before he pierced the wall, its thick barrier parting before him like brittle parchment. In the next breath, he reappeared before Jiraiya, spiritual blade flashing cold and lethal, aimed straight at his temple. Clang! Jiraiya barely blocked in time with his scroll, the ringing clash reverberating sharply. He recoiled from the shockwave, brows furrowed in grim realization. Mingjian did not pursue. Instead, his voice cooled with disapproval. "Old man, show me your true strength. Next time I will hold nothing back." Jiraiya's smile had vanished, replaced by absolute, unwavering gravity. At that moment, the blade's proximity had delivered an inescapable sense of peril, one that seemed to seal even the possibility of substitution. Had Mingjian withheld no restraint, Jiraiya would already lie grievously wounded. Mingjian too had sensed it. Most cage-level shinobi relied upon chakra reserves and secret techniques, so he resolved to honor the customs of this world and engage in this spar on their terms. Mingjian's gaze suddenly turned cold as his spiritual sword transformed into twinkling starlight, instantly merging into his body. In the next moment, he soared into the air, unleashing a wave of layered silver ripples centered around him, enveloping Jiraiya, who stood 10 meters away with a look of astonishment. The sword domain can only be accessed by sword cultivators at the nascent soul stage or higher, and only a select few geniuses can comprehend its profound mysteries. Yet Mingjian in his past life was a peak sword cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. "Elder Jiraiya, please bear witness." Mingjian called out, his voice deliberately slowed amidst the buzzing sword shadows of the sword domain. "Can you withstand this strike? I should remind you lest you underestimate and end up getting hurt, old man." Sword domain, soaring dragon. As soon as Mingjian's words fell, countless spiritual swords suddenly appeared within the sword domain, their cold gleam converging into a stream in an instant. Countless sharp blades spun and intertwined, forming a sword chi that tore through the void in midair, accompanied by the deafening roar of 1,000 swords charging towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya had already entered Sage mode with the sages Shinzaku and Shima standing on either side of his shoulders, their eyes fixated on the sword light. Sage Art 5 Right Gate. Sage Art Thousand Needle Jutsu. As Jiraiya shouted, Shinzaku released a mist of oil, while Shima unleashed flames intertwining to form a massive wall. Meanwhile, several thick white hairs emerged from Jiraiya's back, coiling together like living beings to create a shield layered over the oil and fire wall. Bang! A dense cloud of white smoke erupted like a mushroom cloud, instantly engulfing Jiraiya. Ming Jian hovered in midair, his gaze fixed on the rolling smoke below, knowing he couldn't expect to subdue his opponent with this strike. Sure enough, a figure suddenly broke through the smoke. Can you handle this, kid? Oi. Jiraiya synchronized his hand seals with Shinzaku and Shima, Sage Art Supermassive Rasengan. The energy sphere, several times larger than an ordinary Rasengan, coalesced in his palm, the blue chakra vortex spinning so fast it nearly tore through the air, crashing down towards Ming Jian with earth-shattering force. Sword Domain breaking the void. A glint of determination flashed in Ming Jian's eyes as the entire sword domain shattered into fireflies surrounding him. In that moment, he felt like a celestial being charging towards the supermassive Rasengan. The instant they collided, a thunderous explosion erupted. In the blinding light, no one could see Ming Jian's figure, whether he was being devoured or slicing through the attack. Jiraiya hovered in midair, the force of that collision exceeding his expectations, even momentarily disrupting the perception of his sage mode. He stared intently at the center of the explosion, the residual heat of the supermassive Rasengan still lingering in his palm, a hint of tension inexplicably rising in his heart. Finally, as the bright light faded, a figure staggered to its feet amidst the dust. Ming Jian lifted his gaze towards Jiraiya in midair, a blood-stained smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, deliberately raising an eyebrow. Well. Not bad, Frog Sage. Jiraiya sensed that Ming Jian was unharmed, and his heart finally relaxed. Looking at Ming Jian before him, he suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Good lad. You're quite interesting. Amidst the laughter, the two sages on his shoulders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a newfound recognition for Ming Jian. Ming Jian suddenly drooped his eyelids, swaying slightly before plopping down onto the ground. I'm done. Elder Jiraiya is truly formidable. Using the sword domain at the foundation establishment stage was indeed too much for him. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly descended to Ming Jian's side, lifting him up and checking him over, astonished. You rascal, you're hardly injured, just exhausted. Shinzaku and Shima also scrutinized Ming Jian closely. Jiraiya had been genuinely worried about seriously injuring Ming Jian, otherwise he wouldn't know how to face his own disciple afterward. Ming Jian shot Jiraiya a glance, turning his head away in disinterest. He muttered to himself, what's the deal? Do they really want to hurt me before they're satisfied? Ming Jian had long understood a principle: if you can't win, it's better to keep your mouth shut. This was a lesson learned from his past life, and as for how he learned it, better not to say. It's all lessons learned through blood and tears. Afterward, Jiraiya carried Ming Jian on his back and bid farewell to Shinzaku and Shima, the celestial patterns around him fading as he reverted from sage mode. He walked towards the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village, his steps steady. How come your strength is so impressive? He asked as he walked, his tone filled with surprise. You're almost reaching the level of a general shinobi. Ming Jian did not answer, instead asking, can I go with you to the Frog Cave for training? Jiraiya, feeling quite fond of Ming Jian at the moment, didn't mind the change of topic. Everyone has their own secrets. After pondering for a moment, he replied, that's fine, your current strength qualifies. It's just, I'm not sure how to explain this to the old man. Ming Jian's eyes lit up. Leave this to me. The old man, the Hokage, has always regarded me as precious. Jiraiya replied casually, then there's no problem. But there's no rush. I still need to collect some writing materials in the Hidden Leaf before I leave, and I'll come find you then. He carried Ming Jian, his steps unbroken, but his mind was turning. Could it be that this kid is the destined child that the Great Toad Sage spoke of? Unfortunately, the Great Toad Sage couldn't specify who it was, only saying it was one of my disciples. It seems I need to keep a closer eye on him. Ming Jian's gains from tonight were tremendous. After the battle with Jiraiya, he could break through to the Golden Core stage at any moment. The leap from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core is a qualitative transformation in cultivation. More importantly, through this confrontation, he now had a clearer understanding of the high-end combat power in the shinobi world. Additionally, after interacting with the pillars of the Hidden Leaf, he gained a clear understanding of their personalities and ways of doing things. He planned to recruit Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui Mitarashi Anko, and Shizune into his sect first. As for the others, either they were overly rational like Hatake Kakashi, or their relationships were too complicated such as Akimichi Choji Asuma and others, and they were temporarily not on his priority list. The first to recruit would be Uchiha Itachi, as long as he firmly binds his interest with Uchiha Sasuke, it wouldn't be difficult to bring him on board. After all, he is quite the doting brother. Next, head focus on recruiting Uchiha Shursue. Approaching him from his core desires, his lifelong pursuit is merely the peace between Uchiha and the hidden leaf, and to protect those close to him, especially Itachi, thus placing Shizui's recruitment after Itachi. As for Mitarashi Anko and Shizune, their priority for recruitment is lower than the first two, but Ming Jian didn't dislike them. After Orochimaru's defection, Mitarashi Anko has become like a rootless grass, with no trust from any factions in the village. Just so happens his sect is recruiting, making it a perfect opportunity for her to find refuge. As for Shizune, well, it's simpler for Shizune. I will take care of the debt that Tsunade owes from gambling. What I lack the least is money, and since Shizune is in my debt, she naturally won't refuse certain requests. The ninja world values friendship. It's not like in Blue Star, where those who owe money are treated like lords. Moreover, Tsunade often frequents the casino, and with her bad luck, her debts will only increase. In this way, Shizune's debt to him snowballs, ultimately binding her to his sect. Of course, there's also his beloved Iruka Sensei. Iruka is inherently kind-hearted, and when asked for help with serious matters, he would certainly not refuse. If it's something inappropriate, Naruto has his ways. He can simply float a phrase. Iruka Sensei, you wouldn't want the other students at school to know you're working as a male model at the KTV, would you? Even if Iruka withstands this, Naruto has an upgraded version, having his lecherous sage write something paired with explosive titles he learned from Blue Star, and issue a few autobiographies for Iruka with names omitted, ensuring they would sell like hotcakes. By then he would have no choice but to nod. Of course, Naruto has a plus upgraded version. Jiraiya is extremely fast, and before long, he brought Naruto to his doorstep. The two waved simply and said goodnight to each other. Early the next morning, Naruto dropped off Naruto at the entrance of the ninja preschool, specifically reminding him to ask Iruka Sensei for a day off, then headed straight to the Hokage's office. At this moment in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was with the members of the Elder Council. Naruto was not surprised by this. He knew very well that the Hokage and the Elder Council meet almost every morning during workdays to discuss affairs. When everyone saw him enter, they all paused their conversations, their gazes fixed on him. "Oh, it's Naruto." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first, his tone filled with a hint of surprise. "What brings you here to see Grandpa today? At this hour, shouldn't you be in class at the Ninja Academy? What's going on?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Kamachi, and Mito Yuhi all smiled, waiting for Naruto's response, while Danzo's gaze was malicious. "Hokage Grandpa, Aunt Kamachi, Elder Mito, Elder Danzo." Naruto smiled and bowed slightly, his tone friendly. "I came today to tell you something. Lord Jiraiya has agreed to take me to Mount Myaboku for training, and I plan to depart in a few days." Then he quickly pulled out a palm-sized crystal ball from his ninja tool pouch and placed it on the table. "This is for you, Hokage Grandpa." Naruto had considered using the crystal ball to threaten the third Hokage if he disagreed, but with the third's wisdom, he would surely see through such a minor ploy. So regardless of the outcome, he returned the crystal ball first. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered with his pipe for a moment, and instead of reprimanding Naruto, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Jiraiya has returned to the village. Where did you run into him?" Naruto replied nonchalantly, "I met him at the Bubble Fish in the outer village." "Ah." Uzumaki Kamachi, Mito Yuhi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen almost simultaneously gasped, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. How could a 4-year-old child end up in such a place? Uzumaki Kamaki's heart tightened instantly. The outer village was her area of oversight. If Naruto truly got led astray, how could she face Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, the smoke curling up as he looked at Naruto, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. Jiraiya truly couldn't be a peace of mind wherever he went. Uchiha Danzo smirked mockingly. Indeed, a naive little brat wandering around in such places, just an unruly child. The position of Hokage should be mine. His inner malice lessened, replaced by a deep contempt. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to take several puffs from his pipe, the tobacco crackling as he stared at Naruto, and asked again, "Then tell me, what does a 4-year-old child go to a bubble bath for?" Naruto scratched his head and detailed the events from last night. "Ah." Uzumaki Kamachi, Mito Yuhi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped in unison again, this time mixed with a slight sense of exasperation. Uzumaki Kamachi pressed her forehead, feeling both angry and anxious. What were the two heads of the Dingzwa clan and the Nichiju clan doing? How could they get so drunk that a 4-year-old child had to take them to a place of indulgence? Mito Yuhi shook his head helplessly. These two guys are truly becoming increasingly unruly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. Being the village leader was not easy, as none of the high-ranking clans in the village were easy to manage. Danzo's brows furrowed, his eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny. Is this little brat forming factions? However, ultimately, it was just childish antics. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a long time, his brows slowly knitting together, but his gaze toward Naruto carried the indulgence unique to elders. Silly child training at Mount Myaboku is too dangerous. Ninjutsu isn't something you should be dealing with at your age. Grandpa cannot agree. Uzumaki Kamachi nodded, as well, her eyes filled with gentle concern. Naruto, you're still so small. Staying in the village and learning the basics with everyone is so much better. The world outside is fraught with storms. Auntie can't rest easy knowing you're running so far away. Mito Yuhi's gaze also conveyed gentle advice. Yes, child training must be done step by step. When you grow a bit more, learn your skills, while there will be plenty of opportunities to venture out. The words of the three elders enveloped with genuine warmth, while Danzo's malice seemed almost tangible. He simply could not understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen and his two colleagues would dote on this little brat so much. Or, the malice slowly morphed into murderous intent. You all need not worry about my strength. Naruto seemed oblivious to Danzo's unusual demeanor, patting his chest with confidence. Lord Jiraiya has personally verified my strength. He said I am now strong enough to train at Mount Myaboku. Hokage Grandpa, please let me go. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen often said that Jiraiya was unreliable, he truly recognized this disciple in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him pursue his dreams, even when the Nine Tails attacked the village and Orochimaru defected, when Konoha needed Jiraiya the most. At this moment, he looked at Naruto and solemnly asked, "Why do you want to follow Jiraiya for training at such an early age?" Naruto replied innocently, "Because I want to be the root of Konoha, gathering strength from the land's sunlight and rain, making this tree of Konoha grow stronger. Not just." He paused, his gaze intentionally drifting toward Danzo, to merely absorb Konoha's energy. Danzo's expression turned icy, murderous, intent surging. This brat dared to insinuate about him in front of the Elder Council. Keeping him would surely be a disaster. Whether this brat was intentional or not, saying the wrong thing could cost him his life. Hokage Grandpa, Naruto said sincerely, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha relies on everyone to support it. I will go to Mount Myaboku to learn my skills, come back to repay Konoha for its nurturing, so please let me go. Naruto ignored Danzo's increasingly sour expression. As a high-ranking figure managing dark forces, how could he be so impatient? Truly foolish. But one should fear not bad people doing evil, but rather foolish people having sudden moments of brilliance. Before the Hokage could speak, the long-silent Jitsuin Tuanzang could no longer contain himself. Mingjin, you insolent brat. At 4 you dared to form a clique, this Shursen Taibao. Now you want to cavort about with Zeolite. From your very marrow, I see you hold Mui's rules in contempt. With your demeanor, do you deserve to be Mui's root? He paused, his voice edged with uncompromising severity. A root is the unseen network beneath the soil, the cornerstone that never sees daylight. It needs no name, no feelings, and certainly not a capricious temper like yours. For Mui's survival, one must be able to sever every bond. Even blood and friendship must be offered as sacrifices. You lack even this awareness, and yet dare speak of being a root. As Tuanzang spoke, he failed to notice that 3 longtime associates at his side all glanced at him at the same instant. Elder Tuanzang, did Mingjian say anything wrong? Mingjian looked bewildered, as if he could not fathom why the venerable elder had grown angry. Inwardly, he snorted. The old man is rattled. For all his place at the heart of Mui's power, he treated a mere child as if every word were a grave offense. Since I intend to go to Myomushin with Zeolai, someone like Tuanzang is an unstable variable. Yuanfei Risen seemed oblivious to the drawn tension. He chuckled and tapped his palm with his pipe. Tuanzang, why take offense at Mingjian, this child? He spoke leisurely and tucked away the crystal orb that bore Mingjian's reflection. Mingjian, will keep that orb for now. As for whether I will consent to your trip to Myomushin, I must give it further thought. Softening his tone, he looked at Mingjian with a hint of warmth. You have not accompanied your grandfather for a roast in a long while. Tonight at the My Barbecue, let your grandfather treat. How about you feast, Mingjian? Mingjian's eyes lit up, but he suddenly remembered something and waved him off. Grandfather Hokage, I cannot tonight. I promised Brother Yu and Brother Jishue last night. We are training tonight on Jigingshan outside the village. Yu, Jishue. Those names had barely left his mouth before Tuanzang's hand clenched inside his sleeve. A vicious glint swept his eyes, an excellent opportunity. Yuzhibo Yu and Jishue were destined to be the future pillars of the Yuzhibo clan. If they fell on Jigingshan this very night, the unruly Yuzhibo clan would be left without hope. Uprooting them thereafter would be child's play. Yuanfei Risen reflected that with Kakashi and Hong watching in the shadows, nothing should go amiss, and he smiled as he replied, then another day. Tomorrow after class I will come for you and take you to a proper meal. Yes. Mingjian cheered and eagerly asked, may I bring Mingrun and Zhuozhu? Of course, Yuanfei Risen said indulgently. Bring them both. You may even bring your entire Shursan Taibao. Tuanzang disguised his murderous intent with a smile, while he sneered inwardly, Mingjian, you little whelp. Eat your damned barbecue. Tonight you must die. If you die, Risen will surely blame the Uzumaki clan for the losses of you and Jishui, so you must die. His nails bit into his palm as his mind raced. Tonight on the back mountain, they would not only eliminate you and Jishui, but also deal with this scourge Mingjian at the same time. There were also Kakaxi and Hong charged with Mingjian's protection and the unpredictable Zeolai. These allies might attempt to interfere. All the better, they could be swept into the same net. He was after all a veteran weaver of plots in the shadows. In moments a fine web spread within his mind. If the great tree of Mai were to be truly healthy, its crooked and unsightly branches must be uprooted. Not a soul of the Uzumaki clan, nor any of the tainted new generation, must be left alive. He owed this opportunity in part to Mingjian. Tuanzang had long coveted Zishui's heavenly, his successful ambush would not only end Yu Jishui and the brat Mingjian, but would also replenish his cache of Xiaolunyan, a twofold triumph. Previously, he had to arrange mysterious disappearances during Uzumaki missions to surreptitiously collect Xiaolunyan. Now the clan's strained ties with the village largely of his making would help accumulate enough Xiaolunyan to sustain the forbidden art Izanaji. He thought to properly thank Mingjian and offered a gentle smile only to meet Mingjian's beaming gaze. A hint of awkwardness flitted across Tuanzang's face, yet he forced a smile in return. Both harbored designs in their hearts. Mingjian, old man, just you wait. Tuanzang, you brat, the trap is set. Tonight you will die. Mingjian left the Hokage's office and headed straight to the Ninja Academy only to find the Shursan Taibao absent from class. When he asked teacher Yaluka, he learned that they had taken on a task from the third Hokage to clear the village's river channels. Mingjian wrote 2 notes, placed them into 2 envelopes, one tucked into his desk, the other into his bosom. Then he told Yaluka, I am a member of the Shursan Taibao. As well, I must join their mission. Yaluka smiled and nodded in agreement. Mingjian searched the village but found no one until by the outer moat, he saw the Shursan Taibao children busily at work. Kakaxi sat in a corner absorbed in Chinra Tiantang. Freed from class, the children were exuberant and greeted Mingjian warmly as he arrived. Mingjian pulled Mingren aside and instructed him to go straight home. Once they finished, there was something important he needed to tell him. Mingren, his imagination running wild, replied, happily, big brother, don't worry, you'll be home early waiting for you. Then Mingjian gathered the other Shursan Taibao members, whispered plans into their ears, and reminded them of 8 o'clock tonight. He then apologized to everyone, including Kakaxi, saying he had other business, and asking them to continue clearing the river. He emphasized this is Yunqing Jianzong's first mission. We must do it well. Tomorrow night, Grandpa Hokage will treat everyone to barbecue. Lord Kakaxi, you must join us. The Mai Shursan Taibao brightened at once, and eagerly agreed. Kakaxi tore his gaze from Chinra Tiantong, briefly closed the book, and nodded to Mingjian in measured acknowledgement. Having settled matters there, Mingjian walked toward the outer village entertainment quarter. At last, outside the Mai Hot Springs, he caught sight of that furtive yet familiar figure. Master Zeolai. Zeolai turned, seeing Mingjian, a faint awkwardness crossed his face, and he forced Mingjian, in gathering material for my writing. Did you tell the old man about going to Myomushin? Did he agree? The Hokage has agreed, said Mingjian with unwavering certainty. Though inwardly he mused, since the old master accepted my crystal orb, he must have consented. Moreover, he had enhanced the orb's function with his own spiritual energy. How could the elder possibly act ungratefully, betraying such goodwill? Very well, I understand. Now, boy, back to class. Before Jiraiya could finish speaking, his head had already turned away, evidently eager to dismiss Mingjian swiftly. I'll gather my writing material within a few days, then guide your cultivation. In the next instant, Mingjian's words, Danzo intends to kill me, froze Jiraiya in place. The statement struck him as unmistakable and utterly absurd. Danzo plotting to assassinate a 4-year-old child. Jiraiya steadied himself and locked eyes with Mingjian, asking uncertainly, what did you say? Mingjian's gaze remained resolute. Danzo will attempt to kill me tonight, with a 99.9 probability. Seeing Mingjian's solemn expression, Jiraiya's heart sank. What exactly is going on? Mingjian then recounted his suspicions about Danzo, carefully embellishing them, and revealed everything truthfully to Jiraiya. At first, Jiraiya remained skeptical. What could a 4-year-old possibly know of such secrets? Yet as Mingjian spoke, the details subtly aligned with his own covert investigations into Danzo, lending credence to nearly 7 or 8 out of 10 points. What astonished him even more was that Mingjian seemed to know more than he did. Mingjian, how do you know so much? Jiraiya pressed, his eyes narrowing. Drawing loosely from memories of Blue Star anime, Mingjian quietly attributed nearly every villainous act preceding the Chunin exams to Danzo. He knew well that even falsehoods required at least half a measure of truth to be believed, and Danzo indeed had been remarkably cooperative. Many of those misdeeds bore his shadow. From the moment I could remember, I secretly investigated the true cause of my parents' deaths. Mingjian began improvising. At first I suspected the Uchiha clan. After all, only their Sharingan could control the Nine Tails. Yet no matter how deeply I probed, I found no conclusive leads. Then on the night I turned to, an elderly man with a flowing white beard appeared in my dreams. Introducing himself as the Sage of Six Paths, he revealed that Danzo was behind it all and disclosed every one of Danzo's crimes in meticulous detail. Afterward, I quietly began investigating Danzo and his subordinates. Back then I was still very young. They never suspected a thing. And indeed, I uncovered fragments, enough to corroborate what the sage had told me. The sage also warned me that Danzo plans to wield the Uchiha Sharingan in a perilous forbidden technique, one that would plunge the shinobi world into chaos, and instructed me to seek your aid. Jiraiya, already familiar with the Sage of Six Paths, now believed 9/10 of the tale, and urgently asked, "So your current abilities were taught by the sage himself?" Mingjian's eyes lit up. He nodded vigorously. Yes. Every night, he teaches me in my dreams." Then with feigned gravity, "So truly, those deeds you heard of, the midnight knocks upon widows' doors, the bullying of children, even the impregnation of sows, were all Danzo's doing." Jiraiya's last sliver of doubt was rapidly dissolving. Mingjian thumped his chest emphatically. "Absolutely true. The sage told me himself." His expression was so earnest, so unfeigned, how could it possibly be false? The sage further commanded me to uphold justice and safeguard peace across the shinobi world. Fearing Jiraiya might catch on, Mingjian hurriedly continued weaving his tale. Within, Mingjian thought, if I spin the yarn fast enough, Jiraiya won't have time to think. His gaze grew ever more sincere, striving to transmit that sincerity undiluted straight into Jiraiya's soul. Uphold peace across the shinobi world. Jiraiya's heart surged with elation. Light flared deep in his eyes. This is the child of destiny foretold by the Toad Sage. After searching for so long, here he was right in Konoha, a needle found in a haystack. Chosen personally by the Sage of Six Paths, the child of destiny could be none other than Mingjian. Noticing the sudden fervor in Jiraiya's gaze, Mingjian's pulse skipped. Could this old man actually be falling for me? He instinctively stepped back several paces. Jiraiya, oblivious to the gesture, swept his hand grandly. "Mingjian, rest assured. From this day forth, I shall protect you with my life." Mingjian's anxiety spiked. "It's over. I've triggered his confession." Tremulously he asked, "Then, tonight, you'll follow my plan?" Jiraiya gazed at him with doting affection, his voice brimming with indulgence. "Tonight, everything is yours to command." They finalized the details and agreed to meet at 6 o'clock in the same grove as the previous night. Mingjian then hurried away, heading toward the Yukahe-controlled casino. Through Uchiha-affiliated shinobi at the casino, Mingjian located Itachi and Shursui with little effort, and arranged to rendezvous with them at 6:30 outside the city walls. Itachi and Shursui exchanged a glance, and silently nodded their assent. Once all arrangements were set, Mingjian returned home and began circulating the Great Dao Sword Scripture. At 4 in the afternoon, inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi reported to the third Hokage on Mingjian's movements since the previous night. The third Hokage sipped his tea, tapping his pipe lightly against the desk. "What is Mingjian doing now?" "He returned home and hasn't left since." "Nothing unusual," replied Kakashi, pausing briefly. "Perhaps he's simply exhausted." The Hokage fell silent for a moment before saying, "Kakashi, Mingjian will go to Kikyo Mountain tonight for joint training with Itachi and Shursui. Summon Kurenai and a squad of elite ANBU to shadow them discreetly. Ensure his absolute safety. If danger arises, immediately request village support and intervene without delay. Also report verbatim every word they exchange directly to me." "Yes, Hokage." Kakashi paused. "But what if we encounter Jiraiya?" "You are to follow his orders without question." "Understood." Kakashi bowed slightly and withdrew. "Very well. Prepare at once," the Hokage concluded, waving him off. Having completed one full cycle of the Great Dao Sword Scripture, Mingjian's essence, spirit, and vital energy had all reached their zenith. He did not rush into further meditation. Instead, he opened a hidden drawer and retrieved a bound volume. The secret manual he had meticulously crafted for Naruto, drawing upon his prior life cultivation experience. His fingers traced the yellowed cover. Then, standing motionless by the window, he gazed outward, onto the bustling street below. Though he had laid careful groundwork, the human heart ran deeper than any ocean. How could fate ever bend entirely to one's will? In his past life as a sword cultivator, he had never excelled at intricate schemes. So be it. He would become the board itself, step boldly into the game, and shatter it. For a swordsman's path demanded nothing less than fearless advance. If he departed and never returned, then he would not return. A moment later, a familiar figure burst through the door, breathless and wild. Naruto sprinted forward, his bangs whipping wildly in the wind. Spotting the smiling figure at the window from afar, his eyes instantly blazed with joy, and his pace quickened instinctively. From halfway down the street, he shouted, "Onaiken!" Ming-Jian leapt down from the windowsill just as Naruto arrived. Without hesitation, he opened his arms wide and pulled his younger brother into a firm, warm embrace. "Slow down, you'll trip and fall." Releasing Naruto, Ming-Jian handed him the manual. "This is a cultivation method I wrote especially for you, illustrated and annotated. Follow it faithfully, and one day you'll surely become Hokage." Naruto cradled the book, his eyes shining. Ming-Jian added gently, "I'll be training for a while with a very powerful shinobi, don't worry. Be good, and I'll likely be back in just a few days." Then he drew a sealed letter from his pocket and placed it carefully into Naruto's hands. "Deliver this to the Hokage first thing tomorrow morning. Do you remember?" Shh. Naruto nodded fiercely, tucking the letter securely into his vest and clutching the manual close as he leaned into his brother, "Onaiken, you must come back soon." I'll train hard." They said no more, walking side by side toward Ichiraku Ramen. Steam rose from steaming bowls of ramen. Naruto slurped his broth, eagerly chattering nonstop. Ming-Jian listened quietly, offering only the occasional soft murmur in reply. At parting, Naruto stood rooted to the spot, watching Ming-Jian's figure recede into the distance, still waving vigorously, "Onaiken, come back soon, please." At the summit of Jegging Mountain, the wind swept through the grass and trees, carrying the fresh scent of nature. Jishui turned to ask Ming-Jian, "Ming-Jian, why have we come to Jegging Mountain?" Beside them, the 9-year-old Itachi, slightly slender, stood a head taller than the 4-year-old foundation establishment, Ming-Jian vigilantly observing the surroundings. Ming-Jian stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the distant sea of clouds. He did not respond immediately. After a long pause, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Danzo wants to kill us. We are here to wait for him to come and do so." Jishui was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ming-Jian, you little rascal, who does Danzo want to kill?" Ming-Jian replied calmly, "He wants to kill you, me, and also Itachi, Kakashi, and Hong." He then called out loudly, "Kakashi-senpai, come out." From the nearby bushes, Kakashi, accompanied by Hong, and a team of Anbu, slowly emerged. Jishui looked astonished. "Kakashi, what are you doing here?" Itachi lowered his head to greet him. "Hello, Kakashi-senpai." Kakashi nodded in response. Hong could not help but ask, "What do you mean Danzo wants to kill us?" Ming-Jian did not answer. All eyes were on him, yet he gazed towards the mountain path, remaining silent. The mountain wind suddenly grew heavy as two figures approached slowly from the path. The figure in the front, Orochimaru, wore the iconic black cloak with red clouds of the Akatsuki, his crimson vertical pupils gleaming ominously in the shadow of his hood. He raised his hand to push the hood back, his voice laced with a soft, sinister smile. "The wind on Jegging Mountain is still so refreshing." Standing beside him was Scorpion, similarly clad in a black cloak with red clouds, his hood pulled low, revealing only a faint seam where his chin was stitched. A hoarse voice came through his mask. "Orochimaru, don't waste your breath on these dying people. Focus on the mission first." Everyone understood from Scorpion's words that this matter would not end well today. Ming-Jian mentioned Danzo wanting to kill them, but how was Orochimaru involved as well? Orochimaru's formidable aura, akin to a tangible force, pressed heavily upon them, while Scorpion's presence was equally intimidating. The two pressures intertwined, weighing down on everyone's chests, making it hard to breathe. Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and the person beside him was supposedly Scorpion from the Akatsuki. This formidable lineup left everyone feeling uneasy. It seemed they might not survive this encounter. All of them took a defensive stance. The three Anbu members of Kakashi's team wore grim expressions and stepped forward to shield the front. One of them quietly raised his arms, seemingly intending to send a signal to the village. Orochimaru sneered, "Your messages won't get out, don't waste your efforts. Since we are here, none of you will leave alive." Ming-Jian remained silent, simply sizing up Orochimaru, and Scorpion secretly admiring the beauty of the Akatsuki's red cloud cloak. This was also his first time meeting the highly popular Sannin, so he gently spoke. "Orochimaru-senpai, Scorpion-senpai, you cannot kill us. Just bring Danzo out." Orochimaru and Scorpion exchanged glances, feigning ignorance. "Danzo, isn't he one of your Konoha people?" "He's not here." Ming-Jian shook his head helplessly. "Jiraiya-sama, come out." A robust figure rushed out in response, landing beside Ming-Jian and staring at Orochimaru as he spoke loudly. "Orochimaru, long time no see." It was indeed Jiraiya. Orochimaru sneered, "Oh, it's you, the Thailander. Are you here to deliver yourself to death?" Scorpion remained silent, yet his fingers were already resting on a scroll at his waist, ready to strike. Ming-Jian shot Jiraiya a glance, and the latter understood immediately, shouting, "Danzo." As long as I'm here, you can't harm Ming Jian and the others. If you dare come out and show me your skills. After a moment of standoff, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the mountain path. Danzo appeared accompanied by over 200 root ninjas surrounding the summit where Ming Jian and the others stood in a half circle, making escape impossible. These individuals had a heavy presence, their faces devoid of expression. The few at the forefront were particularly striking. A ninja with a cross scar on his left cheek, his hand resting on a short blade at his waist. He was the loyal Shanchong Wind, who had followed Danzo for 20 years. Another man wearing a bronze mask was the oil girl Longman, whose hands were wrapped in bandages and could manipulate puppets from 10 different bloodline limit clans. There was also a female ninja styled with a single ponytail, Feng Mo Huang, specializing in rude interrogation and assassination. Kakashi's brow twitched violently. Elder Danzo, what are you planning by bringing so many people and colluding with outsiders? Danzo ignored Kakashi, his gaze fixed firmly on Ming Jian. Ming Jian, tonight is your death day. Before his words fell, Ming Jian suddenly raised his hand, a cold flash of sword light cutting through the air. Danzo was instantly cleaved in two. Just when everyone thought Danzo was dead, his body strangely writhed and began to recover the flesh at the severed point, intertwining as if alive. Uchiha Jishui and Uchiha Itachi both gasped in unison. Is this? The Uchiha clan's forbidden technique is Anaji. Their eyes narrowed, fury boiling beneath the surface. How could Danzo have learned this forbidden technique? Jishui glared at Danzo, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. What have you done to my Uchiha clan members? Danzo no longer concealed anything, his right arm's bandages unraveled, revealing 10 Sharingan that were wrapped around it, their crimson pupils moving beneath the skin, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Ming Jian sighed inwardly. Indeed, he had underestimated Danzo. He had intended to deliver a lethal strike, while Danzo was unprepared and had yet to activate his Anaji, yet he hadn't anticipated that Danzo had activated it even before revealing himself. This forbidden technique transforms death and damage experienced in a short time into an illusion at the cost of consuming Sharingan. Looking at the 10 Sharingan on Danzo's right arm, it was equivalent to Danzo having 10 lives. Danzo stared at Ming Jian, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by rage. Good, very good. Ming Jian, I didn't expect you to hide this deep and possess such strength. Before Ming Jian could speak, Jiraiya stepped forward, positioning himself in front of him, and sternly shouted, Danzo, put away that smug face of yours. How many innocent Uchiha clan members have you and your root killed? Do you even deserve to be called a Konoha ninja? As long as I am here today, you cannot lay a finger on Ming Jian. Danzo snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over Jiraiya. Jiraiya, your opponent is not me. Today, Jigging Mountain will be your grave. Suddenly, Orochimaru stepped forward, his crimson vertical pupils locking onto Jiraiya. His sinister laughter was laced with provocation. Tailender, your opponent is me. It has been quite some years since we last sparred. Why don't you turn around and leave now? I could let you go. Jiraiya snorted coldly, his hands rapidly forming seals, a low incantation emanating from his throat. In an instant, a faint golden chakra aura enveloped him, and red markings appeared around his eyes as Sage Mode activated. Orochimaru, cease your nonsense. His voice became deep and steady, carrying an undeniable pressure. Today I will settle the matters between us. Scorpion snorted coldly. Jiraiya, stop boasting. Today the three of us are here dealing with you and a bunch of small fries. You won't even know how you died. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, a thought crossing his mind. Though Scorpion's words were rough, they revealed the current situation. He turned back to Ming Jian and whispered, Kid, how should we fight? Should I hold them off while you guys find a chance to escape? Ming Jian shook his head. Jiraiya, you hold off Orochimaru. He'll go kill Danzo and his root. Kakashi, you and the others deal with Scorpion. Just be careful of his poison and hold him off. Jiraiya knew how strong Ming Jian was and did not say more. What Ming Jian said was indeed the best course of action. Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Ming Jian, my mission is to protect you. I'll retreat behind me. Before he finished speaking, a spirit sword with a pearlescent glow formed in Ming Jian's hand, and in a flash he shot toward Danzo like an arrow released from its bow. The sword light shattered the dead silence of the standoff, and the battle erupted in an instant. Ming Jian charged forward, ignoring Kakashi's words. In his view, this situation was set up by Jishui, Itachi, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and others. These were all people he valued greatly. Only by experiencing life and death could one be considered a true strong person. In his past life as a peak sword cultivator, he had faced perils and life-threatening tribulations that were 100 times more dangerous than the current situation, yet he had never shown an ounce of retreat, always forging ahead. Furthermore, he was already involved, so Kakashi, hang in there and survive. Among them, he valued Kakashi the most. The leadership talent he had displayed in the anime of Blue Star was now the perfect opportunity for honing. Jiraiya shouted listen to Ming Jian, and then charged towards Orochimaru. Kakashi's mind was still spinning with the third Hokage's words of listen to Jiraiya, yet Jiraiya chose to listen to Ming Jian in the end. Did they really have to be commanded by a 4-year-old child? Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Kakashi silently recited, "A ninja's duty is to obey orders," and stopped entangling himself in this strange chain of command, then said in a deep voice, "Follow me." As soon as he spoke, he quickly swept towards the direction of Scorpion. Shan Zhongfeng Yunlongma and Feng Mogwang were the first to meet him, while the root ninjas surrounded them like a tied kunai and shuriken intertwining to form a nearly impenetrable net of hidden weapons. Ming Jian did not flinch or dodge, wielding his sword to carve a smooth arc of light, accurately deflecting the incoming hidden weapons, his steps never pausing. Every sword strike aimed at the enemy's weaknesses, either prying open Shan Zhongfeng's mechanical limb joints, severing the threads of the parasitic bugs thrown by Yunlongma, or forcing back the poison blades of Feng Mogwang. In close quarters combat, the peak foundation establishment physique and the swordsmanship experience from his past life gave Ming Jian a distinct advantage. He moved as swiftly as a ghost, his stamina and energy far surpassing that of ordinary people, and whenever he seemed about to be surrounded by multiple root ninjas, he could always carve out a path to escape. Ming Jian's sword momentum suddenly quickened, his brows furrowing slightly. He was not incapable of ninjutsu, and could even unleash a sword domain that consumed tremendous spiritual energy, but at this moment he needed to conserve his power. He knew that in the worst-case scenario, he would have to kill Danzo 10 times. Thus he only employed the most basic sword techniques, thrusting, flicking, chopping, and cutting, without any unnecessary movements, each sword strike targeting a vital point. Feeling that his efficiency was too slow, he muttered shadow clone technique. With a low shout, 3 shadow clones simultaneously appeared, forming a triangular formation as they plunged into the crowd. Though the clones possessed only 30% of his original spiritual energy, they inherited his precise swordsmanship and swift body techniques, deliberately targeting the weak points of the root ninjas. On the other side, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had already engaged in battle. Jiraiya slammed his hands on the ground and earth flow river stirred up a murky torrent, but Orochimaru transformed into several white snakes that darted away, then countered with hidden shadow snake hands, sending dozens of venomous snakes to bite at Jiraiya's vital areas. Jiraiya leaped into the air, unleashing fire release, great fireball technique, the flames instantly engulfing the snake swarm, forcing Orochimaru to reveal himself. In the forest of Jeking Mountain, Kakashi issued the command, Itachi, use the shuriken shadow clone technique for suppression. Everyone else protect Hong and Jishui. As soon as he finished speaking, Itachi quickly formed hand seals with both hands, throwing several shuriken into the air, which exploded into a rain of blades, precisely intercepting the puppets that surrounded them from both sides. Scorpion's voice came from the puppet, tinged with impatience, boring, probing. Suddenly the crimson flowing jade shattered backward, and 2 figures gracefully landed. On the left was a female puppet dressed in a light blue kimono. On the right was a male puppet clad in a dark short coat. These were puppets made by Scorpion using the bodies of his parents. The hands of my father and mother will tear apart your defenses. The 2 puppets suddenly moved. The female puppet flipped her wrist, shooting out hundreds of poison needles from her kimono sleeves aimed at Hong with a devious angle. The male puppet drew his sword from its sheath, the blade gleaming as it struck towards Jishui, the technique unmistakably bearing the shadow of the Sand Village's swordsmanship. Jishu's eyes sharpened his Sharingan, capturing the trajectory of the blade, and he angled his kunai to deflect the sword, simultaneously forming hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. As the fireball repelled the male puppet, he had already closed in on the female puppet, thrusting his kunai straight at the chakra line interface on her back. Hong used the momentum to leap backward, activating illusion technique, mirage technique, creating shadowy duplicates around her to confuse Scorpion's judgment. Kakashi took the opportunity to maneuver around his Sharingan, piercing through the weaknesses of the 2 puppets. Umbu restrained the male puppet. He shouted as he stepped forward, lightning release Chidori blade striking precisely at the joint seam of the mother puppet, sparks flying as the puppet's right arm went limp. Scorpion's voice suddenly changed tone, filled with unprecedented fury. How dare you touch her? The 2 puppets embodying Scorpion's obsession instantly vanished. You are not worthy to touch them. Scorpion's voice echoed from the depths of the crimson flowing jade, cold and filled with rage. Now it's time for you to taste true fear. Are we switching to the big guy? Kakashi called out to everyone, get back. Scorpion pulled a scroll, and a towering puppet slowly emerged, clad in the wind shadow's cloak. It was none other than the 3rd Kazekage. Everyone's pupils constricted suddenly, their hands gripping their weapons involuntarily tighter. The third Kazekage, a member of the Umbu on the left, exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. That legendary ninja, known as the strongest Kazekage in history, had mysteriously disappeared without warning years ago, and the Sand Village had searched the entire ninja world for news of him only to discover that he had become a puppet in Scorpion's hands. Magnet release Iron Sand Rain was unleashed in an instant, a fine rain of iron needles pouring down like a storm. Danzo stood in the formation watching Ming Jian disrupt the root formation with just his clones. A glint of menace flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly said to Shan Zhongfeng, and the others formed the formation. The three understood immediately. Shan Zhongfeng engaged Heating Yun Longma unleashed the parasitic bugs to form a wall of insects blocking the retreat, while Feng Mogwang circled around to the rear, his poison dagger aimed directly at Ming Jian's back. Ming Jian's main body and clones turned simultaneously, 4 swords pointing at Feng Mogwang. At the moment of spiritual energy exploding, her poison blade was actually knocked from her grasp. Time's up. Ming Jian sneered, disregarding the knocked away Feng Mogwang, leaving 3 clones to entangle the enemy. His main body flickered and arrived before Danzo the spirit, sword striking directly at his right arm. Danzo hurriedly retreated, but unexpectedly Ming Jian was even faster. Turning the slash into a thrust, he precisely pierced through Danzo's heart. Danzo felt intense pain and suddenly realized Ming Jian was referring to the time limit of Izanagi. However, Danzo had already activated Izanagi, his injuries rapidly healing as he looked at the tender figure before him, fear rising in his heart. Having long resided in the shadows, Danzo's sharpness had dulled, his shadow-level strength barely existed on the front lines. Indeed, after being in the dark for too long, he had long since adapted poorly to the bloodshed of the light. Ming Jian's gaze was like a sword fixed on Danzo. I still need to kill you 9 times. Ten Sharingan 2, already rendered useless. A move once made cannot be undone. Ming Jian held the black stones, Danzo the white. Yet at this moment Danzo mistakenly believed Ming Jian held the white. This single misjudgment might well mark the first step into the abyss. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, massaged his aching lower back and pushed the final document to the edge of his desk, his gaze drifting idly toward the crystal orb resting upon its stand. With a light tap of his fingertip upon the orb's smooth surface, a faint smile curved his lips. How was young Ming Jian faring in his special training with Itachi and Shursui? Had it not been for the mountainous pile of official duties anchoring him to his seat, he would have gone to observe in person. Yet the orb's range was limited, confined strictly to Konoha's inner village. Outer villages and Mount Kikyo lay beyond its reach. Just as a tender concern for the younger generation stirred within him, it was inexplicably eclipsed by a quieter, more furtive impulse. His Adam's apple bobbed, tinged with quiet self-reproach for what he knew was morally dubious. Yet he still channeled chakra into the orb, and its glow flared sharply. He had intended only to scan the training grounds, but his gaze slipped unbidden toward the Soul Pleasure District nestled within Konoha's inner village. The vision sharpened, and then piercing the silence of the Hokage's office came a crisp, unmistakable cry en masse. The third Hokage jolted upright from his chair, his weathered face flushing crimson. Since when did the crystal orb transmit sound? His embarrassment was profound, akin to that of someone on Earth opening a video sent by a friend. The thumbnail looked perfectly respectable, yet the audio was anything but, and the volume was turned all the way up. Outside the Hokage's office, 2 Yanbu guards stood motionless, breath held, until that indecorous sound erupted from within. Both froze instantly, rigid as statues. They exchanged a glance, shock and bewilderment flashing across both faces, then silently retreated several paces. What on earth is the Hokage doing? Don't speculate. Though spoken lightly, their minds already churned with a torrent of wild, unspoken images. Their heads bowed low, but their ears pricked high. Indeed, the third Hokage, hailed as the Professor of Ninjutsu, a title bestowed by Iruka, was legendary for good reason. In an instant he suppressed his fluster. He suspected Ming Jian was behind this, and immediately channeled chakra again, eager to uncover whatever new function the orb now possessed. The orb's field of perception expanded outward, first encompassing the outer villages, then surging onward to Mount Kikyo, and finally stabilizing upon its snow-dusted peak. How many people? The third Hokage blinked. Then his expression hardened into grim alarm. Meanwhile, among the 13 young prodigies of Konoha, all save Ming Jian and Naruto had gathered at the gate of the Ninja Academy's kindergarten. They vaulted the wall with practiced ease, slipped noiselessly into the classroom, and strode directly to Ming Jian's desk. Deputy sect leader Sasuke crouched low, reached inside, and retrieved a letter folded with meticulous care. Scrawled boldly across its envelope were these words: "To my dearest brothers, the 13 young prodigies of Konoha." Let Niji read it, suggested Shikamaru, arms crossed and leaning lazily against the desk. He knows the most kanji after all. No one objected. All eyes turned to Hyuga Niji, the undisputed scholar of the group, whose literacy was unmatched. Niji nodded, accepted the letter, and gently broke the seal. His eyes skimmed the first line, and his face paled. Hurry. Minjin Jurizuma Kakashizuma, Uchiha Shursue Sasuke's elder brother, and Kirinizuma. They're in danger atop Mount Kikyo. Danzo means to kill them. Each child carried the heart of a savior. Of Konoha, even of the world itself. And now they buzzed like ants on a scalding pan, clamoring to rush straight to Mount Kikyo. Wait. Shikamaru, Niji, and Aburame Shino stepped forward in unison to halt the surge. Shikamaru frowned. Our presence would change nothing. We'd only be fodder. Return to your clans at once. Summon your elders, and let them lead us to rescue sect leader Minjin. At Mount Kikyo, Orochimaru and Jiraiya faced each other, two old rivals too intimately acquainted for any swift resolution. This duel would last days, perhaps nights, before yielding a victor. Jiraiya had drawn Orochimaru to the mountainside, while Orochimaru himself felt no urgent desire to kill. Danzo had promised himself from the first Hokage Hashirama Senju for research. Having already received his advance, and thoroughly satisfied, he was merely biding time with Jiraiya. Minjin's objective was already half fulfilled to ensure Danzo could not stir unrest in Konoha while he and Jiraiya journeyed to Myaboka Mountain. Danzo was difficult to kill, and Minjin never intended to eliminate him tonight. Rather, he sought to brand Danzo a traitor to Konoha, severing all hope of his ever ascending to Hokage, a fate far more agonizing than death itself. Meanwhile, Minjin carved through Danzo's root forces like a dragon through mist, waiting only for Danzo's Izanagi to cool before striking again. In just moments, two more of the Sharingan eyes embedded in Danzo's arm had already sealed shut. Kakashi's situation, however, was dire. He, Kurenai, Uchiha Shursue, and Uchiha Itachi had scarcely trained together, while their opponent Sasori possessed battlefield instincts honed to lethal perfection. Kurenai and Shursue, both masters of Genjutsu, were precisely the kind of targets Sasori favored. Thus they became his primary focus. The third Kazekage puppet moved like a war god incarnate, driving them to the brink of despair. And yet amid the chaos of Aroti, Minjin fought with effortless grace, and still found room to monitor Kakashi's plight. Seeing Kakashi momentarily unharmed, Minjin relaxed, continuing his deliberate, measured pace. Though Kurenai was formidable in Genjutsu, she held no irreplaceable rarity in his estimation. After all, the shinobi world held many masters of illusion, not her alone. And truly, what shinobi path has ever been walked without confronting life and death? Minjin cast a glance toward Kurenai, who now teetered on the edge of catastrophe, yet his eyes remained calm, untroubled. In this world, death was neither anomaly nor tragedy. He could not abandon Danzo's front to rush to her aid. He had already weighed the odds. Should Kurenai fall, Uchiha Itachi, whose mastery of Genjutsu surpassed hers, would seamlessly assume her role. Then with a thunderous multi-limb strike, the third Kazekage puppet hurled 3 ANBU guards, shielding Kurenai violently aside. Before anyone could react, a torrent of irons and rain descended, dense, unrelenting, leaving Kurenai with nowhere left to retreat, no space left to evade. Irons and kunai shrieked through the air, aimed to pierce her heart, when in the blink of an eye Kakashi materialized before her. He flashed forward, drew his tanto in one fluid motion, and raised it crosswise between them, its blade clashing sharply against the irons and projectiles, halting the killing blow mid-thrust. A cold smirk flickered across Sasori's lips. He uttered a low command, secret technique, Iron Sand Realm. Instantly vast quantities of irons and coalesced around the third Kazekage puppet, then surged forth like a typhoon, lashing down a storm, bearing down upon Kakashi and Kurenai. Kakashi, still reeling from his earlier parry, had no time to extract Kurenai from the technique's overwhelming radius. Needle-sharp irons and rained down in merciless density, trapping them utterly, both on the verge of annihilation. Minjin sighed inwardly. He had given Kakashi a commander rating of 97 out of 100, but just now he deducted a point. How could a commander endanger himself for the sake of saving a woman? What Minjin did not expect was that Kakashi's current identity was merely a captain of the Umbu, far from deserving the title of commander. However, he did not remain idle. He first shouted Sword Domain Condense, and struck down a large number of root ninjas. Immediately afterward, he used the teleportation technique that only nascent soul cultivators could comprehend, appearing before Kakashi and Hong in an instant. As Kakashi and Hong saw him suddenly appear, their faces lit up with joy, but Minjin swiftly kicked them away, sending them far out of the range of the sand and iron domain's attack. Minjin had no time to pay attention to the flung Kakashi and Hong. His gaze was fixed on the scorpion behind the third Kazekage puppet, a cold smile forming on his lips. Sword Domain Wandering Dragon. As the words fell, countless spiritual energies suddenly coalesced into numerous spiritual swords, surging like a flock of dragons toward both the third Kazekage puppet and the scorpion. In midair, the spiritual swords collided violently with the dense sand and iron remnants, producing a deafening crack and a shower of debris, yet they did not hinder the momentum of the spiritual swords, which howled through the air and instantly reduced the third Kazekage puppet to dust. At the same time, the scorpion could not help but laugh. His eyes widened in joy, glancing at the place where the third Kazekage puppet had vanished, then looking down at the various holes in his puppet shell, a low laugh escaping his throat. Good, good, good. The scorpion looked at Ming Jian with eyes full of appreciation, a grin spreading on his lips. Stinky kid, how should I reward you? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly formed seals, and numerous cracks appeared in the puppet shell from which hundreds of identical young puppets surged forth, the clattering of metal joints sounding like a torrential downpour. Ultimate secret art, 100 machine performance. Next, the main puppet spewed forth an unquenchable flame, its orange-red tongue licking the air, bringing a scorching wave of heat that surged toward Ming Jian. Inferno prison formation. Hundreds of puppets wielding knives, forks, swords, and halberds followed closely behind. A double attack was unleashed, one side a torrent of puppets blocking the sky, the other side the hellfire burning to the bone, trapping Ming Jian's escape in an instant. At this critical moment, two figures burst through the edge of the puppet torrent like a gale, piercing directly into the battle circle. 8 gates of Duanjia open. Gate open. Li's roar was accompanied by a scorching wave of heat, his green jumpsuit trailing shadows as he moved at high speed. He forcefully kicked off from a puppet's shoulder, using the recoil to spin and unleash a precise leaf hurricane, shattering 3 young puppets in the front row. Li, don't be reckless. Kai followed closely behind, his fierce brows blazing with fighting spirit, quickly forming seals with his hands. Leaf strong force hurricane. The powerful gust from his legs swept out like an invisible giant fan, forcing the rushing puppets back several steps and tearing open a gap at the edge of the hellfire. He caught sight of Kakashi, who was dazed from being kicked away by Ming Jian, and grinned, revealing his iconic white teeth. Kakashi, the azure beast of Konoha, has come to save you. A battlefield as passionate as this can't be without us too. Earlier, when Kai heard Li urgently shout that Kakashizuma is in danger at Kikyo Mountain, without a second thought, he grabbed his disciple's arm and dashed toward Kikyo Mountain. The trees along the way rustled in the strong wind generated by the two, and he shouted as he ran, Li, bring out the speed of youth. If we're a second late, that show-off will be done for, and all my hard training for that big move will be for nothing. Li had already opened the first gate, his entire body radiating heat that nearly solidified. He charged forward along the path. Kai had opened his fist, smashing toward the nearest puppet teacher. Kai, this is the passion of youth. The master and disciple moved left and right, weaving through the torrent of puppets like 2 bolts of green lightning. Kai swept through a large number of puppets with his fierce leg technique, buying Ming Jian some breathing space. Meanwhile, Li focused on the straggling puppets, attempting to circumvent the flames, each collision of fists and feet accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering metal. Taking advantage of the moment, Ming Jian gathered his spiritual power, glanced at the two who had suddenly joined in, and smiled slightly, just in time. Seeing the changes in the battle situation, the scorpion's excitement grew even stronger, his fingers controlling the puppets, moving even faster. 2 more to send to their deaths, huh? Very well, let you both taste the might of the 100 machine performance. The torrent of puppets became even more frenzied due to their controller's anger. Then the scorpion spotted Orochimaru rushing back from the mountainside, slithering like a crafty snake, his expression urgent, shouting from afar, Scorpion. The moment Ming Jian's gaze passed over Orochimaru, he saw behind him the robust Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya were leading thousands of Anbu toward them. When Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya's eyes fell upon the unscathed Ming Jian, their previously tense expressions relaxed suddenly, and they smiled in unison. Stinky kid, the two said in unison, their steps quickening as they rushed toward Ming Jian. Following them were the other 13 guardians and the experts from their clan. Even members of the Hinata branch family were present, including Hinata Hizashi. Shikamaru Niji and Shino saw that the situation ahead was not much different from what Ming Jian had described, and their tense faces finally relaxed, revealing smiles at Ming Jian. They were more perceptive than the other 13 guardians, initially fearing that their mobilization would be for nothing. At this moment, they completely let go of their worries and felt even more convinced by Ming Jian. However, the main branch of the Hinata clan had not yet arrived, and even Hinata herself was absent. Ming Jian trusted Hinata. Yet now no one from the main branch of the Hinata clan had come, leading him to ponder. Either Hinata's father did not value this daughter at all, or the main family intentionally blurred their stance between Konoha's upper echelons and Danzo's faction, wanting to remain neutral. With this thought, a hint of coldness flashed in Ming Jian's eyes. He was not Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would tolerate them. As long as things were stable, that was enough. In his past life, such a wishy-washy and seemingly steady fence-sitting faction had always been the first to be dealt with by Ming Jian. Hinata Hisashi's closeness in Ming Jian's heart instantly fell from the original 1 point of favor due to Hinata to 99. The scheme Ming Jian set to lure Danzo was already hiding a deeper calculation, whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen taking the initiative to yield in the future or persuading the third Hokage to step down as long as he ascended to the position of Hokage. Today's confrontation would be the initial foreshadowing of his attitude toward various clans and ninjas when he held power. The crowd had split into 2 factions, the Konoha side and the opposing trio, Danzo Orochimaru and Sasori, who now stood apart. Hiruzen Sarutobi strode swiftly toward Naruto, Kin gazing at him with unmistakable affection, then carefully probed his pulse with chakra, confirming he was unharmed and his breath steady. Before exhaling in quiet relief, "You reckless boy. Next time something like this arises, don't shoulder it alone and risk your life. Just tell me," the old man. "And do you think I'd hesitate to stand by you? And just how many secrets are you hiding, boy?" The warmth vanished from his face the moment those words left his lips. Turning to Danzo, his eyes hardened into glacial shards, cold, piercing, and heavy with sorrow. "Danzo, how did it come to this? Weren't you once the root of Konoha? Yet as that very root you struck down Konoha's most vital next generation, Naruto, Kin Shursue, Itachi, Kakashi, and Kurenai, without mercy. Look at you now, I can hardly bear it." His gaze then shifted to Orochimaru, the disciple he had once cherished above all others. His expression one of profound disappointment. "Orochimaru, you truly seek death." I still held on to our master-disciple bond. But he abruptly fell silent, staring at that face, so familiar yet so alien, before letting out a deep, weary sigh, leaving the rest unsaid. Finally, his eyes slashed across Sasori like a blade, "Scum of the Akatsuki, to dare desecrate Konoha's soil. From this day forth the entire Akatsuki will be hunted by Konoha. Should any of you show yourselves, you'll be obliterated on sight, reduced to dust, and scattered to the winds." Danzo's gaze turned venomous as he fixed Hiruzen with a grim stare. "Hiruzen, it's done. There is nothing left for me to say." He knew with absolute certainty that the Hokage title was lost to him forever. Yet he bore no self-reproach, not for his cruelty toward Konoha's rising generation. His soul's seething hatred burned for one person, Naruto Ken, the boy whose unfathomable strength had shattered every pillar of his grand design. Without pause, he whirled toward Orochimaru, voice edged with desperate concession. "Orochimaru, I possess Hashirama's cells. In exchange, I demand entry into the Akatsuki." Orochimaru remained utterly unruffled even in this dire strait, a faint sardonic smile playing upon his lips as he replied, "A rather profitable bargain indeed." Then turning calmly toward Hiruzen, he spoke with deliberate slowness. "Master, do you believe me? I merely happened to pass through this place." Sasori offered no retort. He feared being struck down on the spot by an enraged Hiruzen, answering only with a sharp, contemptuous snort through his nose. At that moment, every eye in the clearing converged upon Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. After a moment's silence, his gaze sharpened with resolve. With a decisive downward sweep of his arm, he commanded, voice low and ironclad, "Seize them, all of them. Danzo, Orochimaru, the Akatsuki operatives, and the entire Root Division. Not one is to escape." At his order, Konoha's shinobi tightened their grips on their weapons, stepping forward to apprehend the targets, when a voice cut through the air to seize Akatsuki members. "Third Hokage, your confidence borders on arrogance." A sudden gust whipped sand into the air, and midair tore open a warped spatial rift. From its black vortex emerged figures one by one. Pain's Deva path landed first, his Rinnegan gleaming coldly in the shadows. Behind him followed Konan, Kata, Dudara, and Zeth. Finally, the masked figure masquerading as Madara Uchiha stepped forth, half his mask catching the light with a metallic chill. It was his Mangekyo Sharingan spacetime jutsu that had transported the Akatsuki's core directly before Orochimaru. "Third Hokage, your decree holds no weight here." Masked, muffled, and laced with quiet menace, Tobi's voice carried over the crowd as his gaze locked onto Hiruzen. "Did you think to move against us without first asking me?" Deidara, unable to contain himself, already advanced, clay bomb clutched in hand. "Brother Sasori, watch me turn these Konoha shinobi into fireworks." Art is explosion. Haiden swung his scythe with a cruel grin. "Perfect. Let these fools witness the power of the god of evil." Pain's Deva path hovered midair, raising a hand to still the two restless figures. His gaze swept over Sasori, Orochimaru, and Danzo, then settled unwavering upon Hiruzen. Calm yet radiating absolute authority, he declared, "Hokage of Konoha, you may step aside or vanish." Tobi tilted his head slightly, glancing sidelong at Itachi Uchiha across the field, a faint inscrutable curve tugging at his lips. This chaos had only just begun. Konoha's shinobi tightened their grips further. Hiruzen drew deeply on his pipe, clearly unprepared for the Akatsuki's sudden, overwhelming arrival. Naruto Ken had contemplated such a scenario, but never truly believed it would unfold before his eyes. He stepped to the forefront of Konoha's line, his gaze sweeping over the Akatsuki. The most dangerous among them was unquestionably Pain's Deva path, and he feared above all else that a single Shinra Tensei might erase Konoha's elite in one devastating blast. With solemn gravity, he addressed Jiraiya and the aging Hokage grandfather. Lord Jiraiya, please withdraw. I have my own means to handle this. Then he raised his voice to the Konoha shinobi behind him. 13 pillars of Konoha, heed my command. Evacuate your families immediately. Do not hinder me here. I, the sect master, have already made my arrangements. Indeed, he had long prepared for precisely this contingency. Naruto-ken, you speak nonsense. Hiruzen snapped, flustered. Do you take this Hokage for a mere ornament? Rest assured, the advantage lies firmly with Konoha today. Jiraiya stepped forward, placing a firm hand upon Naruto-ken's shoulder. Brat, don't think a little talent lets you shoulder everything alone. Have you forgotten? Your teacher isn't yet so ancient that he needs protecting from his own student. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector. His Sharingan flickered to life in moments like these. How could we ever let our juniors stand at the front? Kurenai lifted her eyes to Naruto-ken's back, her gaze softening with unexpected warmth. The image of him pulling her from peril lingered vividly, so vivid in fact that the phrase hero rescuing the maiden drifted unbidden into her thoughts. She had entirely forgotten the moment just hours earlier when Naruto-ken had kicked her skyward with brutal force. Women remain after all creatures of sentiment. She did not retreat a single inch. Instead, she stepped half a pace forward, settling firmly behind Naruto-ken, and murmured gently, I won't leave. Naruto-ken stiffened inwardly. What in the world is this woman doing? 3 simple words, and she modulated her tone 3 times. Meanwhile, under Shikamaru's leadership, the 13 pillars of Konoha roared in unison, we swear to live and die with our sect master. Shikamaru, always making things harder for me, Naruto-ken muttered under his breath. Shursui and Itachi Uchiha had already informed Fugaku Uchiha, and the assembled Uchiha elite who had rushed to the scene, of Danzo's use of Izanagi. In that instant, every Uchiha present turned as one toward Danzo, their eyes blazing with volcanic fury. Under such circumstances, retreat was utterly unthinkable. Other Konoha shinobi likewise clenched their weapons. No one stepped back. Their eyes spoke a single unshakable vow: we advance, or fall, together. Even Orochimaru, encircled at the center, let out a derisive chuckle. More united than I imagined. Pity. Before absolute power, such bonds are meaningless. Pain's Deva Path's palm already shimmered with gathering light. His patience for this standoff had clearly run its course. Stand down. Ming Jian spoke with finality. This is something I must face alone. Only by crossing through my past can I become truly strong. If I do not return, watch over Odo-do for me. With those words, he ceased pleading, rose slowly, and hovered in midair, locking eyes across the void with Pain Tiandao. In an instant, his aura detonated outward, an invisible pressure like mountains collapsing, and seas roaring swept from the heavens to the earth. The entire Jieging mountain was hammered into stillness by that force. Wind choked off as if strangled the air, so heavy it could be wrung like water. Sword Domain World-rend. With a low cry, Ming Jian's sword domain unfurled only to collapse and shatter into motes of flowing light that poured back into his body. The next moment, his whole being became a colossal blade suffused with a primordial sheen. With a keening that rent the sky, he hurled himself like a living sword toward the stunned members of the Shao organization. The people of my stood frozen. Ming Jian's words, I must face this alone, repeating in their minds, leaving nothing but confusion and torment. Before they could gather their thoughts, the sky split open. Thick bolts of lightning writhed like maddened dragons and smashed down, without restraint, instantly swallowing the area where Ming Jian and the Akatsuki had been gathered. Thunder detonated with ear-splitting fury. The searing light stung their eyes, and the air crackled with electricity, exuding the bitter scent of char. The storm forced Mui's people to retreat step by step. The ground beneath their feet had been scorched and cleft. Several thinner bolts licked their hems and shattered the surrounding stone to powder. Third Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, order a retreat. Kakashi was the first to roar, his voice torn apart by the thunder. The lightning is still spreading. Fall back to the base of Jieging Mountain. Others followed with urgent shouts. The storm's reach was visibly expanding, and if they did not withdraw at once, everyone would be swept into it. Members of the Uchiha clan, eyes bloodshot, would not move. Their gaze was fixed on the lightning-racked center, and in that moment their more extreme instincts erupted. If you leave, then go. I'll watch Tuanzong die with my own eyes. Someone screamed, struggling only to be hauled away by my shinobi, half-dragged toward the mountain's base. Under the lightning, the world shifted color. The third Hokage stared at the region consumed by electricity. His pipe had long since fallen to the ground. Jiraiya, his usual roguish grin gone, wore a face of iron. Both men looked upon the sea of thunder and knew Ming Jian would not return. With such lightning, even the toad sage of Miamu Mountain would be reduced to bones. Only now did everyone finally grasp the meaning of Ming Jian's words about facing it alone. Power that twists the heavens into portent. Where could such force have come from for nothing? The world never bestows such favors without cost. To possess strength capable of overturning the heavens is to accept the baptism of thunder in return. Hong stood rooted. Ming Jian's charge toward the godlike presence within the Shao organization burned into his mind. Though Kakashi and others dragged him back, his eyes remained fixed on the storm's heart, the place where Ming Jian had last been swallowed by light. Retreat. Fall back down the mountain. Hiruzen Sarutobi flung out his hand and shouted, his voice raw in the thunder. He was the Hokage, he could not show weakness. Everyone evacuate the Jigging Mountain area immediately. Jiraiya bellowed after him. Don't dawdle. This is an order. Without hesitation, they shouldered their struggling Uchiha companions and ran headlong down the slope. Behind them the storm still raged. The place Ming Jian had pierced had become a null zone into which even chakra could not penetrate. Ming Jian, you son of a snake. Sasuke, held tightly by Itachi as they retreated, felt as if a chunk had been torn from his chest. The pain threatened to shatter him. His mind was a whirl. He had been plotting against his brother Itachi, planning to drag him into the Yunqing sword sect as Grand Elder once he was defeated, yet at the core of his thoughts still burned the desire to defeat Ming Jian. Whether to settle old slights or to seize the sect leader's seat, he had not yet had his reckoning. Why did he have to go now? Sasuke howled toward the storm, but could not catch his breath. His eyes flashed crimson, then spiraled into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he slumped unconscious. Itachi's chest tightened at the sight of his brother collapsing. Grief and a sudden furious rage knotted together as the three crimson tomo in his eyes began to twist and reshape, his own Mangekyo Sharingan awakening. Elsewhere, Uchiha Jishue was forced down the mountain by ENBU members. As he watched the place where Ming Jian had vanished, memories of their recent bond and of Ming Jian's resolve to die for my crushed his chest like a stone. In that instant, his eyes too evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. On that same day, 3 new pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan bloomed within the Uchiha clan. It was both curse and fortune coursing through Uchiha blood. What Yinshuayuo, the eldest son of the Six Paths sage, left to his descendants was at once a shackling agony and a power of protection. The Akatsuki were the unluckiest of all. Ming Jian could not be fought by any of them, yet he had drawn them into a heavenly tribulation. All the same, how terribly poetic. Ming Jian handled the tribulations from Foundation establishment through Golden Core with ease. After all, he had abundant experience from a past life. In this life, he stood alongside Ming Ren and Sasuke, the 2 sons of Tian Dao, and was not singled out by the tribulation's wrath. Tuanzong, newly inducted into the Akatsuki, suffered most. The root operatives he had painstakingly trained, loyal to the end, along with his 3 great lieutenants, were reduced to nothing but ash. He himself was left with only 2 Sharingan blinking dimly upon his arm amid the lightning. Next came Orochimaru. He summoned a sea of snakes to shield him, but the moment they appeared, the tribulation struck them down, turning them into roasted coils. He himself became a shameless serpent, darting through the rifts of the tribulation while bawling at Tuanzong for more money. Pay up. Then it was Sasori's turn. His hundreds of puppets pressed their master's body beneath them in protection. Whether those puppets conducted electricity or not, Ming Jian could not say. He only saw them shudder under the lightning, somehow taking on a rasping liveliness that made them seem almost animate. Haiden and Kakazu clung to one another. Both possessed near immortality and were not overly panicked. They rolled and dodged within the thunder sea, guarding each other. Amid the all-consuming lightning, Haiden seemed to find a new creed. Kisame Hashigaki hefted his Samahata great blade overhead. He had never feasted so well and puffed into a round ecstatic shape, drooling foam at the corners of his mouth as his fish eyes rolled white. Daidara White, Zetsu Black, Zetsu Obito, and Konan were sheltered by Pain Tiandao. In the violent conflagration, Obito's Sharingan was bloodshot as he stared at the collision between the lightning and Pain's ultimate. He dared not use his space ability for fear the turbulent energies would shred him and his Kamui space apart. Pain's devastating techniques detonated in succession. Ming Jian watched with a wicked appetite. If not for the inopportune timing, he might have munched on a couple of snack packs. Feel the pain, Shinra Tensei. A repulsive force exploded outward and tore open the web of lightning. Bansho Tenon. Gravity gathered the lightning into a sphere and hurled it aside. Super Shinra Tensei. A repulsion tens of times stronger pushed back the sea of lightning, carving a vacuum and sending ripples through space. Chibaku Tensei. The dark core swelled into a gravity ball that swallowed lightning and shattered stone. Space warped, and the clash of energies felt like the heavens and earth wrestling. Pain Tiandao wanted to finish Ming Jian along with the others, but Ming Jian had become a man's word, darting swiftly through the lightning and repeatedly skimming over his comrades. Pain could not strike his own people and could only watch powerless as events unfolded. Mount Kikyo's summit. Heavenly thunder roared without discrimination, ravaging all present. Due to limited intelligence and the fundamental incompatibility between the cultivation systems of the two worlds, the Akatsuki shinobi mistook Ming Jian's tribulation, the heavenly tribulation marking his ascension from foundation establishment to golden core, as a bloodline limit or forbidden jutsu. They were certain such cataclysmic techniques must exact a devastating toll, perhaps even eroding the user's foundational essence. Confident in their own survivability, the Akatsuki members hesitated not a moment before choosing to endure the celestial tribulation alongside Ming Jian. They waited only for this so-called bloodline limit or forbidden technique to subside, then would deliver retribution in full measure. Among them, Danzo and Orochimaru burned with the fiercest intent. Danzo's murderous intent was palpable, forged by Ming Jian's destruction of his life's work. He longed only to flay him alive and scatter his ashes to the winds. Orochimaru, meanwhile, fixed his golden vertical pupils upon that power, eyes gleaming with insatiable avarice, to dissect, analyze, and unravel Ming Jian down to his very marrow. Though inviting others into the tribulation vastly amplified its fury, Ming Jian remained utterly unruffled. After all, one who has weathered titanic storms meets mere rivulets with serene composure. In his past life, he had personally endured countless heavenly tribulations and witnessed countless others' ordeals. Consider Heaven's Dao VCR 9. In that former existence, the heavenly Dao manifested as the divine oracle whose peerless divinatory arts granted him unfettered ease and sovereignty. From the fates and fortunes of mighty cultivators to the trivial daily affairs of common merchants and laborers, nothing escaped his calculations. All beings revered him as a deity, wherever he wandered crowds thronged in reverent procession. His travels effortless, his freedom absolute. The divine oracle's own cultivation had long reached the pinnacle of tribulation transcendence. Yet he employed a secret art to suppress his realm, deliberately refusing ascension. After all, how could the heavenly Dao possibly strike itself? Later, however, he foretold with certainty that Ming Jian's sworn brother Du Yi would fail his own ascension tribulation. When word reached Ming Jian, he seized the divine oracle on the spot. The heavenly Dao realized to his shock that his peak tribulation transcendence cultivation stood no chance against Ming Jian's mere early-stage tribulation transcendence strength. Bound and captive, the first question Ming Jian posed was, "Do you know when your own tribulation will descend?" The divine oracle already grasped Ming Jian's intention. If he answered yes, he would be mocked for stating the obvious. If he claimed ignorance or lied outright, Ming Jian would simply divine the truth himself. He loathed sword cultivators, yet hated Ming Jian, that unparalleled sovereign of the blade above all. On the day of Du Yi's tribulation, Ming Jian bound him and kicked him headlong into the lightning, forcing the heavenly Dao to strike itself in grotesque paradoxical self-destruction. In the end, the heavenly Dao was reduced to ash by its own thunderbolts. Ming Jian descended onto the battlefield bearing the Dao-severing sword and escorted his loyal brother Du Yi safely into the immortal realm. The heavenly Dao once attempted surrender during Ming Jian's 10th trial. It assumed the form of an ethereal beauty beyond mortal imagining. Whether Ming Jian chose bestial indulgence or something even more depraved, she had resolved with ironclad resolve to find pretext enough to send this villain straight to the immortal realm. Yet she never imagined Ming Jian would seize her by the throat, carry her across 10,800 li, and slay her outright. Shattered in Dao heart, the heavenly Dao plunged into profound doubt, questioning both her aesthetic judgment and her wisdom. Wailing and weeping, she sought out her elder sister, the heavenly Dao of the immortal realm, begging her to avenge this humiliation. Ultimately, as Ming Jian ascended, his elder sister unleashed the 9 heavens' divine thunder and obliterated him. Ming Jian moved freely within the tribulation, drawing lightning into his body. His sinews and bones cracked and reforged in rhythmic thunderclaps, his flesh seared and regenerated layer upon layer. Within him, spiritual energy fused with lightning, surging, contracting, spiraling, scouring away impurities until naught remained but pristine ash. Deep within his dantian, a golden core slowly coalesced, its surface etched with arcane lightning sigils. Even as the core solidified, Ming Jian's thoughts surged like storm-tossed waves. Among the Akatsuki, only Black Zetsu and Obito stirred in him absolute, unyielding hatred. Black Zetsu claimed immortality, but even the Otsutsuki clan could perish, either shattered by overwhelming force or sealed away to wither with time. Moreover, Black Zetsu was but the fusion of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will and flesh, logically far easier to sever. Yet his current strength fell short. Even the tribulation could not wholly eradicate Black Zetsu. So he set the matter aside for now. Obito was different. After Rin's death, madness consumed him, his soul saturated with hatred for the world. Even if Rin truly returned, he might yet kill her himself, to preserve only the phantom Rin enshrined in his tormented heart. Ming Jian possessed neither Naruto's tongue of persuasion nor Kakashi's bonds of kinship. To end Obito here would spare endless future complications. Of the others, only Kakuzu, Orochimaru, Pain, and Konan held any significance. Kakuzu, the ultimate workaholic, labored tirelessly to amass wealth, yet spent almost nothing. How could Ming Jian not admire him? Should he ever return to planet launching and take but one companion, Kakuzu would be his unequivocal choice. Pain and Konan, like him, yearned for peace across the shinobi world. Had schemers like Danzo and Sancho not intervened, they might never have walked this path. He had long intended to recruit them. After all, he too sought to unify the shinobi world and secure its lasting peace. Ming Jian did not covet Konan for her wealth nor for her gentleness and beauty. He sought no superficial collection. Orochimaru, however, was a scientific zealot. His decades-long research into shinobi technology would prove invaluable in years to come. So long as Ming Jian safeguarded him, supplied ample research materials and funds, and ensured uninterrupted focus, Orochimaru would remain blissfully oblivious to external affairs, devoting himself solely to advancing his technological mastery. The tribulation ended. As the final bolt of lightning dissolved into the horizon, ambient spiritual energy surged violently into Ming Jian's body. The heavenly Tao bestowed auspicious blessings. 10,000 beams of radiant light enveloped him. Owing to his profound karmic ties with pivotal figures of this world, the heavenly Tao granted him blessings far surpassing ordinary tribulation rewards, propelling his cultivation further, lifting him firmly into the mid-golden core realm. More astonishing still, as spiritual energy flooded his frame, his physique stretched and grew within the luminous aura. From the stature of a 4-year-old child, he rapidly ascended, within moments standing tall as a youth of approximately 1.7 meters. His face, shedding childish softness, bore the sharp, tempered edge of lightning-forged refinement. His entire being now resembled a newly unsheathed razor-edged sword. Yet his garments, once perfectly fitted, could not keep pace with this explosive growth. Sleeves and pant legs now strained taut, ending abruptly far above wrists and ankles, transforming him absurdly into a walking pair of short sleeves and short pants. The Akatsuki watched Ming Jian's aura surge with stunned paralysis. Only now did they begin to grasp, dawning horror chilling their spines, that their earlier assumptions had been utterly mistaken. This was no forbidden jutsu, no bloodline limit. Before their very eyes, he had seized the tribulation itself as catalyst and achieved breakthrough. Ming Jian was no longer the Ming Jian of moments ago. He was the Ming Jian of this instant. He now commanded sword techniques vastly more potent than before. Aerial flight became sustained and effortless. Vast skies opened before him as boundless terrain. His divine sense expanded dramatically, perceiving every tremor and whisper in his vicinity. His physical body, refined by lightning, grew supremely resilient. His vitality surged like a tidal flood. Even grievous wounds, severed limbs, so long as his golden core remained intact, would regenerate with unstoppable vigor. Now brimming with defiant grandeur, Ming Jian raised his hand, sword finger pointed sharply toward the assembled Akatsuki, and declared in ringing voice, "A single golden core forges my being. I command my fate. Heaven holds no dominion over me. I do not single out any one of you. Every person seated here is worthless." Ming Jian admitted that his voice earlier had been a bit loud. He had just broken through and had let his arrogance take over. Just as those bold words faded, the ninjutsu of the Akatsuki members poured down like a torrential rain. Danzo's eyes burned with deep-seated hatred as the strongest wind released ninjutsu targeted Ming Jian's vital points. While Orochimaru flicked his tongue, his golden eyes glowing with the fervor of a collector of rare treasures, several white pythons lunged from afar, their giant mouths wide open, aiming to bite down on Ming Jian's flesh. Ming Jian's form darted and dodged amidst the dense onslaught, his speed as swift as a fleeting shadow. Yet many ninjutsu still swept across his already short clothing, tearing the short sleeves into strips, revealing a torso refined by spiritual energy, with 8 defined abdominal muscles glistening under the sky. His shorts were also shredded, riddled with holes, almost providing no coverage. However, he remained unscathed. Those attacks capable of rending rock were blocked by the protective spiritual light of the Golden Core stage, and at this level, they could not breach his defenses for now. Ming Jian attempted to sneak attack Obito several times, but each was evaded by the latter's phasing ability, causing him to sigh inwardly. As he dodged the overwhelming assaults, he glanced around in midair, already feeling a desire to retreat. But then he thought again and felt unwilling, immediately unleashing Sword Domain, breaking boundaries, and Sword Domain, Flying Dragon, launching 2 sword, moves towards the Akatsuki members, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing this moment, he instantly flashed to Xiao Nan's side, grabbing her by the neck, and then with another instant move he flew away with her in tow, turning to flee into the horizon. "Don't chase," Ming Jian shouted back while fleeing. "If you pursue, I will strangle her. Want to redeem her? Bring 100 gold coins to Konoha to trade with me." Upon hearing this, the money-loving Kakuzu's face darkened. 100 gold coins. He would have to take on several missions just to cover that expense. Kakuzu glared at Ming Jian as he took off with the already rolling eyes, Xiao Nan, his throat tightening with the urge to say, "Why not just forget it?" He glanced at the silent pain beside him, whose Rinnegan showed no emotion, and ultimately swallowed his words. Obito attempted several times to use his Kemui to pull Ming Jian into another dimension, but was always evaded by the latter's timely phasing. Ming Jian, once a peak tribulation transcendence sword cultivator, was highly sensitive to spatial fluctuations. At this moment, he utilized the spatial ripples caused by Obito's Kemui to phasely carry Xiao Nan even farther away. Obito ultimately did not pursue. He feared that Konoha's members might be hiding in the shadows or waiting to counterattack when their forces were split, which would lead to heavy losses. As the dust gradually settled, the Akatsuki members watched as Ming Jian, carrying Xiao Nan, became a mere shadow on the horizon, all feeling helpless. In the end, they could only watch as Ming Jian vanished with Xiao Nan, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a complex tangle of emotions. Ming Jian did not return directly to Konoha, but instead began to spread out his spiritual sense nearby while holding Xiao Nan. He was well aware of the distance limitation of Pain's control by Nagato. In the previous storyline, Pain's active range barely reached near Konoha, indicating that Nagato's main body must be nearby. Sure enough, a smile crept onto his lips as he flashed in front of Nagato, who immediately commanded the 5 Pains to obstruct him, but it was utterly futile. Ming Jian had broken through the obstacles, arriving before Nagato's main body, placing the unconscious Xiao Nan down, his face radiating brilliance as he cheerfully greeted, "Hi Nagato, senior brother. Who are you? Why do you call me senior brother?" Nagato asked, solemnly, fully aware that his life and death hinged on the thoughts of this young man before him. Ming Jian calmly introduced himself. When Nagato learned that Ming Jian was the disciple of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and was about to be taken by Jiraiya to practice at Mayaboka Mountain, he subtly acknowledged Ming Jian's strength and identity, his tense expression easing slightly as he was willing to engage in conversation. "Did you come to kill me, seeking my Rinnegan?" Ming Jian chuckled, speaking with frankness. "If I wanted to kill you, why would I bother explaining so much? Actually, like you, Xiao Nan and Yahiko, I am also in pursuit of peace in the ninja world." As he mentioned Yahiko, Ming Jian deliberately emphasized the name, catching a fleeting tremor in Nagato's hand resting on the armrest of his wheelchair. Nagato fell silent, and Ming Jian smiled lightly as he waited. After a long moment, Nagato raised his eyes, his voice hoarse. "Do you know Yahiko? Did Jiraiya Sensei tell you?" That name had never been forgotten. Ming Jian neither confirmed nor denied it, but his smile grew softer. Nagato, seeing his silence, continued, speaking his voice low. "Do you know that we once believed in Jiraiya Sensei's words? Yahiko died, and I became like this." His words were wrapped in an inescapable heaviness. Ming Jian remained silent, quietly listening to Nagato's recounting. He understood that what Nagato needed most at this moment was a listener. Moreover, given the current situation was entirely under his control, eliminating Nagato and Xiao Nan would be as easy as pie. He was in no rush. Nagato, noticing Ming Jian's continued silence, did not mind and let out a bitter smile. "You ninjas from Konoha, raised in the sunshine, how could you possibly understand the pain of those of us who grew up crawling in the mud? Because of the so-called interests of those big shots, wars are waged at will, and it is always us weak ninja villages that suffer. It was hard-earned when Jiraiya Sensei, it brought us a glimmer of hope, only for it to be crushed in the mud by Hanzo. You sit in your stable village talking about peace while we risk our lives just to survive." Nagato's chest heaved violently, carrying the roar of suppressed emotions accumulated over the years. "You don't understand at all. How could you, living in a stable village, understand our suffering?" His eyes surged with hatred and despair. "My home is gone. Yahiko is dead. Those who want to live well are all trampled into the mud. You only speak of peace, yet your hearts are never satisfied. It's you who starts the wars, yet the ones who die first are always us." In truth, Nagato had long since given up hope of living. He knew too well the power of the Rinnegan. How could anyone willingly give up the Rinnegan, capable of overturning everything for the sake of so-called friendship and ideals? Ming Jian looked at the distraught Nagato, feeling utterly helpless. His senior brother Nagato was in a state of emotional upheaval, and saying more would be of no use. He only regretted that Naruto had not yet grown up, unable to share the burden. Ming Jian pondered for a moment, then raised his gaze to meet Nagato's eyes, speaking clearly. Nagato, senior brother, I do not seek peace in an illusion. When I unify the ninja world and bring true harmony, there will naturally be no more trivial matters. When faced with injustice and unfairness, I will simply cut them down with my sword. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable conviction, as if declaring an inevitable outcome. Changmin was taken aback after hearing Mingjian's words, his mind a chaotic mess. How many traitors were hiding within the Akatsuki organization? The gentle spiritual energy flowed in through the point of contact, gradually washing away the dark injuries accumulated in Changmin's body over the years, while the spiritual energy of the world slowly converged, nourishing the already depleted vitality of Changmin. After circulating for one cycle, Mingjian released his hand, realizing that haste could lead to failure. Feeling the long-lost warmth rising from his frail body, Changmin noticed Mingjian, smiling as he spoke again. Changmin, senior brother, whether you believe it or not, I do not wish for you to be my enemy. If we can create this ideal together, that would indeed be the best. Mingjian paused, his gaze serious. Try to use the power of the Rinnegan as little as possible. I will help you gradually restore your body. After a brief pause, his tone turned a bit stern. Some people are not to be trusted, such as Afei Abito and those like Heibai. After finishing his words, Mingjian lifted his foot and kicked Xiao Nen, who was lying on the ground, pretending to be unconscious on the rear. Hey, Akatsuki's white tiger sister Xiao Nan. How long do you plan to stay on the ground? Xiao Nan's eyelashes trembled slightly, yet she stubbornly kept her eyes shut. All those pretending to be unconscious cannot be awakened. Mingjian helplessly shrugged, a mischievous smile hidden within. He turned to Changmin, deliberately elongating his tone. Senior brother Changmin, shall I send you on your way now? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Nan suddenly sat up, and 6 trillion explosive tags instantly spread out like a tide, surrounding the area tightly. But the moment she raised her eyes, she collided with Mingjian's dog-like grin. Xiao Nan suddenly realized she had been tricked. Without thinking, she swiftly moved to stand in front of Changmin, her voice tinged with anger from being played. You little brat, what other tricks are you planning to pull? Mingjian stared at the explosive tags flying in the air, his lips twitching, blood flowing in his heart, as he secretly cursed. Still didn't have time, this wasteful girl. Ultimately, Mingjian took Xiao Nan away. He needed to borrow Xiao Nan's white tiger ring to keep in touch with Changmin during his training at Mayaboka Mountain, promising that once he returned from his training, he would set her free. On Changmin's side, after his body improved, he had enough strength to protect himself, no longer needing to rely on Xiao Nan for protection. Moreover, he genuinely wanted Xiao Nan to stay by Mingjian's side, to observe this unpredictable junior brother carefully. However, he still sat in his wheelchair, his fingers rubbing the armrest. There were more urgent matters at hand. He decided to reassess each member of the Akatsuki organization. Who exactly were the hidden traitors? Were Afei Abito and Heibai truly as untrustworthy as Mingjian claimed? When the third Hokage and Jiraiya returned to the top of the Kikyo mountain, the members of the Akatsuki organization had long since vanished. All that remained were charred holes struck by heavenly lightning, with rubble and broken wood scattered everywhere, creating a scene of utter devastation. The two, undeterred, searched the ruins meticulously, but could not find any trace of Mingjian. The third Hokage's hands trembled slightly as he spoke heavily. Mingjian is likely in grave danger. Jiraiya frowned, his throat tight. If he were still alive with his personality, he would have returned to Konoha long ago to report safety. If he were captured by the Akatsuki, they would use him for leverage and would definitely leave some noise or message. He would not simply disappear without a trace. The wind swept up the leaves on the ground, and the two looked at the empty mountaintop, the last shred of hope being blown away. The third Hokage and Jiraiya returned to Konoha and sorrowfully announced the news of Mingjian's death to the entire village. The village of Konoha plunged into mourning, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, personally posthumously awarded Mingjian the highest honor and held the most solemn hero's funeral. The people of Konoha were quite familiar with this process. The craftsmen carving the monument worked swiftly, quickly engraving Mingjian's name solemnly onto the hero's monument, placing it alongside the names of past heroes. On the other side, the stone masons sculpting the Hokage rock continued their work, meticulously carving Mingjian's likeness to embed it into the wall, symbolizing the Hokage, placing it beside the statue of the third Hokage. In just half a day's time, this ceremony carrying the highest respect was completed. The newly added name on the hero's monument glistened coldly under the sunlight, while the new face on the Hokage rock silently gazed down upon the entire village of Konoha as if it had never left. Once comrades of the Konoha 13 Guardians, now suddenly one was missing. Except for Naruto, the other 11 cried heartbreakingly at the funeral. Naruto, however, wore a calm expression on his face. Neither sad nor tearful, it was just that the brother who had always protected him was gone forever. Gazing at the somewhat youthful statue on Hokage rock, his red eyes were already reddened from tears. Asuma looked at her trembling shoulders, his heart tightening instinctively, wanting to step forward and say something comforting. But just as he moved, Hong gently took 2 steps back, raising her tear-filled eyes to shake her head at him, her gaze hiding too many unspeakable emotions. Before Asuma could say anything else, Hong turned around and silently walked towards the direction of Kikyo Mountain outside the village. Asuma's outstretched hand froze in midair, ultimately lowering it helplessly, left alone in place. The wind blew from the direction of Hokage Rock, making the air beside him feel particularly empty and lonely. It was finally time for the evening banquet. Naruto, usually talkative, was unusually calm at this moment, mechanically eating while moving his chopsticks to pick up food. Facing the comforting words from the 3rd Hokage Jiraiya and the other comrades of the Konoha 13 Guardians, he politely responded one by one, as if he had suddenly grown up a lot in an instant. Hong sat at another table, not far away, her gaze fixed on Naruto, her eyes somewhat unfocused. After a moment, she abruptly raised her cup, taking a large gulp of spirit wine, hiding an unspeakable bitterness within. The 3rd Hokage warmly greeted the ninjas from the village attending the banquet, his aged face straining to maintain its usual composure, yet he couldn't help but frequently glance up at the new figure added to Hokage Rock. Mingjian's statue still bore a youthful innocence, silently gazing down upon the village in the night, causing his heart to feel a tightness. He instinctively reached for his waist, wanting to take a puff of smoke to calm his emotions, but his fingers met empty air, suddenly remembering that the pipe that had accompanied him for most of his life had somehow been lost in the chaos of Kikyo Mountain. The 3rd Hokage sighed, helplessly picked up the cup on the table, and tilted his head to swallow a large mouthful of strong liquor. The spicy liquid burned down his throat, but it couldn't suppress the surging sourness and melancholy within his heart. Mingjian and Xiao Nen changed into ordinary clothes, and just as they stepped into Konoha village, they sensed something unusual. The once bustling streets of the outer village were now desolate. Even the entertainment venues that usually never closed were tightly shut, and the air was thick with a heavy silence. As they walked towards the inner village nearing Hokage Rock, Mingjian suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking up at the familiar rock wall, where his previously youthful likeness was prominently displayed right next to the statue of the 3rd Hokage. Xiao Nan's heart skipped a beat. This junior brother of hers was actually placed alongside the Hokage of past generations. As Mingjian was lost in thought, a group of Umbu ninjas rushed past them, muttering, "Hurry up, don't delay the banquet." The leading Umbu caught sight of the Konoha headband hanging from Mingjian's waist, gave it no further thought, and casually patted his shoulder. "Quickly, it's time to eat." Saying that, he unceremoniously pulled Mingjian and Xiao Nen into the crowd. Surrounded by people as they reached the square in the inner village, both were stunned to find that the square in front of the hero's monument and the long street was filled with banquet tables, with one table after another stretching from the square all the way to the end of the street, the sounds of lively chatter echoing. The Umbu thought little of it, pulling Mingjian to find a nearby table to sit down, grabbing chopsticks and stuffing food into their mouths, not forgetting to urge them, "Eat quickly, we've been busy all day, just waiting for this hot meal." Xiao Nen, feeling hungry, sat down and began to eat vigorously. Mingjian looked at the table full of dishes, then at the villagers around them enjoying their meal. Recalling his father Minato's funeral, he slapped his right hand against his head, exclaiming in his heart, "Could it be that the old 3rd Hokage has died?" Although Mingjian felt a slight unease in his heart, he ate heartily out of respect for the food, savoring each bite of the pork knuckle and sip of fine wine, showcasing the spirit befitting a young man. Xiao Nen watched her junior brother eat, and her hunger intensified. The Umbu ninja at the same table stared in astonishment. The two of them looked slim, yet their small bellies seemed like bottomless pits, and the food on the table was quickly devoured by them. They were unaware that Mingjian had just emerged from a fierce battle and advanced to the golden core stage, needing to replenish his energy, while Xiao Nen, who had been hastily flying with her neck in Mingjian's grip, was now trying to make up for the food she had lost. Both had their reasons for eating. As soon as they finished at this table, Mingjian and his companion cast their eyes toward the adjacent table, licking their lips, and then with bowls and chopsticks in hand they walked over. They ate from the end of the street all the way to the seats in the middle of the square, and the villagers of Konoha regarded them as 2 starving dogs. Wherever they went, the villagers hurried to protect their bowls. The focus of this feast shifted from the 3rd Hokage's table in the center of the square to the pace at which Mingjian and his companion were eating. The 3rd Hokage observed this scene and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Who are these brave warriors, from which family?" After ascending to the golden core period, Mingjian's stature had grown, resembling that of an adult. Xiao Nen had changed into a beautiful kimono. Her eating style was rather unrefined, contrasting sharply with her usual dignified demeanor. It was quite normal that the 3rd Hokage did not recognize the two. He only felt they looked somewhat familiar, yet could never have imagined that the female warrior was actually Xiao Nen, who had just fought against the ninjas of Konoha and a founding member of the Akatsuki. a key figure in the Akatsuki's HR position, Xiaonan, and she dared to brazenly feast in the stronghold of the opposing faction. Moreover, the other male warrior was none other than the protagonist of this feast, the one who was supposed to have perished, Uzumaki Mingjian. Hong temporarily set aside her sorrow, drawn to the commotion caused by Mingjian and Xiaonan. She gazed at Mingjian's strikingly handsome face, and the more she looked, the more she felt an inexplicable familiarity, her gaze lingering on his face. Asuma, observing all of this, tightened his fist, then abruptly relaxed, yet his heart shattered and pieced itself back together repeatedly. He was looking at her, and she was looking at him. Mingjian and Xiaonan approached the table of the Legendary Three, to be precise the 11 of the Legendary Three, along with Akamaru. Naruto went over to the third Hokage's side, sitting next to Grandpa Hokage. The table had 12 seats, 11 of the Legendary Three, plus Akamaru, just enough to fill it. As Mingjian and Xiaonan continued their feast, they became increasingly picky, refusing to eat anything that looked unappetizing and only moving their chopsticks toward the main dishes, a sight that was soon noticed by a displeased Sasuke from afar. Sasuke had no intention of letting Mingjian and Xiaonan off easily. He positioned himself in front of the table and declared, "You two gluttons, go to another table. This is our exclusive spot, the 11 of the Legendary Three." Hey, did this fool not get enough of a beating last time? Mingjian immediately clenched his fist, ready to confront Sasuke, but out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of the table already ravaged by this group of kids, and Akamaru, which was simply unbearable to look at. Then his eyes suddenly brightened. He picked up 2 unopened jars of spiritual wine from the table and turned to Xiaonan, pulling her along as he left. Aside from Akamaru, who barked a couple of times in protest, the others completely ignored Mingjian's act of taking the wine. The news of the death of the sect leader weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, and all were engulfed in silence, having no mind for anything else. Besides, they were young and didn't drink, so it didn't matter who took it. "Hey, old folks, squeeze over a bit and make space for me," Mingjian instructed as he noticed Naruto deeply engrossed in his meal, prompting the third Hokage and Jiraiya to make room for him. After all, young people need to grow, and this is the time for them to eat and grow. As for the elderly, they are at the age of striving, so how can they indulge in food and drink? The third Hokage secretly chuckled. The warrior he had his eye on indeed had some guts. He didn't say much, but shifted a little closer to Naruto, signaling to Jiraiya to move over as well. Jiraiya didn't want to move, but for the third Hokage's sake, he complied, yet inwardly, he wondered, are the young ninjas this bold now? How could they be so unaware of etiquette? Xiaonan stood behind Mingjian and found there was no available seat at this table. She scanned around, and aside from Naruto, everyone else was an elderly person looking quite formidable. So she walked straight up to Naruto and said, "Hey kid, go to the children's table and swap out that dog." Mingjian listened from the side and thought to himself, isn't Xiaonan too vengeful? Just because Akamaru barked at her a few times, she actually stripped him of his right to eat at the table. However, Naruto ignored Xiaonan, and upon hearing Mingjian's incredibly familiar voice, he suddenly looked up, staring blankly at Mingjian. The more he looked, the more he felt that this figure and aura were exactly like his brother, but he didn't dare call out, fearing he might be mistaken. The greater the hope, the heavier the disappointment. Naruto fixed his gaze without moving, while the third Hokage and Jiraiya, noticing his focus, also began to examine Mingjian, their brows furrowing tighter with each passing moment as the sense of familiarity grew stronger. At this moment, Mingjian was oblivious to the stares. He had picked up the largest pork knuckle on the table and was gnawing on it with gusto. Seeing the three of them staring intently, Mingjian mumbled, "What are you looking at me for? Just eat already. By the way, whose banquet is this?" The third Hokage and Jiraiya exchanged glances upon hearing his words, simultaneously directing their scrutinizing gazes at Mingjian and Xiaonan, their hearts filled with questions. From which family are these two young people? Did they not know about the announcement made today? Naruto, however, eagerly chimed in, wanting to confirm his suspicions. Grandpa Hokage said, "My brother is dead. He did so much for the village, resisting the Akatsuki, clearing out traitors. This banquet is for my brother. How many brothers do you have?" Mingjian paused in his chewing, looking at Naruto and asking. "One, Uzumaki." Mingjian. Naruto blurted out. Mingjian was stunned for a moment. "When did I die?" Upon hearing this, Naruto instantly erupted in joy, tears streaming down his face without warning. He leaped from his seat and lunged toward Mingjian, while Xiaonan quickly sat down. The third Hokage and Jiraiya were equally dumbfounded, seeing the disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Jiraiya uncertainly spoke, "You are Mingjian." Only then did Mingjian react, roughly guessing that the people of Konoha had not recognized him as he was now. He shot them an annoyed glance, his mouth still full of unchewed pork knuckle, and mumbled indistinctly, "It's really me. Did I just grow up a bit after breaking through my cultivation? It's all related to the technique passed down by the Sage of Six Paths." His voice wasn't loud, and with his mouth full only Jiraiya, the third Hokage, and Naruto, who was staring intently at him, could clearly hear. Naruto had buried his head in Mingjian's embrace, rubbing his tears and snot all over him, and cried out, "Anakin, I miss you so much." Anakin. It had only been a day since they last met, yet it felt like 3 autumns had passed. In this brief time, Naruto had endured too much. The regret of not being able to stay by Anakin's side, the lingering worry, and the fear that could not be concealed. All these emotions surged forth, transforming into uncontrollable sobs. The third Hokage quickly covered Naruto's mouth, his eyes filled with both joy and urgency, turning to Mingjian with a hint of reproach. "You little brat, if nothing's wrong, why didn't you return to the village sooner to report? And what about that sage of the 6 paths?" He hurriedly glanced around, seeing that the other ninjas and villagers at the tables were either eating and drinking or chatting amongst themselves. Even those who caught a glimpse of Naruto in such a state assumed it was merely the emotion of missing his brother that had finally overwhelmed him, not noticing anything unusual, except for their table. The third Hokage immediately lowered his voice and said to his old companions at the table, "This matter must remain confidential for now, and don't make a fuss." Then he turned to Mingjian, huffing in annoyance. "Mingjian, how do we resolve this? Should we just go along with it and pretend you're dead? How about you simply change your name and surname to Sarutobi Jianren?" Jiraiya chimed in with a mischievous grin, addressing Mingjian. "Hey, that name sounds good. You see, Sarutobi Jianren. It immediately makes you sound like family to the old man. Rest assured, as your elders, how could we harm you?" Mingjian retorted dryly, "Not really." Naruto had snuggled deeper into Mingjian's arms. His mind was filled with questions. How had Anakin grown up overnight? Where had Anakin been all this time? But he understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. He simply pressed tightly against Mingjian, feeling the solid comfort of having him back. On the surface, Conan focused solely on devouring her food, but her ears were already perked up in secret. She inwardly fretted, how would the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, react when he learned her true identity? Inevitably the moment would come, and when the third's gaze fell upon her, it made her nerves tighten. "Mingjian, who is this girl? Is she perhaps your mistress from outside?" Mingjian nearly choked on those words and looked at the old Hokage. "Don't say such nonsense. She is the renowned white tiger of the Akatsuki." Conan felt a chill run down her spine. It was over. She was done for. How could Mingjian expose her so directly? Instantly, all the old men and women at the table fixed her with sinister gazes, causing her hand, which was reaching for food, to tighten abruptly. Her heart raced to her throat as she lowered her head, observing her nose and heart, too afraid to meet anyone's eyes. Mingjian appeared completely oblivious to the suddenly tense atmosphere at the table, gulping down his drink while raising an eyebrow at Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, this is your disciple, right? Conan, have you forgotten? She is now incredibly wealthy, having crafted 600 billion explosive tags. I dare say if she detonates them here, our square will need to be rebuilt." Yes, Mingjian was retaliating against Conan for her extravagant ways. 600 billion explosive tags. What a staggering cost. Jiraiya widened his eyes in shock, vaguely recognizing some childhood features in the face before him. His voice suddenly grew solemn. "Conan, how could you join the Akatsuki?" At this revelation, the eyes of everyone at the table swiftly turned back to Jiraiya. Being called out again by Mingjian, Conan felt utterly defeated. She was tired, truly tired. She no longer thought about the future. After all, whether there was a future was still uncertain. Instead, she focused on eating and drinking, even picking up her cup to clink it lightly against the third Hokage's cup before downing it in one go. Let it all be destroyed quickly. Mingjian's mother would haunt you even in death. The third contemplated, briefly instructing the others at the table to keep quiet and continue eating and drinking, then called Jiraiya, Mingjian, and Conan to the Hokage office. Naruto, as Mingjian's exclusive little tail, followed along. Inside the Hokage office, Jiraiya was the first to speak. "In my years of wandering, I was urged by the great sage Fukusaku to seek out the child of prophecy." His exact words were, "The child of prophecy must be my disciple," and he mentioned that this child might bring peace to the ninja world, but could also bring about catastrophe. He paused, casting a glance at Conan, his tone tinged with complexity. "Old man, you understand Fukusaku's predictive abilities. He has never been wrong. Conan, Yahiko, and Nagato were those I encountered during my travels. When I first saw Nagato with the Rinnegan, those legendary eyes said to belong to the sage of the 6 paths. I was convinced he was the child of prophecy and taught them ninjutsu, hoping to guide him onto the right path." But Conan suddenly grew agitated. "You told us that peace could be achieved through dialogue, that understanding others is the way to find peace." She raised her eyes to Jiraiya, pain swirling in her gaze. "Because we believed your words, Yahiko died and Nagato was left severely wounded." She took a deep breath, her tone carrying a near-obsessive resolve. "But now we understand. We must make you great ninja villages feel our pain. Only by personally experiencing the harms of war will you realize how hard-earned peace is and truly seek it. Upon hearing Conan's words, the third Hokage looked at Jiraiya, wanting to reach for his pipe in a familiar manner, but finding it missing, he sighed helplessly. Jiraiya, have you wandered for so many years because of that vague prophecy from Fukusu? Is it worth it? Stay here with me, guarding Konoha, inheriting the will of fire, and leading our village towards peace. Wouldn't that be better? He paused, his voice tinged with age. I am truly old now. With Danzo's betrayal, Mingjian's silence. Every single matter has left me exhausted. Jiraiya, I am really old. Jiraiya straightened his neck and retorted gruffly. Old man, what are you talking about? When has Fukusaku's prophecy ever been wrong? I have found the legendary child of prophecy. It is Mingjian. He suddenly pointed at Mingjian. Ask him if the Sage of the Six Paths has been transmitting teachings to him in dreams, teaching him how to maintain world peace. Mingjian, who was enjoying the gossip, had no idea the gossip was suddenly going to land on him. Meanwhile, Naruto, the real child of prophecy, was gazing at Mingjian with admiration. Oh really? The third Hokage looked at Mingjian. Mingjian's heart skipped a beat, his mind racing as he quickly wore a determined expression, nodding vigorously. That's right. It's definitely true. He puffed out his chest, his tone resolute. In my dreams, there is always an old man with a white beard wearing very ancient robes who tells me things about protecting the living and maintaining world peace, and teaches me ninjutsu to aid my cultivation. Well then tell me, how did the Sage of Six Paths teach you to preserve world peace? The third Hokage fixed his gaze on Mingjian and asked, unhurried and steady. A cold jolt ran through Mingjian. The old third was not so easily deceived. He steadied himself, assumed a solemn expression, and spoke in a voice more composed than usual. The Sage of Six Paths said that the shinobi world has been fragmented far too long. Small nations bullied great powers forever at war. The root cause lies in each faction minding only its own affairs. Therefore, the first step toward peace is to unify the shinobi world. Mingjian's gaze sharpened as he stared back at the third Hokage, deliberately enunciating the 4 words, unify the shinobi world. He cleared his throat and continued his fabrication. After unification, rule must be by law. With so many nations and clans, anyone who breaks the rules must be punished. No village, no nation is to receive special treatment. Only then can people's hearts be won. The third Hokage remained silent. The others listened with rapt attention. Mingjian shifted his tone. The sage also said that law alone is insufficient. There must be feeling. He urged us to take Konoha's will of fire as our foundation and creed and to promote it throughout the shinobi world, so that everyone might be treated fairly, enjoy peaceful days, possess a future, and have something to lean on. He stole a glance at the third Hokage, inwardly gauging how well his story would hold up. The old man returned the look slowly and uttered 3 measured words. Is that all? The stare made Mingjian uneasy. His fabrications had reached their limit. He swallowed and, choking on the lie, answered, that's all. Then Mingjian swept his eyes toward Jiraiya, Mingren, and Xiaonan, hoping one of them would speak. Jiraiya cleared his throat and with a stiff voice said, Old man, the Sage of Six Paths could hardly be entirely wrong, could he? Xiaonan stepped forward and bowed slightly to the third Hokage. She then lifted her eyes to Mingjian and spoke with an uncommon certainty. I find Mingjian's words more convincing than Jiraiya's. I will follow him. Both Jiraiya and Mingjian were taken aback. None had expected Xiaonan to declare so plainly. In her mind, the calculus was clear. Without pledging support with the third Hokage's calculating nature, those among the Shao leadership who had learned so many secrets might not survive. She wanted to live. Mingren, bewildered by Mingjian's look, glanced about in confusion. The third Hokage snorted, then fixed Xiaonan with a suddenly sharp gaze. You are Xiaonan, yes. He paused, his tone unmasked scrutiny. On what grounds do you follow Mingjian? In what capacity do you follow him? Are you following him as Xiao's white tiger? Hokage-sama. Mingjian stepped forward and interposed himself between Xiaonan and the third, his voice urgent. Xiaonan is my senior. I am responsible for her. I can vouch for her. The third Hokage's expression darkened, his gaze drilling into Mingjian. On what basis can you guarantee that? On the basis of some dream in which the Sage of Six Paths called you the child of prophecy. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising abruptly. Unify the shinobi world. Do you think this is child's play, eh? I am an old Hokage who spends every day buried in the village's messes. Old grievances with the Uchiha and the clans must be managed. The daimyo of the Land of Fire must be kept appeased. Neighboring nations who smile today may send umbu to sow chaos tomorrow. Just these burdens alone have been enough to turn half my hair white. He pointed at Mingjian, his chest heaving. Do you know how much calamity the moment you speak of unification would bring down on Konoha? How much trouble it would invite upon yourself? Those who hold real power will not willingly relinquish the ability to decide life and death. You are attempting to uproot them. Endless assassinations will shadow you like a second skin from daimyo to clan heads. There are many ways to make your life impossible. Hiruzen's eyes bore the sharpness of a man frustrated by wasted potential. With the skill you have now, do you truly believe you can walk over everyone? The third Hokage sighed long and deep. The edge in his eyes softened and was replaced by an older fatigue. Mingjin, child, do not speak in such reckless terms again. He sat back down and his voice calmed. I am old, but I can still hold on. I will risk these old bones and see that the nuisance thorns among our branches are plucked clean. As for you, take the Hokage's mantle with steadiness and humility. He looked at Mingjin with a weighty earnestness. Do not puzzle over other matters for now. With that, the third's gaze casually swept to Xiaonan. And you, have you made up your mind? Xiaonan understood that this was her last chance at survival. She raised her eyes to meet the third Hokage's, her look burning, her voice unusually resolute. I have made my choice. She spoke each word clearly. For the rest of my life, I will follow Mingjin. I trust him. If you require a formal status, she paused blushing and added in a low voice, I am willing to be Mingjin's concubine. I will abide by Konoha's rules. Xiaonan's words were the product of careful thought. Formerly, she had been the Shao's human resources skilled at reading people and discerning truth from falsehood. Although Mingjin always mentioned what the sage said, she could see that his rhetoric concealed his true convictions that aligned with her own aims. Moreover, the third Hokage had publicly named Mingjin as his successor before one of his most trusted disciples, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin Jiraiya, making plain how highly he regarded Mingjin. It was true that Xiaonan was attracted to Mingjin. She believed that by staying close to him, she might one day help realize the ideal of genuine peace for the shinobi world. Mingjin's mind reeled. On Blue Star, he had been an inconspicuous nobody. At 20, saving a life in a traffic accident had flung him through fate into another world. In his previous life, he had been a Sword Immortal who devoted himself entirely to the blade, untouched by romantic entanglements. How had he who arrived in the shinobi world no more than 4 years ago already been subjected to an arranged marriage? He was about to object when the third Hokage interrupted him gently. Mingjin, do not speak. The old man's eyes held an unshakable certainty. Would your old Hokage harm you? Leave everything to me. You're still a child, you do not yet know the good of a woman, he scolded with a half-laugh. After today, you will go with Jiraiya to Mount Maiboku to train. Your little miracle of dying and returning, and all the village's messes I will handle on your behalf. He patted Mingjin's shoulder with an air that left no room for refusal. When you return from training, you and Xiaonan will formalize the marriage. Give your old Hokage a chubby boy soon. As for the name, the old man will decide. Mingjin's name had been given by the couple known as Minato and Kushina. The third Hokage had always felt a pang for not having named the child himself. He could not help feeling that something was missing. In some quiet corner of his heart, there lingered a small, inexpressible awkwardness. Bang bang. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door of the Hokage's office. A voice from the Umbu guard came through. Hokage-sama Yugikura requests an audience. Let her in, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, instinctively reaching for his old tobacco pipe at his waist, only to grasp empty air. The door swung open. All eyes turned and froze. Yugao Yuzuki wore no standard shinobi uniform. Instead, she had donned a crimson formal gown. Its low neckline revealed her delicate clavicles and a swath of luminous alabaster skin. The gown clung to her form like liquid silk, tracing the alluring contours of her waist and hips with every step. Its hem fell gracefully to her ankles, while her bare feet rested atop scarlet high heels. Tap, 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 each footfall echoing deep into the hearts of those present. She swept her gaze across the room, then settled upon Minato Kinkin, a faint smile playing upon her lips. Yet she remained silent. Minato's mind churned. What is she up to? To enter dressed like this, with that peculiar unnerving glint in her eyes. Could it be, she's recognized who I am? Has she come to settle the score for that time I kicked her? But I'd saved her, purely out of goodwill. Surely kindness shouldn't be mistaken for cruelty. Hiruzen hastily wiped away a trickle of blood from his nose, then rapped sharply on Jiraiya's shoulder to snap him out of his daze, clearing his throat. Yugao Yuzuki, what brings you here today? Yugao Yuzuki bowed respectfully before the third Hokage and asked softly, Lord Hokage, I have a question I wish to consult you on. Ask freely. I shall answer without reservation. The third Hokage nodded gravely. Yugao's gaze then drifted toward Minato Kinkin, and she murmured almost inaudibly, this is Minato Kinkin, is it not? At her words, Hiruzen stiffened, then fell into silence. He glanced wordlessly at Minato, silently seeking guidance. Minato, hearing Yugao's voice and meeting Hiruzen's gaze, found himself unable to utter a denial. What on earth is the old man doing? His expression is so transparent. He might as well recite my ID number aloud. Veteran warriors Hiruzen and Jiraiya needed only a moment's reflection to divine Yugao's intent. This boy Minato truly possessed an uncanny magnetism. Reading their expressions, Yugao already knew the truth. It seems my guess was correct. Without hesitation, she strode forward and enveloped Minato in a fierce, breath-stealing embrace. When she released him, gratitude shimmered in her eyes. Minato Kinkin, thank you for saving me from the third Kazekage's puppet. Tonight dinner is on me, at the Konoha Yakiniku house. I'll be waiting for you. Before he could respond, she offered a graceful bow to the Hokage and turned, swaying gently as she departed. Hiruzen and Jiraiya watched her retreating figure until it vanished beyond sight. Only then did they slowly turn back. Minato observed them closely and let out a quiet, derisive snort. Humph. So much for the venerable elder. The lecherous glint in his eyes hardly suits a man of his years. Meeting Minato's wry, knowing gaze, Hiruzen coughed awkwardly, muttering inwardly, what kind of look is that boy? Then quickly adding, you promised your grandfather, didn't you? We're dining together tonight. Of course, grandfather Hokage, Minato affirmed with a nod. We'll all go together. Konoha's 13 young guardians, senior brother Kakashi, senior sister Konan, Yugao, Yuzuki, and teacher Jiraiya included. The owner of the Konoha Yakiniku house had assumed business would be slow. After all, the meal was hosted by Minato. He'd already begun calculating whether he might close early if no customers arrived. Then he saw Yugao Yuzuki. Gone was her usual composed serenity, replaced instead by an exquisite, beguiling elegance. She carried a fine bottle of sake and slipped quietly into a secluded corner booth. Noticing the owner's glance, she waved lightly. No need to attend to us. We're expecting one more guest. We'll manage ourselves. As the owner bent over his ingredients, the curtain parted. He looked up, and there stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, leading Naruto, Jiraiya, and Kakashi into the shop. The owner snapped upright, bowing deeply. Lord Hokage and esteemed guests, please come in. His eyes swept across the group, pausing briefly on the unfamiliar blue-haired woman at the rear. Though he'd never seen her before, her presence among the Hokage's entourage signaled distinction, and he dared not show the slightest neglect, ushering them in with reverent deference. No need for formalities, boss, Jiraiya declared breezily, waving a hand. Just bring the usual cuts. We'll seat ourselves. Hiruzen smiled warmly at the owner and led the group toward a window-side table. The owner hurried off, muttering right away, determined not to falter in serving such distinguished guests. From afar, Yugao spotted Minato and the Hokage's party and hesitated. Why are they all here? I invited only Minato. Before she could gather her thoughts, the group entered. From her corner, Yugao rose at once, bowing first to the Hokage, Lord Hokage. Then she nodded courteously to the others, Master Jiraiya, Kakashi, Naruto. Hiruzen's face softened into a gentle smile. Ah, Yugao. You've arrived early. I see you're puzzled, he added, reading her unspoken question. I'd also invited Minato for Yakiniku tonight. It seems our plans coincided. Hope we haven't intruded. How fortuitous, Lord, third Hokage. Not at all an intrusion. More company makes for greater joy. Yugao smiled warmly, radiating sincerity, warmth, grace, and quiet confidence. She then approached, carrying her own bottle of sake, sidestepped Naruto with effortless poise, and leaned lightly against Minato, her slender waist brushing past him, trailing a whisper of delicate fragrance. Let's drink. Together, she said, lifting the bottle with a playful glint in her eye as she tilted her gaze toward him. Minato stiffened. In his past life, he had been a solitary sword cultivator for 1,000 years, his heart devoted solely to the way of the sword. He knew nothing of navigating such intimate entanglements. Though he'd studied some customs on Earth, who watches a film from the opening credits. Flustered and motionless, he remained trapped until Conan stepped in to rescue him. A subtle, beguiling smile bloomed across Conan's serene face as she eased herself against Minato's other side. Her budding curves grazed his arm with feather-light intimacy, and her voice melted into a silken murmur. Brother Minato, may I ask who this lovely lady is? That single sentence shifted the entire atmosphere of the Yakiniku house, tense, charged, and utterly delicate. Only now did Yugao truly appraise Conan. Her features were pleasing, her kimono accentuating long, elegant legs. Yet in allure, she still fell short. A faint, knowing smile curved Yugao's lips. She leaned even closer to Minato, pressing her expanse of pale skin deliberately against his arm, then met Conan's gaze with quiet, unmistakable condescension. And who, little sister, might you be? I've never seen you in Konoha before now. She lingered just slightly on the word little. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan straightened her chest and shot a fiery glance at Shi Rihong, but spoke to Ming Jian, saying, Brother Ming Jian, since my sister is asking if I'm small, why don't you tell her? Shi Rihong, fully ignited, looked back at Xiaonan, not showing any fear, but instead leaned closer to Ming Jian, lightly tapping his chest with her jade-like finger, her voice laced with a hint of laziness. Brother Ming Jian, what do you think? Do you find me more to your liking? Ming Jian, caught in the middle, pretended not to hear, while Ododo glanced curiously between Shi Rihong on his left and Xiao Nen on his right. Kakashi remained as calm as ever, one hand engrossed in reading Intimate Paradise, while the other occasionally stuffed pieces of grilled meat into his mouth. The third Hokage stroked his beard, leisurely sipping on Konoha iced tea with Jiraiya, looking just like someone in the front row enjoying a show. The owner of the barbecue shop had long set a table full of grilled meat and drinks, and even generously added 6 extra plates of premium beef. At this moment, he pretended to be busy changing the charcoal on the grill, but his eyes kept darting toward Shi Rihong, Ming Jian, and Xiao Nen, muttering to himself, the charcoal must be strong to be fragrant, and should I add a pot of sake? Hesitating to leave. Such lively gossip was too tempting to miss, even if it meant neglecting business. Heaven rewards the diligent. The barbecue shop owner caught several juicy bits of gossip. The grilling fork in his hand was impatiently set aside as he hurriedly turned to Kakashi, who was bending over his book to share. Lord Kakashi, is that young man in the middle Uzumaki Ming Jian? Before Kakashi could lift his gaze, he leaned in closer, his voice trembling with disbelief. Lord Kakashi, didn't Ming Jian die? Today the whole village is eating his feast, and his name has already been engraved on the memorial stone. The meat on the iron plate sizzled, but the owner was oblivious, focused solely on Kakashi with more questions. Lord Kakashi, isn't Ming Jian only 4 years old? Why does he look like he's 15 or 16? Lord Kakashi. Lord Kakashi. A series of questions came rushing in like a Gatling gun, and Kakashi finally raised his eyes from the pages, gently pressing down on the book. He did not answer directly, but glanced at the charred meat lazily, saying, Owner, if you keep grilling that beef, it will just turn into charcoal. Only then did the owner come back to his senses, hurriedly checking the burned meat, still mumbling, this can't be, that Xiao Nan is Ming Jian's sweetheart. Shanzhong's little princess, Ino Yamanaka, has always liked Ming Jian, hasn't she? Last time at the barbecue shop, Ino was circling around Ming Jian, hurriedly putting grilled meat on his plate as soon as it was ready, even preparing the sauce for him. That scene made Akamaru want to eat several bowls of dog food, and the shop owner himself thought of Ming Jian and Ino as a definite couple. Thinking of this, the barbecue shop owner couldn't help but glance towards Ming Jian again, seeing that the young man's profile looked quite pleasing under the light. He snorted softly, turning back to lay new meat on the grill, while muttering under his breath, Bah, Ming Jian is such a scumbag. Kakashi, however, lowered his head again, flipping the pages of his book slowly, casually stating, instead of speculating about these ungrounded rumors, it's more important to focus on your own business and refrain from prying into unrelated matters. After saying this, he picked up a piece of freshly grilled pork belly, dipping it in sauce. Kakashi actually couldn't figure out the ins and outs of Ming Jian's situation either. The Hokage had only briefly mentioned that Ming Jian's ninjutsu went awry, causing his body to grow unexpectedly. He didn't divulge any more details, and specially cautioned, just knowing about this is enough, don't spread it around. Since the Hokage had spoken, saying too much could lead to trouble. He picked up a piece of beef that wasn't burned. The commotion between Shi Rihong and Xiao Nen finally came to a halt when the other Konoha 13, along with Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha, entered the barbecue shop. The barbecue shop owner saw so many people suddenly pouring in and noticed that Shi Rihong and Xiao Nen had already settled on either side of Ming Jian. With no more gossip to watch, he hurriedly turned to the kitchen to prepare more ingredients for everyone. The other 13 guardians greeted the third Hokage, then clustered around Naruto, ready to comfort him. Neji spoke with a heavy tone. The departed have left. Naruto, you must look forward. Your brother in heaven will bless you. Sasuke raised his chin slightly. Naruto, I've already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. From now on I'll be your brother. You can call me big brother, and I'll call you second brother. Sakura gently chimed in. Naruto, just treat me and Sasuke as your older siblings. Ino leaned forward, her tone mixed with complex emotions. Naruto, I'll be your sister-in-law from now on. If you need anything, just come to me. The widow Ding Ji silently handed over a pack of snacks. Naruto, here's some snacks. Tian offered a set of ninja tools. Naruto, my condolences. I specially picked these ninja tools for you, take them. Akamaru barked a couple of times at Naruto. Inuzuka Kiba scratched his head and added, even Akamaru knows to feel for you, don't be too downcast. Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Shino stepped forward, gently patting Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, you need to pick yourself up. Lee clenched his fist, determination on his face. Naruto, I will train with you intensely to make you stronger, to honor Ming Jian's spirit in the heavens. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice barely audible. Naruto, you must be well. Naruto, with a puzzled expression, accepted the snacks and ninja tools, pointing to a spot not far away. Isn't my brother over there? The others followed his finger, and their gazes finally landed on Ming Jian. Is that Ming Jian? Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim. Naruto quickly began to explain the situation, and Ming Jian stood up, smiling at everyone, greeting, long time no see everyone. Sasuke didn't need to hear Naruto's continued explanation. He recognized this was undoubtedly Ming Jian, inwardly thinking it hasn't been long since we last met. He then silently mourned for himself. This time he truly had gone too far. With Ming Jian's notoriously petty personality, would he not spend every day seeking revenge for this series of actions and words today? The newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, filled with incredible power, offered no sense of security to Sasuke at this moment. Ino closely observed the familiar contours of Ming Jian's face, her pupils suddenly constricting. It's him. The momentary shock was instantly dispersed by overwhelming joy as she pushed past Sasuke and the others, completely ignoring Shi Hong and Xiao and beside her, and dove into Ming Jian's embrace. With her arms tightly wrapped around Ming Jian, her face buried in his chest, she murmured, "Ming Jian, you're still alive. It's so wonderful." After clarifying their respective identities with Mayakin, the three women reignited their quarrel. Yuhi Kurenai cast a cold, disdainful glance at Konan. Someone from Akatsuki dares stand beside Mayakin. Konan retorted, "I am Mayakin's concubine." Ino tightened her grip on Mayakin's arm and glared fiercely. What business is it of outsiders to interfere in Mayakin's affairs? Sakura clenched her fists and chimed in, "Concubine. How shameless. Cease clinging to Mayakin." Konan's tone sharpened. "I am Mayakin's concubine, approved by the Hokage himself. And as for seniority, your ties may well run shallower than mine." Ino snapped furiously, "You are not permitted to call yourself Mayakin's concubine." Konan countered calmly, "Then I am Mayakin's senior sister." Tension crackled like drawn steel among the four. The three kunoichi of Konoha and Akatsuki's white tigers stood poised for a small-scale skirmish, vying for Mayakin's allegiance. Mayakin could only sigh inwardly. Truth be told, even if all three remained by his side, he cared not at all. After all, in the Blue Star world, monogamy was the societal norm. But in his former cultivation realm, the principle of the strong claim many reigned supreme. Powerful cultivators did not merely take several consorts. They might carve out dozens or even hundreds of celestial paradises, gathering millions of peerless beauties, all regarded not as excess, but as natural emblems of transcendent strength. Mayakin had long resolved to take multiple consorts in the ninja world for three profound reasons. First, he wished to savor the sweet, intoxicating essence of romance itself. Otherwise, should he ascend to the immortal realms one day, he would find himself utterly tongue-tied during idle banter among elder Taoist peers about love, moonlight, and blossoms, forced only to drink in silence, lacking even the confidence to utter a single word. Second, bloodlines in the ninja world were paramount. Kekkei Genkai, ocular techniques, and other inherited powers formed the very bedrock of strength. He intended to safeguard and perpetuate these sacred bloodline legacies across the land. Third, this generation of shinobi, forged in relentless war, had cultivated emotional equilibrium to such an extreme that their combat prowess advanced at a pace that left Mayakin deeply impatient. He had already devised a plan. Once the ninja world was unified, he would first elevate welfare standards across all nations, whereupon national policy would inevitably encourage shinobi to marry early, bear many children, and raise thriving lineages. Having studied Blue Star anime, he knew full well that when the next generation's emotions surged, spontaneously awakening the Rinnegan, the Tenseigan, or other Kekkei Genkai, their battle power would explode beyond measure. Once that latent potential matured, he would deliver to the Otsutsuki clan a most extraordinary surprise. Suddenly, a faint, elusive aura of killing intent pierced Mayakin's perception. In his past life, he had been a peerless sword cultivator at the apex of the Dao. Now, in the ninja world, he had already reached the golden core elder ancestor realm. His sensitivity to murderous intent was etched into his very marrow. Following that subtle thread of malice, his gaze fell upon the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, smiling warmly as he chatted idly with Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. The old man spoke gently. "Danzo has defected, root exists in name only. Henceforth the affairs of Konoha will rest heavily upon your shoulders," he murmured, words soft as silk. Yet Mayakin perceived unmistakably beneath that benevolent smile a torrent of lethal intent surged toward Uchiha Shisui, straining against its fragile veil. Mayakin's heart plummeted, disaster loomed. The third Hokage was preparing to move against Uchiha Shisui. The rationale behind this decision upon reflection proved chillingly simple. Though all in the village recognized Shisui's loyalty as being carved into his bones, his devotion rivaling any shinobi's, his sole ambition remained the peaceful coexistence of his clan and the village, a cause for which he would willingly sacrifice his life. Yet his Sharingan concealed the Mangekyo ability, Tsukuyami no Jutsu Betten Shin, a power so absolute it bordered on tyranny. It could rewrite another's will without eye contact, without struggle. effortlessly turning a loyal shinobi against his creed, compelling a clan head to renounce his lineage, or even shifting the entire geopolitical balance of the ninja world in silent, invisible strokes. Such power ought never to exist. No one, not even its wielder, could be trusted with it. For years, other clans in Konoha had harbored deep-seated suspicion toward the Uchiha, a thorn embedded in the heart impossible to extract. Now seeing Shursui, so young, master such terrifying authority, they likely lay awake at night in dread. What if the Uchiha's dormant ambition reawakened? What if they deployed Betten Shin to subjugate the Hokage, or even the daimyo of the Land of Fire, shattering Konoha's foundations? Who would bear the consequence? To Hiruzen, waiting for the risk to metastasize was unthinkable. He was aging, his time was short. He refused to burden the next Hokage with such peril. Even knowing Shursue's unwavering loyalty, he dared not gamble. For in matters of power and existential threat, personal virtue is invariably the cheapest coin on the scale. He sought not Shursue's death, but those eyes. Precisely, he intended to eradicate Betten Shin itself, annihilating a force potent enough to unravel the very fabric of the ninja world. Mayakin then shared Yuhi Kurenai's fine wine with Konan Ino and Sakura. Though pleasant, it paled beside the spirit-infused elixirs of his former cultivation realm, lacking their depth, resonance, and ineffable subtlety. The shared libation softened the atmosphere among Yuhi Kurenai, Konan, Sakura, and Ino. The earlier unspoken distance dissolved noticeably. When the gathering concluded, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dispatched ANBU escorts to return the 13 young shinobi of Konoha safely to their homes. He then invited Jiraiya, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Konan, and Mayakin to join him in the Hokage's office for discussion. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Mayakin followed silently behind Hiruzen and Jiraiya, his steps steady, yet his mind already racing at lightning speed. He needed to carefully consider how best to plead for Uchiha Shursui. To step forward openly, as he once had for Konan, would certainly fail. The old Hokage smiled amiably, yet once his resolve hardened, he engaged in no debates. He would grant no opportunity to speak, and even if persuasion somehow succeeded, he would proceed with his plans regardless. Hiruzen's internal scales weighed only one thing above all: the safety and stability of the village. Loyalty, sentiment, personal bonds. All were expendable commodities before a perceived threat. Should it come to that, not even Mayakin's entreaty or Jiraiya Sensei's intervention could sway the Hokage. He would simply chuckle, deflect with practiced diplomacy, and then quietly order ANBU to carry out his will. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Hiruzen gestured for everyone to sit at ease, then methodically assigned urgent duties. First, he appointed Kakashi to assume command of Root, the organization formerly led by Danzo, and specifically named Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi as his deputy commanders. Both held immense prestige within the Uchiha clan, possessed incisive intellects, and acted with unwavering prudence. Their presence would balance Root's entrenched factions while enabling Kakashi to consolidate authority swiftly, thoroughly purging this shadowy organization from within. Next, he instructed Konan to relay a directive to Akatsuki: under no circumstances were its members to set foot within Konoha's territory, and they were to monitor Danzo's movements closely, reporting any developments immediately. Finally, he formed a provisional shinobi team comprising Yuhi Kurenai, Shizen, Konan, and Mayakin. As Mayakin had yet to graduate from the academy, he must first complete a mission to fulfill his academic requirements. Only then would he accompany Jiraiya to Mount Myaboku for training. With a few concise commands, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clarified all pressing matters and dismissed the group. Yuhi Kurenai escorted Konan back to her residence, and Konan offered no resistance. She had long wished to understand Mayakin, and since Yuhi Kurenai clearly harbored affection for him, accompanying her presented the perfect opportunity to glean valuable insights about him. "Mingjian, why haven't you gone home yet? Shall grandfather escort you?" Seeing that everyone else had already departed, only Mingjian remained motionless. Third Hokage knew perfectly well this brat certainly had something to say. Mingjian shook his head. "No need. I'll head back on my own shortly." Third Hokage, grandfather, I'd like to speak with you. A flicker of quiet understanding passed through the third Hokage's eyes. So the boy had even called him third Hokage grandfather. Indeed, he must be seeking a favor. "Third Hokage, you rascal, you're surely after something from grandfather, aren't you?" "Mingjian, third Hokage grandfather, what exactly is the mission you've assigned me? And why pair me with Konan and Shizun in the same team?" "Shizun is an elite medical nin, and besides..." The third Hokage paused, leaving Shizun unmentioned, then continued. "Though Konan was once part of Akatsuki, it would be wasteful to leave her idle. Assigning her to your team gives you the perfect opportunity to observe whether her loyalty to the village is genuine. Moreover, Yugugo Yuzuki will accompany you. Your safety is assured. The mission itself is straightforward. Surely grandfather wouldn't endanger you." Ming-Jian had long grasped the truth behind these words. Even what the old third Hokage left unsaid Ming-Jian had already deduced. For instance, the unbreakable bond between Shizune and Tsunade. After all, if the third Hokage wished for Ming-Jian to walk the path toward Hokage, Tsunade's support was indispensable. Tsunade herself was one of the Sannin of Konoha, born into the village's most illustrious lineage, the granddaughter of both Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and Mito Uzumaki, her blood carrying the noblest heritage of Konoha. Yet now this was the darkest chapter of her life. Her younger brother Nawaki and her beloved lover Dan Kato had both perished tragically in war. The Senju clan, once radiant with glory, had dwindled to near extinction, leaving Tsunade alone to bear the crushing weight of sorrow and solitude. Thus, the third Hokage intended for Ming-Jian to cultivate Tsunade's goodwill through Shizune during this vulnerable, lonely period, laying groundwork for his future ascent to Hokage. Of course, such intricate political maneuvering held no significance for Ming-Jian. In his view, personal strength remained the sole foundation upon which one could truly stand. Having laid the groundwork, he decided to deliver an even more staggering blow. Ming-Jian spoke suddenly, calmly yet with the force of thunder. Third Hokage grandfather, the Sage of Six Paths, appeared to me again in a dream, and told me you intend to eliminate Uchiha Shursui. His gaze fixed intently upon the third Hokage, and indeed he caught the telltale slip. Though the elder's expression remained placid, his hand instinctively reached toward the spot on his waist where his pipe used to rest. Humph. So his suspicion had been correct. The old third Hokage truly harbored intentions against Uchiha Shursui. The third Hokage drew a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and feigned nonchalance. Ming-Jian, don't believe everything that old sage says in dreams. Yet at that moment, he found himself half convinced, half doubting, that Ming-Jian had genuinely dreamed of the Sage of Six Paths. Smiling warmly at Ming-Jian, he continued, Uchiha Shursui has served Konoha with unwavering loyalty, and is one of my most trusted and cherished subordinates. Why on earth would grandfather harm him? Ming-Jian, even the sage's words and dreams cannot be taken as absolute truth. This matter must never leave this room, lest it disturb the peace of our village. Ming-Jian grinned and replied cheerfully, Don't worry, third Hokage grandfather. I didn't believe a word of it. The moment I heard it, I came straight to you for confirmation. I won't breathe a word to anyone else. The third Hokage was deeply satisfied with this answer. A warm smile bloomed across his face as he nodded approvingly. Ming-Jian, remember, to become a worthy shadow, you must never accept anyone's words at face value. Not even mine, nor even those of the Sage of Six Paths. At most, trust 3 parts out of 10. He shifted tone lightly, as if casually adding, By the way, what else did the Sage of Six Paths tell you in your dream? At that moment, the third Hokage was already probing, covertly, into the authenticity of this Sage of Six Paths who appeared in Ming-Jian's dreams. Within his heart, he resolved, should this so-called divine revelation ever threaten Ming-Jian's safety or sanity, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own aged body, employing the forbidden technique, the dead demon consuming seal, to eradicate the threat even at the cost of his own life. What the third Hokage could not know was that this Sage of Six Paths appearing in Ming-Jian's dreams was entirely fabricated. Ming-Jian continued smoothly from his earlier thread. The sage said in my dream that Shizui's Kotoeme Tsukumi is not invincible. It remains after all a dojutsu of the Sharingan, and thus utterly ineffective against those whose will is unshakable, or against those possessing a higher tier dojutsu. He emphasized that Kotoeme Tsukumi held no power over him whatsoever. Then, speaking through the sage's voice, he expounded upon the future traits of the Rinnegan and the Tenseigan, before revealing in full the conspiracies of Madara Ebito and Black Zetsu, even disclosing the overwhelming might of the Otsutsuki clan and their practice of devouring planets with divine trees. The third Hokage reeled inwardly, especially when hearing the sage urge Ming-Jian to unify the shinobi world, a notion that stirred faint reluctant agreement within him. An avalanche of unprecedented intelligence crashed upon him. Unable to verify any of it immediately, he felt a quiet resentment rise, not only toward his predecessors, the first, second, and fourth Hokage, but toward the legacy they had left behind, a tangled web of crises demanding resolution by him and future Hokage alike. Regaining his composure, he gently counseled, You foolish boy, don't carry these burdens in your heart. As long as grandfather stands, the sky will not fall. Leave everything to me. First, complete your mission. After graduation, go with Jiraiya to train at Miyaboka Mountain. He'll await your return. Hearing these heartfelt words, Ming-Jian's nose stung, his voice trembled. Third Hokage grandfather, please don't exhaust yourself so. He'll grow up quickly. I swear he'll protect both you and Konoha. The third Hokage too was moved deeply. He longed to embrace the boy, or as in childhood ruffle his hair, but realized Ming-Jian had grown tall. With a silent sigh, he simply placed a gentle hand upon Mingjian's shoulder. "You foolish boy, still shedding tears at this height. Afraid grandfather will laugh." His teasing words carried unmistakable warmth. "Rest easy. I'm certain this old frame can hold strong for several more decades." "Grandfather," Mingjian cried, voice thick with tears. "Ah, little Mingjian," the third Hokage answered softly, his eyes overflowing with tender affection. Mingjian chose to reveal these truths to the third Hokage for two reasons. First, he knew, deep in his heart, that though the old man was profoundly calculating, his affection for Mingjian was utterly sincere. Second, he understood clearly. He possessed neither aptitude nor patience for the labyrinthine games of power politics. With a master strategist like the third Hokage guiding the way, Mingjian could conserve his energy and focus wholeheartedly on cultivation and what truly mattered. In the end, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi escorted Mingjian home. Inside, Naruto was already fast asleep, yet his small fist clutched tightly to the training manual Mingjian had given him. Mingjian sighed helplessly, then carefully undressed Naruto and slipped him into soft, comfortable rompers. After settling, his younger brother Mingjian lay down on the other bed, but sleep eluded him beneath the night sky. It seemed he really ought to buy a larger bed. As the morning light of the leaves spread over the rooftop of the ninja school, Mingjian had arrived early with Naruto to report and find teacher Iruka to discuss the graduation task. Iruka smiled and nodded, saying, "Lord Kakashi has already come to greet you personally. Mingjian, work hard and strive to become a great ninja. Be sure to pay attention to safety during the mission." Iruka looked at his most outstanding disciple with a heart full of emotion. Mingjian's strength had likely far surpassed his own. In the comforting smile, there was a hidden pride and expectation from the teacher for his student. Mingjian always held deep respect for teacher Iruka. Whether in his current life experiences or in the anime of Blue Star, Iruka was an impeccable enlightener of the will of fire. With patience and kindness, he sowed the most fundamental understanding of the ninja way in the hearts of the children at the ninja school, earning Mingjian's heartfelt recognition of him as a teacher. Mingjian slightly bowed and said, "Teacher Iruka, thank you for your constant care. This kindness will always be remembered by me, Uzumaki Mingjian. I will never forget your earnest teachings, and I will certainly not let down your expectations." After bidding farewell, Mingjian returned home. He looked around his small home where he had lived for over 3 years, feeling a tinge of melancholy, wondering when he would return to Konoha again. He quietly placed a jade slip by Naruto's pillow, the contents of which could only be viewed once Naruto reached the foundation establishment stage through the training manual. Having done all this, Mingjian packed his belongings into his storage bag and sat quietly on his small bed, waiting for the moment to set off. Not long after, Jiraiya, Yuhi Kurenai Konan, and Shizune arrived at Mingjian's doorstep to notify him of the mission departure. This mission was an extremely rare S-level task for Konoha, which involved protecting the feudal lord of the Fire Country for a month. Mingjian thought to himself, "Is the third Hokage trying to boost my credentials in plain sight?" Now was truly a rare period of peace in the ninja world. Who would provoke the strongest feudal lord of the Fire Country without reason? When Jiraiya first saw the mission details, his face flushed as he realized how biased the third Hokage was towards Mingjian. What kinds of missions had he, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Minato received back then? Looking at the task assigned to Mingjian. Although the identity of the feudal lord was significant during these peaceful times, who would risk offending the entire ninja world to assassinate a feudal lord surrounded by layers of guards? Moreover, the feudal lord was merely a commoner promoted by many families and factions in the Fire Country. Even if an assassination took place, it would not be difficult to push forward another within his family the next day. This task was truly just an opportunity for Mingjian to enjoy a month of comfort at the feudal lord's residence. The third Hokage said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, you just tell me, is the feudal lord of the Fire Country important? This task of protecting the feudal lord is indeed an S-level mission, right?" The third Hokage addressed the ninjas of Konoha. "This task is S-level. Who agrees? Who opposes?" Mingjian gazed out the window softly, sighing. The wind outside the village is indeed freer. Jiraiya was driving the carriage, while in the cabin Mingjian, Yuhi Kurenai Konan, and Shizune were discussing the deployment of this mission in detail. Regarding Yuhi Kurenai being in the same team as Mingjian, Asuma had strongly opposed it to the Hokage. However, since ninjas are duty-bound to complete missions and Kurenai herself was particularly willing to accompany Mingjian, ultimately Asuma's father, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, made the decision with a single statement of opposition is invalid. Inside the carriage, Shizune unfolded a map and said seriously, "The 3 cities the feudal lord will stay in for the next month are marked on this map. I have marked the terrain. We will primarily take turns guarding these points." She traced several marked locations with her fingertip and suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, there's a festival in the main city next month, which is quite famous in the ninja world." Yuhi Kurenai took the map, glanced at it, and added tactical details. I'll handle reconnaissance. I will scout the dense forest and villages along the way in advance. By the way, there's a century-old sweet shop along this route. I missed it last time I passed by. What a pity. Conan's paper crane landed at the marked marketplace. This fabric market has patterns from various countries. When checking for traps, we might as well take a look. She looked at Mingjian and said, "You are responsible for long-distance vigilance. Raise the alarm immediately upon discovery." Mingjian nodded in acknowledgement of the vigilance duty and then smiled. "The feudal lord has a guard team, so let's not create chaos. How about we take a few hours each day to wander around? With so many people watching the feudal lord, there shouldn't be any problems." Shizun shook her head helplessly. "Only you would dare to think like that." However, the night view of the Lantern Street in the main city is indeed worth seeing. Yuhi Kurenai added with a smile in her eyes. "Mission first. If everything goes smoothly, it's fine to take a look." The group exchanged smiles, and beside the tactical markings on the map, several small notes encircled with sugar painting Wagashi and Lantern Street appeared without them noticing. The carriage rolled over the ninja path, filled with a hint of anticipation for the town's fireworks as it headed towards its destination. "This tree I planted, this road I opened. If you want to pass this way, leave some money for the passage." A few ragged skin and bones children blocked the road, looking up with dirty faces, feigning ferocity as they shouted. Jiraiya looked at them with a heavy heart. Although Konoha now had a dedicated department to aid weak villages and nations, the ninja world was still too vast and chaotic. These children looked no more than 8 or 9 years old, yet they had already been forced into blocking the road. He suddenly felt that what Mingjian said about unifying the ninja world might not be a bad thing after all. Inside the carriage, Mingjian, Yuhi, Kurenai, Shizun, and Conan all stepped out upon hearing the commotion. Mingjian glanced at the luxurious carriage that the third Hokage had arranged for him, understanding in his heart. Being so ostentatious could indeed lead to being robbed. Yuhi Kurenai frowned slightly and said softly, "They must be orphans displaced by nearby wars." Shizun had already pulled out a few packs of compressed biscuits from her bag, hesitating with them in hand, unsure whether to offer them. Conan looked at the tattered clothes of the children, her heart tightening slightly as memories of the days before meeting Jiraiya starving and freezing on the streets of Amigakure vividly resurfaced. Mingjian, however, stepped forward, seemingly oblivious to the children's threat, instead squatting down with a smile, tentatively starting palace, jade, liquid wine. The children looked puzzled, clearly having never heard that phrase before. Mingjian, undeterred, tried again. "The king covers the earth, tiger." The children still did not react. The slightly older ones even showed disdain. "We can't even fill our bellies. Why are you spouting nonsense we don't understand?" Mingjian gritted his teeth and threw out his final card. "Are you okay?" The moment he said this, not only were the children stunned, but even Jiraiya, Yuhi, Kurenai, Conan, and Shizun looked at him in disbelief. Jiraiya stroked his chin and nodded to himself, realizing that letting this kid out of Konoha early was indeed a wise decision by the old Hokage. As the old saying goes, some people you can't tell if they are a mule or a thoroughbred unless you take them out for a stroll. Jiraiya rated Mingjian's performance along the way, giving him an unequivocal score of 0. Mingjian was nothing but a foolish mule. What is this kid doing if not executing a mission? When he encounters someone blocking the road, he robs them, gives them food, and then leads them away. For the fleeing refugees, he simply lets them follow the convoy, claiming to provide food, lodging, and a 3-day work week. In just a couple of days, a massive crowd of thousands followed the carts, forming a long line more eye-catching than the luxurious carriage given by the Hokage. If it weren't for Jiraiya and Kakashi blocking him, Mingjian would have wanted to take a detour to pick up more refugees. Even more puzzling was that Mingjian pulled out so many bags of gold coins from a small pouch seemingly out of nowhere. "Mingjian, do you understand what a storage bag in the cultivation world is?" He even hired over 300 ninjas from various villages in the Land of Fire recently, most of whom were from Konoha, claiming to help protect the refugee convoy, but it looked more like they were there to capture refugees. After all, the other refugees saw this commotion from a distance and were already scared away, not daring to come close. Jiraiya looked at the endless line of people and rubbed his temples, exasperated. This was not about protecting the daimyo, it was clearly leading a refugee army. Some might even believe they were going to kidnap the daimyo. Finally, Mingjian and his group arrived at a wealthy village not far from the main city. In the village, there were hardly any ninjas to be seen. Most villagers lived off farming and hunting in the mountains. The fields still had grains drying in the sun, and dried meat hung from the eaves, emanating a sense of stability and warmth. "We are only 2 days' journey away from the city where the daimyo resides," Jingyi mentioned while looking at the map. "The village seems pretty peaceful. Oh, we might actually be able to rest well tonight." Kakashi looked around, sensing no unusual chakra, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, there doesn't seem to be any danger. The villagers' auras are very calm. Conan's gaze fell upon an old locust tree at the village entrance, and she softly remarked, "This is indeed a good place to rest." Ming Jian watched the bustling villagers in the village, then turned to glance at the still massive convoy behind him, scratching his head as he said to the hired ninjas, "Let everyone settle in the open space outside the village for now, and let's not disturb the villagers." Saying this, he turned and walked into the village, presumably to find the village chief. Jiraiya watched his retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. That kid has probably forgotten all about the mission to protect the daimyo. Jiraiya crossed out the score he had given Ming Jian in the mission manual and wrote a -1 instead. As soon as Ming Jian entered the village, he saw an old man sitting at the door smoking a pipe. Ming Jian lifted his chin and asked the old man through his nostrils, "Hey old man, where's your village chief?" The old man squinted and leaned in closer. "What did you say, young man?" Ming Jian raised his voice, "Old man, which house does the village chief live in?" The old man was taken aback. "What house?" Ming Jian, speechless, pulled out a gold coin and tossed it over. The old man caught it, deftly biting it to confirm it was real gold. He tucked it into his clothes, suddenly grinning widely. "Young man, you must be a ninja from Konoha, right? To be honest, I'm the village chief here." Ming Jian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you old man trying to trick me out of my money." He quickly changed his tone. "Listen up, old man. I find your village quite good and want to buy it." The village chief's smile instantly stiffened, his tone filled with difficulty. "Young man, that's quite a big joke. This village has been passed down through generations with our ancestors' bones buried in the land. How can you say you want to sell it just like that?" He glanced into the village and then lowered his voice. "If you need food or shelter, I can help arrange that. But selling the village is really out of the question. We can't disturb our ancestors' remains." Ming Jian didn't wait for the old man to finish his sentence and directly pulled out a heavy bag of coins from his storage bag, letting it spill onto the ground. Golden coins rolled everywhere, dazzling to the eyes. Ming Jian arrogantly declared, "Old man, is 5,000 gold coins enough to buy your village? If not, I'll just go to the neighboring village and ask. There will definitely be people willing to sell." The village chief stared at the rolling gold coins, his lips trembling, without uttering a word for a long time. Having spent his entire life farming and hunting, he could count the gold coins he had seen on one hand. He had never seen so many coins before. The gold coins shimmered under the sun, blinding the old village chief. "This money is enough to let the entire village move into the city, right?" He mumbled, his voice trembling. "It can allow the children to go to school, learn a trade, and eat white bread every day. They will never have to worry about going hungry again." He looked up at Ming Jian, then at the tempting gold at his feet, his throat rolling up and down, unable to utter another word. Ming Jian watched the village chief's expression waver, already certain in his heart. This village was secured. The feng shui here was excellent, perfect for him to set up a spirit gathering array and an illusion array. He gathered so many wanderers not on a whim. He noticed that many among them had quite good potential, especially the initial 6 children, who surprisingly all had spiritual roots. With proper guidance, establishing their foundation and golden core would be easy. This led Ming Jian to believe that they were the destined ones from Blue Star who had traversed here, hence he tested them a little. After all, during the harsh wars and famines, those who couldn't make it had long been eliminated. Ming Jian mainly wanted to establish his own power outside of Konoha. He even had a name in mind, the Falling Star Sword Sect's branch in the ninja world. The refugees outside the village would be perfectly taken in as outer disciples for menial work. People like Jiraiya would mostly think he was just a naive kid fresh out of Konoha helping refugees out of passion, and that this was merely a youthful mischief. If everyone in the ninja world underestimated him this way, it would save Ming Jian a lot of effort. "Old man, have you thought it over?" Ming Jian kicked the gold coins at his feet. 5,000 coins for the good lives of your entire village, it's a good deal. Ming Jian was clear in his heart. Buying this village would only cost 100 or so coins at most. But he was willing to spend more, as anything that could be solved with money wasn't considered a problem. Firstly, this village was close to the main city, and dragging things out could easily lead to complications. A quick resolution would be the most worry-free. Secondly, he wanted to establish a persona of being naive, spending recklessly, and simple-minded for others to see. After all, he had gathered so many wanderers along the way, creating quite a stir. If he didn't act like this naive character, the daimyo of the Land of Fire might suspect that Konoha was trying to expand its influence, and other ninja villages would become wary of his private army. Thus, he offered 5,000 coins right off the bat, several times the actual price. After all, the third Hokage, Aunt Korin, and Elder Mito entrusted him with enough money for this trip that he would never run out. "Old man, why are you staring blankly? Be quick about it." Ming Jian's tone carried a hint of careless arrogance. 5,000 gold coins. Are you selling or not? If not, I'll leave right now. The old village chief hurriedly nodded. Sell. 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 But Lord Ninja, I must say a word. Buying our village a few hundred coins would be enough. You are offering too much. What? You don't want the remains of your ancestors. You won't guard the roots passed down through generations. Ming Jian didn't joke much. He looked at the old man in surprise, and then waved his hand, Take it, just take it. You all go live in the surrounding towns. There will be plenty of places to spend money. He'll hire a few teams of ninjas from Konoha to take you there. You won't need to pay for their services." Whether the old man was wary of Konoha's reputation or simply honest by nature, since he expressed goodwill, Mingjian was happy to go the extra mile. Finally, Mingjian specially reminded the old village chief, "If you don't need the remaining money, urgently deposit it in the Konoha Trading Company. Although it won't earn interest, it will be absolutely safe." The old village chief nodded repeatedly in agreement. "That's for sure. We trust the Konoha Trading Company 100%. Over the past 2 years, the company has helped our small villages in the ninja world, so much of which family hasn't benefited from the company's kindness." After speaking, the old village chief turned to go back into the house, and shortly after he brought out 3 of his older grandsons, directing them to carry the gold coins into the house. After moving them, he reminded the 3 children to go door to door and call on all the villagers. Soon nearly 300 people stood in the open space at the village entrance, mostly elderly and children, with very few young adults. The old village chief cleared his throat and stood in front of the crowd to start his mobilization. "Dear villagers, war is coming. Just look at those refugees outside the village and you'll know this place can't be stayed in any longer. Fortunately, we have the mercy of the ninjas from Konoha," he said, pointing specifically at Mingjian. Mingjian cooperatively raised his chin slightly, raising his eyebrows, putting on an arrogant and carefree demeanor. "The ninjas from Konoha have said that for those willing to go to nearby big towns to live, they will receive 15 gold coins. And children will get 10 coins. The village chief paused and emphasized, "For those who do not wish to leave, they can continue to stay here. It's not compulsory, but then they won't get any of those gold coins." After saying this, he sneaked a glance at Mingjian, and seeing him nod, he felt reassured. However, Mingjian secretly laughed in his heart. This old man is quite talented. He looks honest and simple-minded, yet he just managed to swallow nearly 1,000 gold coins. But he didn't care. Money had never been a problem as long as things could be handled smoothly. "I'm in. I'll go." Almost as soon as the village chief finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement, with voices of willingness rising one after another, and it was unanimously agreed. Next came the most tedious part, distributing the money. The old village chief trembled as he brought out the gold coins from the house, counting and distributing them one by one. The children cheered with their coins in hand, while the elderly repeatedly rubbed their 15 gold coins, their eyes filled with hope for the future. When Jiraiya, Hinata, Shizune, and Konan learned that Mingjian had purchased this dilapidated village for 5,000 gold coins, they all gasped in astonishment, each reacting differently. Konan, being a war orphan, understood the hardships of the displaced since childhood. Mingjian's action filled her with admiration that almost overflowed. As Shizune served a role akin to a housekeeper beside Tsunade, she had never been short of money. She stayed in Konoha to work off debts, primarily because the third Hokage prohibited Tsunade from using the assets of the Senju clan due to gambling, and the year-end dividends of the Senju clan had yet to arrive. After all, being one of the legendary 3 ninjas and possessing incredible strength, the ones who should worry are those who inadvertently offend Tsunade. Shizune never expected that 5,000 gold coins could provide shelter for so many, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Mingjian. It should be known that this amount of money was not even enough for Tsunade to lose in a single night. Hinata, usually mature and composed, felt that everything Mingjian said and did made sense ever since she developed feelings for him. She had her own philosophy, telling Jiraiya reducing the number of displaced people is also a form of protection for the daimyo. After all, those who cannot survive may resort to anything. Jiraiya listened to the 3's support for Mingjian and merely snorted twice, giving 0 marks for the tasks assigned to Hinata, Shizune, and Konan, and wrote 3 complaint letters to the third Hokage overnight. After finishing the letters in anger, Jiraiya went to confront Mingjian, saying, "You little brat, have you forgotten that our task is to protect the daimyo?" Mingjian slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh right, I really forgot about that." With that, he casually tossed out several bags of gold coins and decisively hired a Konoha elite Jonin squad, saying, "You guys go protect him for a few days." Jiraiya, seeing Mingjian's nonchalant attitude, was furious and changed Mingjian's task score to -100. This task was clearly set up by the Hokage to give him experience and to familiarize him with the daimyo. Mingjian had his own ideas about the mission, thinking what's wrong with doing what he wanted in the meantime. Moreover, protecting the daimyo for an entire month, who knew if staying around would be irritating. It was better to avoid unnecessary troubles and risks by seeing him less for a few days. However, just half a day later, the Hokage's reply arrived. The messenger was none other than Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by a few hundred members of the Uchiha clan known for their penchant for stirring trouble. Uchiha Shursui directly handed the letter to Mingjian, the words "to Mingjian" on the envelope particularly eye-catching. Jiraiya, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "What about my letter?" Uchiha Itachi replied expressionlessly, Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage did not write a reply to you. Uchiha Shisui, standing beside, subtly rubbed his nose, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. He couldn't bring himself to say that the Hokage had thrown all 3 of Jiraiya's complaint letters into the trash after reading them, mumbling Jiraiya is already of such an age, still acting like a child, filing reports, worrying for nothing, and even specifically instructed him to take out the trash. After reading the letter, Mingjian casually handed it to Jiraiya, saying, Lord Jiraiya, the 3rd Hokage mentioned you in the letter, take a look yourself. He then turned to Uchiha Shisui and asked Shisui-senpai, did you bring so many people here for any other reason? Uchiha Shisui immediately straightened his expression and said seriously, for this shrank task, everything is under your command, Lord Mingjian. We are all elite handpicked by the Hokage, ready to follow your orders. Mingjian thought for a moment and guessed the 3rd Hokage's intentions. Having Uchiha Shisui being akin to a nuclear weapon entrusted to him clearly meant that he should never return to Konoha until the risks were resolved. If anything unexpected happened, it should be dealt with outside. The Uchiha elites behind him were likely in the same situation. As for Uchiha Itachi, the 3rd Hokage had probably arranged for him to monitor Shisui and the younger members of the clan. This was both a test and a restraint. After all, Itachi's parents and younger brother were still in Konoha, and having Itachi, a member of the same clan, keep an eye on Shisui and the others was the most suitable arrangement. Mingjian understood that Itachi's future would be heavy, just like what was portrayed in the Blue Star anime, as he ultimately chose the path of annihilating his entire clan for the sake of his younger brother Sasuke in Konoha. While Mingjian was contemplating the 3rd Hokage's arrangements, Jiraiya raised the letter with a furrowed brow, saying, Mingjian, where are the words meant for me from the 3rd Hokage? The entire letter was either asking if he had enough money, or if the mission was going smoothly, or telling him to report his safety more often, even mentioning that if the daimyo was in real danger, he should run away quickly. Where was anything written for me? Mingjian, without raising his head, replied, look at the back of the envelope. Jiraiya, confused, flipped the envelope over and 13 large characters stood out. Jiraiya, stop meddling in things that don't concern you. Jiraiya felt instantly abandoned, muttering, 3rd Hokage, so love will disappear, right? 3rd Hokage, no, love will only be transferred. Ignoring Jiraiya's look of being abandoned by the whole world, Mingjian directly pulled Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi to one side. He lowered his voice and asked Shisui-senpai, can you still use your Kodoamatsukami? Uchiha Shisui was taken aback for a moment, thinking Mingjian needed it for the mission, and apologetically said, Lord Mingjian, I won't be able to use it until next year. I used it once on the Uchiha clan leader yesterday, mainly to help him lead the clan to change their prejudices against Konoha and listen to the 3rd Hokage's leadership in the future. Mingjian was stunned upon hearing this, looking at Uchiha Itachi in surprise. Shisui had used Kodoamatsukami on his own father, and yet this kid showed no reaction. Uchiha Itachi seemed to see through his doubts and calmly replied, Shisui used Kodoamatsukami on the Uchiha clan leader at my suggestion. Mingjian was instantly speechless, unable to help but give Itachi a thumbs up in his heart. Goodness, it's you again, the doting brother. To achieve this for Konoha village, even his biological father was arranged to comply, truly a powerful expression of filial piety. After understanding the situation with Shisui, Mingjian addressed both Shisui and Itachi, saying the actual task of this S-ranked mission is to establish a sect here in accordance with the Sage of Six Paths instructions, and we will call it the Falling Star Sword Sect. I will be the sect master with all 13 of Konoha's guardians as deputy sect masters. Since the 3rd Hokage said to let you follow my orders, I will have Shisui-senpai serve as the grand elder of the sect to oversee all affairs here. Itachi-senpai will serve as the elder of the law enforcement hall, and the other Uchiha seniors who accompanied us will be assigned to the law enforcement hall as law enforcement personnel, primarily to maintain order here. Shisui and Itachi both nodded in agreement, and after a moment of thought, Mingjian raised his head and asked, by the way, are there any other people coming from Konoha? Uchiha Itachi responded, yes. Some elite members from the route, along with 100 jonin skilled in earth release techniques, are escorting materials on the road. The Hokage also instructed them to follow your orders upon arrival, and there was no need to return to Konoha. Naruke's understood, well, they are sending even the troublemakers from the route over here. As for those earth release ninjas, it seems Konoha currently has no major projects, so they sent them here to take advantage of the situation. However, upon further thought, whether they were from the route or earth release ninjas, they would indeed come in handy. Naruke nodded and replied cheerfully, understood, let them come to see me directly upon arrival. After more than half a day, over 200 ninjas from Konoha arrived at the village, escorting a large quantity of materials. Naruke glanced at the route members and did not see any familiar faces from the Blue Star anime, but among them a few could actually use would release, likely due to the integration of first Hokage Hashirama's cells. Subsequently, Narucase and this group enthusiastically threw themselves into the construction of the sect. To be honest, if these ninjas skilled in earth release and wood release were brought back to Blue Star, a large number of civil engineering and agricultural university students would likely face unemployment, as their efficiency when working is simply astonishing. In just one day's time, facilities such as townhouses accommodating 10,000 residents, vegetable gardens in front of the villas, both above and underground training grounds, swimming pools, fish ponds, and even pig farms and cattle farms all sprung up from the ground. Even more impressively, the root members and the jonin proficient in earth release completely hollowed out a moderately sized mountain surrounding the village, following the layout of those third-rate sects from Narucase's past life, complete with the main peak elders pavilion, inner disciples caves, as well as a spiritual herb garden, a spiritual beast garden, a sect square, and a main gate presenting a remarkable sect demeanor. Jiraiya had also completely sided with Narucase, as Narucase had specifically instructed the jonin skilled in earth release to carve statues of Jiraiya, the third Hokage, Konin Shisui, and Itachi, all prominently displayed in the sect square for all disciples of the Falling Star Sword sect to admire. Now Jiraiya had become the staunchest supporter of the Falling Star Sword sect, and even requested a position as Supreme Elder from Narucase, thus completely binding himself to Narucase's Falling Star Sword sect. Moreover, Jiraiya summoned the Toad army based mainly in Mayaboku Mountain using the summoning technique, and incorporated them as the first batch of spiritual beasts for the Falling Star Sword sect's ninja branch. This pioneering achievement was enough for Jiraiya to leave a significant mark in the sect's history of the Falling Star Sword sect's ninja branch, deserving of great praise. Narucase immediately appointed Jiraiya as the head of the Beast Management Hall of the Falling Star Sword sect's ninja branch, which at first made the legendary Konoha Sannin quite displeased. Thinking to himself that as the great Jiraiya, he was actually assigned to manage spiritual beasts, it felt quite demeaning. However, upon hearing Narucase say a position comes with a salary, he immediately brightened up and gladly accepted the job. Then Narucase entrusted all sect affairs of the Falling Star Sword sect to the Grand Elder Uchiha Shisui and the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Uchiha Itachi. After all, even the most loving father must learn to let go. Fledglings must ultimately learn to spread their wings and fly towards their own sky. In the end, Narucase enveloped the Falling Star Sword sect's ninja branch within a 100-mile radius with a spiritual gathering array, illusion array, and defensive array, requiring a passage jade slip for entry and exit. He crafted 10 slips and handed them all to Uchiha Itachi for him to distribute. Without saying much, Uchiha Itachi had already solemnly guaranteed, "Rest assured, we will not allow Uchiha Shisui or any other Uchiha clan member to step outside the sect, even a half step." Oh, good. Is this kid Itachi always ready to eliminate the Uchiha clan? Narucase helplessly waved his hand. "Forget it, that's not my intention. Focus on monitoring and report immediately if there are any unusual movements. Do not make decisions on your own." Uchiha Itachi stood straight and replied solemnly, "Understood." Narucase pondered for a moment, still feeling uneasy, and decided to give this kid Itachi something to do. With a swish, he took out 100 bags of gold coins from his storage bag. "Itachi, this 1 million gold coins is the development fund for the early stage of the sect. You should take some time each day to lay them out in the square to prevent them from getting damp and moldy. If you run out, feel free to come find me." Uchiha Itachi again stood straight, nodded, and replied, "Understood, Lord Narucase." Narucase said no more and turned to leave. However, he thought to himself, the third Hokage really has a way of training people. Oh, just look at how well he has managed Itachi. When the Falling Star Sword sect first took shape, Narucase sent a message to Nagato through Konin to initiate the first diplomatic engagement of the Falling Star Sword sect's ninja branch. Pain's Six Paths Nagato and the Akatsuki's financial manager Kakazu officially visited, and over 4,000 outer disciples of the Falling Star Sword sect dressed in uniform sect attire lined up to cheer and welcome, although their strength made Pain's Six Paths Nagato feel that they were quite unimpressive. Amidst the cheers, the two toured the settlement at the foot of the sect mountain, which could now be called a town, where technology and ninjutsu combined and various novel ideas left Nagato and Kakazu greatly astonished. According to rumors, after returning, Nagato and Kakazu worked overnight, each producing a booklet. Nagato's was titled Travelogue of the Falling Star Sword sect, while Kakazu's was simply called Kakuzu's Travelogue, filled with fresh observations of the Falling Star Sword sect and endless imaginations about the sect. Then the second madam of the sect, Konin, personally led Pain's Six Paths Nagato and Kakazu up the mountain to visit the blessed land of the Falling Star Sword sect. As they walked, they saw many Konoha ninjas busy repairing and constructing in various places, a scene bustling with activity. Upon reaching the sect square, Kakazu's eyes immediately fell upon Konin's statue, making him green with envy soon after he spotted the 1 million gold coins that Uchiha Itachi was displaying in the square, causing him to catch his breath. Had it not been for Konan and Pain's 6 paths pulling him back, this financial manager of the Akatsuki might have charged forward to snatch them on the spot. In front of Pain's 6 paths, Kakazu even hastily wrote 9 applications to join the sect and handed them to Konan to pass on to Naruke's. This action infuriated Nagato, who almost lost control of Pain's Deva path, to unleash a Shinra Tensei on Kakazu. Fortunately, Naruke's appeared just in time with a spiritual sword at Nagato's neck, which persuaded him to calm down. Moreover, under Naruke's earnest persuasion, Nagato summoned a large number of different types of summoning beasts for the Falling Star Sword Sect's ninja branch, such as pandas, huskies, crabs, and crayfish, greatly expanding the variety of spiritual beasts in the sect. In the end, Nagato, without having a meal, left in a huff after having Kakazu escorted away by Pain's 6 paths. Naruke's and Konan escorted them out of the sect's boundaries, waving goodbye reluctantly behind them. This time we were unprepared and did not entertain you well. You are welcome to visit again, seniors of the Akatsuki. Just as Kakazu was about to reply, a rocket from Pain's Azura path was already pressed against his mouth. Ming Jian felt a deep sense of regret in his heart. Obito, Kagaya, and Danzo ultimately did not come to observe the Starfall Sword Sect's branch in the ninja world. He had specially prepared several unique formations for these 3 within the sect, intending for them to come and observe closely. Little did Ming Jian know Obito and Kagaya were already terrified by his formidable tribulation. Wherever he was, the two avoided him, as if he were a plague, daring not to approach easily. As for Danzo, his situation in the Akatsuki organization was far from the glory he had in Konoha. If it weren't for Orochimaru wanting his original Hashirama cells for research, he would have been left to fend for himself. Moreover, Nagato was hesitant to act against this new rogue ninja from Konoha. Otherwise, given the old grievances between him and Nagato, he would have been reduced to ashes by Nagato's Pain's 6 paths long ago. A few days later, after handling the sect's affairs, Ming Jian headed straight to the Beast Tamer Garden. He found Jiraiya and reminded him that it was time to set off for the task of protecting the daimyo. Inside the Beast Tamer Garden, Jiraiya was leisurely stroking a panda while sipping fine wine and peeling lobster, living a life of flavor. After hearing Ming Jian's words, he rolled his eyes at Ming Jian and innocently asked, "Task? What task?" Ming Jian helplessly repeated the S-level task of protecting the daimyo. Jiraiya rolled his eyes at Ming Jian once more, then rummaged through his ninja pouch to pull out the task evaluation sheet for Ming Jian's team, which clearly showed a perfect score of 100 points. Jiraiya waved his hand impatiently. "Get lost, you brat. That's your task. My job is just to grade you." Ming Jian chuckled, taking with him Yuhi, Kurenai, Shizune, and Konan, making their way towards the daimyo's main city under the moonlight. In the land of fire within the main city, Yuhi Kurenai frowned. "What? You've been hanging around the city and haven't even seen the daimyo." The Konoha Jonin looked helpless. "The daimyo's guard army won't let us in. We've submitted our greeting letter for several days now, but there's still no response." Ming Jian pondered. He initially thought it was just a routine task, but it unexpectedly turned into this situation. He asked in a deep voice, "What exactly is going on? Explain in detail." It turned out that these 3 squads of 12 Konoha Jonin rushed to the main city after accepting Ming Jian's commission. They originally intended to report directly to the daimyo's residence, but were stopped by the guards outside and were not allowed in. Ming Jian pressed on, "Didn't you bring the task scroll?" The Jonin quickly replied, "We did. But only a deputy commander came out, and after a few words he dismissed us, saying the daimyo was safe and didn't need our protection." "Then what about the task scroll?" Ming Jian asked again. "Since we couldn't get into the daimyo's residence, we went to Konoha's office in the main city and handed the scroll to the person in charge there. He said he would help deliver the greeting letter and told us to wait for news." Ming Jian looked at them, his tone slightly understanding. "So you just went to the tavern and the fish market to wait?" The Jonin immediately blushed. One of the squad leaders, Hyuga, made in quickly, said, "Ming Jian-sama, how about we return the commission fee to you and you don't report this matter?" Ming Jian waved his hand. "All right, I won't report this for now, but it better not happen again. I don't care about the money, it's yours now. Just remember, take care of business before having fun." The Jonin sighed in relief, knowing that if this matter was recorded in Konoha's S-level task records, they might as well die outside and end it all. "You go about your business, we'll handle the task." Ming Jian waved his hand, turning to discuss the next move with Yuhi, Kurenai, Shizune, and Konan. However, as soon as he turned around, he did not hear the expected footsteps leaving. He turned back, frowning and asking, "What are you all doing?" It was Hyuga Maiden who spoke first, his tone earnest. "Ming Jian-sama, please take us along for this task. We are willing to follow your orders." The Jonin all nodded in agreement, each calculating their own thoughts who would dare to leave at this moment. If the task went smoothly, that would be fine, but if something went wrong or it failed, they would definitely bear the blame. It would be better to follow Ming Jian even if the task failed considering they had no contributions they could at least escape the anger directed at them. Yuhi Kurenai Konan and Shizen instinctively wanted to oppose. This task clearly had unexpected developments and fell off. Having more people would inevitably lead to loose lips, and among these Konoha Jonin there could even be traitors, which was quite problematic. However, Ming Jian readily agreed that works, but we happen to need more hands. Upon completing the task, I'll reward each of you 1,000 gold coins, and I'll have Jiraiya Sensei give you a good evaluation on the task rating. The Konoha Jonin immediately displayed undisguised joy on their faces. This was an S-level task. Since the establishment of Konoha, there had hardly been any, and if they succeeded, wouldn't they be leaving a mark in the ninja world? Moreover, even if the task failed, establishing a relationship with Ming Jian was a surefire gain. Currently, Ming Jian was a figure known to all in Konoha, the son of the 4th Hokage, cherished like a treasure by the 3rd Hokage, not even a Hokage, but still able to stand atop Hokage Rock, at age, for he had risked his life to fend off an assassination by Danzo, and the Akatsuki, establishing a sect in the Land of Fire, and was the leader of the Konoha 13 Guardians. He had aided over 4,000 refugees, and was the only one alive from Konoha who could have his name inscribed on a monument, even having attended his own funeral, a legendary figure. To work alongside such a person was undeniably a worthwhile endeavor. What's more, there was a reward of 1,000 gold coins. This amount could equate to a year's worth of income for these Jonin without eating or drinking while taking on tasks. Just think, receiving 1,000 gold coins for working with Ming Jian for the first time. If he became a trusted subordinate of Ming Jian, wouldn't they soar to great heights in the future? Let's hear the applause. After finishing, Ming Jian turned to Yuhi Kurenai Konan and Shizen, adding, if you handle the task, well, you'll receive gold coin rewards too. Seeing that Ming Jian had agreed to let the Konoha Jonin participate in the task, Konan and Shizen no longer opposed. They always fully supported Ming Jian's decisions. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai kept murmuring gold coins and rewards. Her face grew redder as she gradually immersed herself in her own thoughts, lost in reverie. This SS task was fraught with suspicions. If things went awry, Ming Jian might just end up in trouble. Ming Jian figured that a group of Konoha ninjas gathering together was still worth more than a dozen cobblers. In the best-case scenario, the daimyo would remain safe and simply not want to see them. In the worst-case scenario, Konoha's office in the main city could no longer be trusted, and as for the daimyo, they could only pray he was still alive. The capital city. Oppressive clouds hung low over the skyline. Ming Jian led a group of shinobi down a secluded street in the capital. All 26 shops along this street belonged to Konoha. Particularly the largest inn at its far end served as Konoha's official mission office in the capital. Nearly every shop on the street was a funeral parlor. Whenever someone died in the capital, families came here to arrange the rites. In other words, no matter which shop one entered, the business concluded was always Konoha's. Funeral earnings were the easiest to secure, and the shinobi world had no shortage of the dead. War plague vendettas, lives fated daily. Funerals were held daily. Through this trade, Konoha also gathered invaluable intelligence on hidden affairs across the shinobi world. For deaths among shinobi were rarely without cause, whether slain in battle, felled by vengeance, or entangled in covert conspiracies. At funerals, grieving families' laments, neighbors' idle chatter, even faint traces left among the deceased's possessions, all could conceal vital clues. Following such threads often unraveled long-buried secrets. As the preeminent shinobi village of the Land of Fire, Konoha's dominion over this enterprise remained unchallenged. Any rival incursion would strike at Konoha's very roots, igniting an irreversible war to the death. Ming Jian strode ahead of the group, his expression darkening. Seeing this, Kurenai, Yui, Shizun, and the senior Jonin understood at once and quickened their pace to follow closely behind. According to Konoha regulations, each shop should have been overseen by either a Jonin manager or a Chunin deputy. Yet as they walked the length of the street, they found only ordinary civilian attendants, scarcely 3 or 4 genin from Konoha anywhere in sight. Something was clearly amiss. Ming Jian and his party hastened down the street and entered Konoha's capital mission office. What met their eyes deepened Ming Jian's unease. Desks once piled high with official documents now overflowed with gambling tiles, pai gao mahjong, and playing cards. A dozen Konoha Chunin and Jonin clustered around tables, shouting raucously over wagers, utterly neglecting their duties. Ming Jian spoke sternly, "Where is your commanding officer?" By regulation, major city mission offices like this one were jointly administered by several elite Jonin. The capital office in particular required 1 lead elite Jonin and 3 deputy elite Jonin, but not a single one stood among those present. Elite Jonin wore custom-tailored uniforms bearing distinctive insignia, immediately distinguishing them from ordinary shinobi, yet none of those gathered around the gambling tables bore such markings. At the largest table's center sat a Hyuga clan Jonin who appeared to be in charge. He glanced dismissively at Mingjian's party and replied with palpable impatience. What are you doing here again? Didn't we tell you to wait for word? Pausing briefly, he added condescendingly, did you run out of money? Nowhere else to stay. There are plenty of vacant rooms. Find yourselves a place to rest. His words triggered a burst of mocking laughter from the gamblers. No one spared Mingjian or his companions a second glance, and the games continued unabated shouts and cheers ringing out as before. Suppressing his rising fury, Mingjian turned to the accompanying jonin and asked, was it like this when you arrived? Have you seen any of the officers? The jonin erupted in complaint. Lord Mingjian, it's been like this since we arrived. The duty shinobi gamble by day, and by night they bring women back for revelry. We waited all day just to catch Deputy Director Senjukingo. We presented him the mission scroll, but he merely told us to wait here for word. As for Chief Director Sarutobi Anima and Deputy Directors Hyuga Sashu and Sarutobi Amani, we haven't seen so much as a shadow of any of them. Rumors say they spend their days in places like Bubblefish Tavern and other pleasure quarters, so we had no choice but to search for them there. Mingjian's thoughts churned, yet his voice betrayed only astonishment. Do they truly not grasp that this openly violates Konoha's village statutes? If the capital office has fallen into such disarray, what chaos must plague other cities? Not quite, the jonin interjected in chorus. Officers in other cities remained disciplined and upright. Only here, their exasperation and resentment hung heavy in the air. Mingjian needed no further explanation. He knew well that Konoha shinobi stationed at the Land of Fire's capital were largely drawn from the village's great clans. Take for instance Jonin Hyuga Matata, whom Mingjian had hired. The curse seal marking him as a branch family member was unmistakably visible on his forehead. And the jonin who had just spoken carried the haughty bearing and refined attire characteristic of the Hyuga main house. Even after crossing into this shinobi world, the chasm between social strata remained unfathomably deep. Some were born upon the clouds, like scions of the Hyuga main house, while others, be they branch family members or common shinobi, strained endlessly yet could never truly bridge that divide. Some enter life already in Rome. Most spend their lives journeying toward it, some having had the path itself deliberately severed by those who walked before them. Over time, the capital's officers inevitably became entwined with the Land of Fire's aristocracy, power after all breeds desire most readily. Meanwhile, the third Hokage stationed far away in Konoha remained powerless to intervene, and any few shinobi who might have sought integrity were likely long silenced, exiled, or crushed beneath systemic pressure. He silently prayed only that these officers had thus far committed mere dereliction, not yet entangled themselves in the Land of Fire's perilous power struggles. But as he lifted his gaze beyond the threshold, thick clouds pressed heavily against the horizon, rendering that fragile hope seem impossibly faint. Mingjian handed a jade tablet each to Kurenai Yuhi and Konan, then leaned close to whisper instructions into their ears. They nodded in quiet assent and slipped away unseen. Then Mingjian swept his gaze across every Konoha shinobi at the gambling tables, his face calm, even smiling gently. We shall accept your hospitality graciously and await our esteemed officers' return in our rooms. Please do inform us once they arrive. Without waiting for reply, he turned and ascended the stairs with Shizune and the hired jonin in tow. The Hyuga main house shinobi watched their retreating backs with a sideways sneer. Humph. Truly provincial bumpkins. Can't even afford lodging, so they cling to the office like beggars. Indeed, scoffed a Sarutobi clan shinobi beside him. Look at their gear. They probably can't even assemble a proper set of shinobi tools. And yet they presume to lecture us at the capital office. A short, stout shinobi flicked his cards idly and quipped, more likely they've come to scavenge. Autumn wind begging right under our noses. Do they imagine this office is some charity shelter for low-rank shinobi? Amid the jeering laughter came cruder barbs, mocking their humble origins, ridiculing their provincial ignorance, dripping with the condescension of capital dwellers toward outsiders. Even their gambling cries rang with deliberate performative bravado. Mingjian and Jingyin shared a room, while the other three groups of elite shinobi had separate rooms. All the rooms were located on the top floor of the office building, with each room adjacent to another. The food in the office was something Mingjian and his companions would not dare touch. Even at night, while resting, Mingjian arranged for at least 3 elite shinobi to patrol the third floor, not daring to let their guard down. Jingyin was always considerate, first carefully helping Mingjian consume the military rations and then fetching water to gently wipe his body. Having taken care of Tsunade for many years, she was quite adept at attending to Mingjian. However, unlike caring for Tsunade, Jingyin found her gaze uncontrollably drifting towards Mingjian's form, clad only in shorts. This made her cheeks flush, appearing somewhat adorable. Jingyin mentally encouraged herself. I am a competent medical elite shinobi, who I must not be distracted. Yet when her eyes swept over Mingjian's well-defined 8-pack abs, her heart raced uncontrollably. She quickly lowered her head, repeatedly telling herself, I must not disappoint Lord Tsunade and Lord Mingjian's trust. Mingjian, observing Jingyin's flustered demeanor reminiscent of an ostrich, couldn't help but want to tease her. Jingyin meticulously wiped Mingjian clean, helped him lie down on the bed, and then turned to guard the night. Just as she reached the door, she heard Mingjian call out to her Jingyin. She turned in confusion, only to find Mingjian sitting up with a cheerful smile looking at her. Jingyin, you will sleep in the bed tonight. Upon hearing this, Jingyin's face instantly turned crimson, her voice trembling with embarrassment. Lord Mingjian, that's not appropriate. Jingyin belongs to Lord Tsunade, I cannot. I cannot belong to someone else. Mingjian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but he maintained a serious expression and deliberately slowed his speech. Jingyin, what are you talking about? I am not asking you to marry me. I am simply asking you to rest on this bed tonight. Mingjian enunciated the phrase this bed, clearly pausing between each word, then his expression turned serious as he asked, What is it, Jingyin? Are you disregarding my words? Shouldn't you follow my orders for this mission? Mingjian's tone carried a hint of pressure. Isn't the primary principle of Konoha to complete missions? Is this what Tsunade taught you? Jingyin was momentarily stunned, not expecting Mingjian to use the concept of obedience here. Lord Mingjian was truly beastly. The clash between village rules and loyalty to Tsunade made Jingyin feel both shy and anxious, yet a strange thrill began to surge within her. She approached Mingjian step by step, her posture slightly twisted. Mingjian's words were not entirely unacceptable, but at this moment, she was mentally persuading herself, preparing to succumb to this swirl of coercion. Jingyin, though moving slowly, arrived at Mingjian's bedside, swiftly unbuttoning one button of her ninja attire with each step, revealing a mesh undergarment underneath and nothing else beneath. Jingyin's eyes were soft enough to seem like they could overflow with tears. Mingjian thought to himself, what the hell? What was wrong with this woman? She was actually getting excited. With things having escalated to this point, the masculine hormones had already caused Mingjian's little head to triumph over the big one. Was this naive boy finally stepping into maturity? Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed and Hinata Matan's voice came through the door. Is Lord Mingjian asleep? Hearing someone call, Mingjian instantly regained his composure and called out, Wait, I'll be out shortly. The knocking made Jingyin freeze in place. Jingyin sigmioed, Mingjian, gathering his thoughts, gently lifted the still frozen Jingyin, blushing, and placed her back on the bed. Just sleep for now, silly girl. After saying this, he dressed in his ninja attire and walked straight to the door. Upon opening it, he saw Hinata Matan's square face, which was particularly annoying. Following him was the elite shinobi from the Hinata clan, who had spoken snidely during their card game earlier that day, but now he seemed timid and shrinking. Oh, isn't this the elite shinobi of the Hinata clan? Mingjian leaned against the doorframe, his tone unfriendly. What brings you here at this hour? Hinata Zwazwa greets Lord Mingjian. Hinata Zwazwa quickly bowed and spoke in a noticeably lowered tone. I apologize for the disturbance today, though I hope Lord Mingjian can forgive me. I truly had no other choice. Oh. Mingjian raised an eyebrow, speaking casually. Come with me, let's talk outside. I want to hear how you had no choice. With that, Mingjian said no more, turning and heading down the stairs. Uncertain whether it was the poor soundproofing of the main office or the unruly behavior of the people inside, as Mingjian descended from the third to the first floor, he was constantly disturbed by the sounds of revelry coming from the rooms, which increasingly irritated and troubled him. Upon reaching the hall on the first floor, he saw a dozen or so lower-ranking shinobi from Konoha playing cards. They heard Mingjian's footsteps and merely glanced over before resuming their game, only jumping to their feet to greet when they saw Hinata Zwazwa following closely behind. Lord Hinata Zwazwa. Hinata Zwazwa snorted coldly and quickly stepped up to catch up with Mingjian, hastily putting on a flattering smile, following closely behind him. Upon exiting the office, Mingjian stood in the center of the street. The surrounding funeral homes had long since closed, and darkness enveloped the houses, illuminated only by the bright moonlight above, which stood out starkly in the quiet night. Speak up, what exactly is happening with the main city and the office? Mingjian turned to stare at Hinata Zwazwa, whose demeanor was completely different from their initial meeting during the day, his voice steady, but his gaze sharp as a sword. Hinata Zwazwa took a deep breath, glancing around. He had intended to pull Mingjian to a hidden spot, but he knew Mingjian deliberately chose this location. Too many eyes were watching from the shadows, and Mingjian was helping him publicly align himself. Hinata Zwazwa could only suppress his other thoughts and leaned closer to Mingjian, whispering, Lord Mingjian, the situation is as follows. It turned out that the daimyo of the land of Fire Tianchong was facing an unprecedented crisis, prompting him to send his chief advisor Shi Ping to seek help from the village of Konoha. Shi Ping arrived at the office stationed in Konoha late at night, carrying the daimyo's handwritten letter, and personally delivered the letter to Lord Saratobi Anima, who warmly received him along with Deputy Sarutobi Amani. However, Shirping was ambushed on his return journey. Just when the guards and soldiers were nearly wiped out and the situation was at a standstill, Deputy Hinata Chuangsho and Hinata Zuozua happened to pass by and came to Shirping's rescue. Upon hearing Shirping's account, Hinata Chuangsho along with Hinata Zuozua decided to issue an S-level mission to protect the daimyo in the name of the daimyo, as they were unsure of the third Hokage's stance. Later, Hinata Chuangsho went back to ask Lord Sarutobi Anima for the daimyo's letter, but was told that the letter was not with him and Lord Sarutobi Anima had never even met Shirping. So what is the crisis facing the daimyo? Mingjian interrupted Hinata Zuozua without hesitation, as he had no time to listen to him ramble on. As Mayakin's tone grew increasingly frigid, Hyuga Sasa's heart clenched tightly. She hastily spilled every scrap of knowledge she possessed. Lord Mayakin. Over the years, Konoha Trading House has expanded its operations, dramatically encroaching upon the interests of numerous prestigious clans across the Land of Fire. Yet this in itself remains a minor matter. What truly matters is that Konoha Trading House consistently aids impoverished civilians and supports the development of small shinobi villages, thereby gradually eroding the authority of aristocratic families and mid-tier shinobi villages over their subordinate settlements and the destitute masses, thus unsettling local stability and progress. These factions consequently banded together, repeatedly pressuring the daimyo to impose heavier taxes upon Konoha Trading House and to divert all funds and supplies the house allocates to refugees and weaker villages directly into the hands of local magistrates and noble houses, claiming they alone possess intimate knowledge of regional conditions. They further demanded that merchants' profits be wholly reinvested locally, with not a single coin permitted to leave. Yet the daimyo's strongest patron has always been Konoha Village itself, and such measures would severely undermine the very foundations of the Land of Fire. Thus he refused their petitions on multiple occasions. In the end, these aristocrats resorted to force deploying the 10 mid-rank shinobi villages as their vanguard to place the daimyo under house arrest within the daimyo residence. Hyuga Sasa concluded, then stole a glance at Mayakin's expression before hastily adding, "Of course this intelligence originates from Ishihira, the daimyo's chief advisor." "Is that all?" Mayakin's voice held a subtle, almost imperceptible gravity. Hyuga Sasa nodded vigorously, her tone edged with urgency. "Yes, Lord Mayakin. This is precisely all I know." "Then what shall we do now?" Mayakin did not look at her. Instead, he turned toward the night sky, his gaze settling upon the luminous full moon. He murmured softly, whether addressing Sasa or himself remained ambiguous. "Indeed. What shall you do?" "Lord Mayakin, what do you mean?" Sasa's voice tightened. Suddenly she realized. Mayakin had said, "You, not we." "Ha! Lord Mayakin, might we teach you a thing or two?" A bold, resonant laugh erupted from behind. Mayakin whirled around. At the entrance to the administrative hall stood 3 elite jonin from Konoha, shoulders aligned like blades drawn in unison. Their Konoha forehead protectors gleamed coldly beneath the moonlight. The one at the center wore a faint smile, but his eyes held sharp, appraising scrutiny. "Oh." Mayakin's brow furrowed slightly. "And who might you 3 be?" "I am Sarutobi Anima, head director of Konoha's local office," declared the slender elder in the center, his keen gaze sweeping over Mayakin. The second elder, bearing a striking resemblance to Anima, stepped forward, Deputy Director, Sarutobi Amani. The final figure, a portly man, rumbled deeply, "Senju Kingo." Mayakin offered a courteous faint smile and a slight bow. "Honored to meet you, directors. You proved exceedingly difficult to locate. Yet here we are meeting unexpectedly in the dead of night. It seems fortune favors me tonight." "My apologies for the delay, Lord Mayakin." Anima bowed respectfully, his face etched with contrition. "Burdened by urgent duties, I seized but a fleeting moment and hastened here without pause. Should my hospitality fall short, please grant me your gracious understanding." Mayakin nodded, then shifted his gaze to Amani and Kingo, "And you too?" equally consumed by affairs of state. Amani's expression darkened, his voice sharpened with reprimand. "Boy, you speak with astonishing arrogance. Did Hiruzen Sarutobi never instruct you in proper decorum?" Mayakin's gaze turned glacial. "Arrogance? Is arrogance illegal?" His tone hardened, edged with steel. "But you've turned this place into a cesspool. Do you harbor even a sliver of remorse?" Senju Kingo stomped forward half a step, roaring, "Remorse? You little shit. You haven't even grown your first whiskers. Do you truly mistake who wears the crown here?" "Calm yourself, brother Kingo. Lord Mayakin is young after all. Fiery temper is only natural." Anima interjected smoothly, raising a placating hand, though he emphasized the word young with deliberate weight. Mayakin watched them with the detached amusement of one observing trained monkeys. "Enough preamble, Elder Anima. You claimed you'd teach me. What exactly did you mean by that?" Anima's face tightened at the casual epithet. Yet he suppressed his ire, speaking with forced patience. Lord Mayakin's youth means many complexities require guidance from elders like us. This matter spans far beyond the land of fire. It entangles foreign nations and hidden powers alike. You need only remain peacefully in the capital for 1 month. The rest, entrust it to us, the seasoned generation. Mayakin's smile chilled to ice. So, you wish me to abandon my mission and shoulder blame for your failures? Kango snorted contemptuously. Boy, ignorance is sometimes bliss. Wouldn't it be better to live quietly, obliviously? Why plunge headlong into the mire only to drown helplessly when escape proves impossible? A sardonic smirk flickered across Mayakin's lips. Then he uttered only 2 soft, hollow laughs, and fell silent. Amani shot Mayakin an impatient glare, then turned to Anima. Brother, why waste breath on this brat? He pivoted sharply toward Mayakin, bellowing, don't mistake courtesy for weakness. Has Hiruzen Sarutobi truly lost his wits, appointing you as next Hokage? I say forget the title. Since you're so eager to meddle in capital affairs, stay here. Forever. Seeing Mayakin's imperturbable, utterly unyielding stance, Anima's composure finally shattered. With a curt wave, he summoned a surge of Konoha shinobi from within the office, encircling Mayakin and Hyugasasa in a tightening ring of steel. Mayakin counted swiftly, nearly 100 shinobi. Hyugasasa instantly lunged forward, shielding Mayakin, and cried out fiercely, Directors, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend open rebellion? Mayakin remained silent, observing them all with quiet, unnerving amusement. Suddenly, a sharp rush of wind sliced through the 3rd floor. The 3 squads of elite jonin Mayakin had hired, alerted by the commotion, leapt down in swift descent, charging straight toward him. To everyone's astonishment, the encircling shinobi parted seamlessly, creating a narrow corridor. As the hired jonin surged forward, the ranks snapped shut again, trapping them within the same suffocating circle. Meanwhile, Shizune had already donned her gear and descended the stairs at speed, only to freeze at the sight of Mayakin engulfed by layers of hostile shinobi. Her face paled, she spun instantly, ready to bolt outward for reinforcements. But before she could take a single step, a detachment peeled away from the perimeter, blocking her path with absolute immovable resolve. Trapped Shizune ignored her own peril. Her eyes burned with frantic urgency as she locked gazes with Mayakin, silently urging him to break free now with his hired jonin. Yet Mayakin stood utterly unruffled, not a muscle tensed. He met Shizune's gaze and gave the faintest deliberate shake of his head, signaling her to hold fast and wait. Mayakin mocked, so, soft persuasion having failed, you resort to coercion? Kango sneered. Youth demands collision with reality before wisdom dawns. Some errors once committed admit no redemption. Ha ha ha. Director Kingo, why let anger cloud your judgment? Must we stoop to quarrel with the young? A hearty, resonant laugh echoed from the street. All heads turned. A procession advanced swiftly. An imposing square-jawed jonin led the way, flanked by over 20 shinobi clad in the distinctive garb of the Hyuga clan. They passed effortlessly through the outer cordon, halting directly before the 3 directors. Hyugasasa gasped in delighted recognition. Director Hyuga Sashu. Kango's scowl softened marginally as he greeted warmly, Director Hyuga, your arrival was unexpected. Sasha laughed heartily. Had I not come, fists would surely fly. After all, we are all Konoha shinobi. One family. Grant me this face. Step back both sides, and let peace prevail. Animus seized the opening immediately, his eyes darting pointedly toward Mayakin. Of course, Brother Hyuga's face commands our respect, yet it rests with young Uzumaki Mayakin whether he chooses to yield. All 4 directors smiled benignly at Mayakin. Even the hired jonin exhaled faintly, knowing full well that battle here would likely seal their fates. Mayakin remained unperturbed. His gaze swept slowly, deliberately across every face present, absorbing each micro-expression, each shift of posture, each flicker of intent. Sasa leaned forward anxiously. Lord Mayakin, let us negotiate. Rest assured, with Director Hyuga Sashu present, justice will be served. A faint, chilling smile touched Mayakin's lips. His eyes, however, grew colder still. Oh, then tell me, precisely how should I yield? The faces of the 4 main officials flashed with a hint of joy. The young man was still too young, and now it was too late to turn back, leaving no real path of retreat. On the square face of Rixiang Chuang, a smile blossomed like a chrysanthemum. Lord Ming, Jian, how about you stay here at the office for the time being? Don't worry, whatever you wish to eat or play, I will prepare it all for you, ensuring you won't feel wronged in the slightest. Seeing Ming Jian fall silent, Rixiang Chuang paused, his sincere gaze fixated on Ming Jian's eyes. Your mission is also under my responsibility. I swear by the name of the Rixiang family that I will ensure your task is executed flawlessly, leaving you with no faults to pick at. If you are still not at ease. Under the bright moonlight, a paper crane fluttered down, landing on Ming Jian's shoulder. Ming Jian smiled slightly, interrupting the chattering Rixiang Chuang show. All right, old Chuang Shou, stop barking. I'm already tired, even if you aren't. Is it the oath of the Rhys family? I will collect it. He was already seething with anger towards the steady fence-sitting of the Rhys family, ready to settle both old and new grudges. Rhys Chuang Shou was left speechless. You little brat. Have I been talking for nothing? Armani chuckled beside him, patting Rhys Chuang Shou's shoulder. Brother Rhys, it seems you've taken a hit, huh? This kid is stubborn, yet he suits my taste. Why waste words with him? Let's beat him half to death first. The other two officials secretly chuckled, reveling in Rhys Chuang Shou's hypocritical facade. The three of them had actually been displeased with Rhys Chuang Shou for a long time. Rhys Chuang Shou, feeling embarrassed, began to act like a tragic actor. Lord Ming Jian, how could you not trust me? Why would you deceive me so? Ah, never mind, we must battle first before you understand my hardships, Lord Ming Jian. Ming Jian had already stopped smiling, coldly asking, Old Rhys, enough of the act. Where is Shi Ping? Upon hearing this, Rhys Chuang Shou's face brightened, feeling it was time to turn the tide. Hee, brother Ming Jian, he will be here shortly. Rhys Chuang Shou signaled to a nearby Rhys ninja, who nodded in response and dashed into the office. Moments later, he returned holding a wooden box. When the wooden box was opened, it revealed a severed head that seemed unwilling to close its eyes. This must be Shi Ping, the chief aide of the daimyo of the land of fire, Ming Jian thought with a sigh. Look, brother Ming Jian, this is the consequence of disobedience. Rhys Chuang Shou said smugly, his square face gleaming with pride as he tossed the wooden box toward Ming Jian. Ming Jian's golden core stirred slightly, and a surge of spiritual energy wrapped around the box, bringing it to his hand. He looked down into the box, gently closing the lifeless eyes, then secured the box and handed it back to Rhys Matian. Thus my mission is not one you assigned to me at all. Rhys Chuang Shou's expression froze, a hint of awkwardness passing over his face. Everything was going smoothly. Who would have known that Shi Ping's summoned beast was a husky that ran off with the token given to him by the daimyo, and it ran away incredibly fast. I suspect the mission was carried out by that husky to Konoha. After all, the daimyo is a foolish donkey who dispatched his loyal subordinates and left only an aide who still has a bit of use. Just as Rhys Chuang Shou guessed, Shi Ping's husky, clutching the token, resisted the urge to chase butterflies and pounce on flowers, running straight to Konoha village, where it dropped the token into the Hokage's office. It wasn't very smart, but it remembered its master's last command, protect the daimyo. This phrase was relayed word for word to Kakashi's hunting dogs. A simple protect the daimyo combined with no news coming from the Konoha office led the higher-ups of Konoha to treat it as a farce. Coincidentally, the third Hokage was wanting to boost Ming Jian's reputation, so he conveniently took on this mission and assigned it to Ming Jian. So the letter from the daimyo is also fake. Only the token is real. Ming Jian asked curiously. Armani stroked his beard and replied with a smile, the letter is indeed real, but it ended up in my hands. Ming Jian grabbed the paper crane resting on his shoulder and handed it to the side, saying, Here, brother Zwa, hold this for me. Seeing Rhys Zwa awkwardly take the paper crane, Ming Jian turned to the others, his smile gradually cooling. It seems you are all implicated in the plot against the daimyo. The four officials shrugged, tacitly acknowledging it. Ming Jian paused, his gaze sweeping over each face present, and slowly said, Indeed, during an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. Gentlemen, I apologize. Just as Ming Jian's words fell, the paper crane in Rhys Zwa's hand suddenly ignited with a ghostly blue flame. He exclaimed in shock, It's an explosive tag, hastily throwing the paper crane towards the surrounding ninjas. In an instant, a series of violent explosions erupted and thick smoke billowed up. Amidst the swirling smoke, Ming Jian instantly teleported beside Jing, scooping her up and leaping into the high sky under the moonlight. At the same time, more than 200 leaf ninjas rushed out from the rooftops and street corners, all members of the Uchiha clan and the root, and each was at least a Jonin level. All the ninjas knelt on one knee, their right palms pressed to their hearts, loudly calling out, We bow to Lord Vortex Ming Jian. These Uchiha and root ninjas understood clearly what kind of people they were, and not being dealt with, but instead assigned to Ming Jian, was essentially like gaining a lifeline. If they did not show loyalty now, when would they? In the night under the moonlight, the black combat uniforms contrasted sharply with the Uchiha clan's signature Crimson Sharingan. Meanwhile, several Wood-style ninjas from Root had already unleashed their techniques. Wood-style four-pillar family rapidly formed several wooden fortresses, sheltering the three teams of Leaf Jonin hired by Ming Jian. Within you on the other side, a weakened version of Wood-style Birth of the Forest rapidly rose, instantly separating the four main officials from the other ninjas. Just as the four officials were about to move under the moonlight, Xiaonan flapped her enormous paper wings and descended before them, accompanied by the setting sun. At the same time, a sky full of crows gathered ominously behind them, with Uchiha Itachi standing quietly among the flock, his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. What made the four officials most apprehensive was Ming Jian, who was quietly hovering in the high air. The ability to stand in midair exceeded their imagination. At that moment, they realized that the seemingly harmless young man concealed such terrifying power. Ming Jian's golden core's aura suddenly erupted with full force, locking onto all the rogue ninjas present. Under this pressure, the rogue ninjas felt their hearts turn cold. Those who act recklessly will be killed without mercy. Ming Jian's voice was not loud, but it hung over everyone like a giant sword of judgment. The battle ended extremely quickly. Aside from a few rogue ninjas who resisted stubbornly being slain on the spot, none of the remaining rogue ninjas, including the four officials, dared to move an inch, and all surrendered. Among the four officials, Sarutobi Anima, Sarutobi Armani, and Senju Guanyu all fell silent, looking dejected, as if they had lost their earlier arrogance was gone. Only Rixiang Chuangshou, although he didn't dare to resist, continued to scold loudly. Ming Jian, you little brat. How dare you lay your hands on a fellow villager? Do you even respect the rules of Konoha? Do you still honor the authority of the Hokage? He was spitting words in great indignation. We are all here for Konoha's sake, and even if there are disagreements, it should be resolved in the village by the Hokage. Who are you to act on your own? This is a violation of village rules. I will definitely return to the village to report to the Hokage about your disrespect for elders and your harm towards comrades, and see how you will bear the consequences. Do you think this will sway the crowd? The ninjas of Konoha will never submit to someone as cruel and ruthless as you. What you have done today has long strayed from the ninjas' ethics, and will ultimately be condemned by all of Konoha. Ming Jian paid no heed to Rixiang Chuangshi's clamor. His gaze slid to Ujiboyu. At his signal, black flames welled and roiled within Ujiboyu's crimson eyes. Tianjiao. Black flame erupted upon Rixiang Chuangshu, ravenous as parasitic maggots. He was silenced at once, unable to utter another protest. Only a ghastly roar rent the night. Ming Jian, how dare you? Ming Jian, you whelp. Rixiang Chuangshu writhed and twisted in the inferno. Pain shredded his words until they dwindled and finally ceased. An oppressive silence fell. An elite jonin of Muyi who had been presiding there was by Ming Jian's casual command burned alive by black flame at his subordinate's hands. The sight was too dreadful for anyone to break the stillness. Ming Jian instant transferred to Shi Rihong's side and helped the rigid Jingyin down, placing her beside Shi Rihong. He turned to the others, his voice cold. Take all the traitor Nin away and subject them to severe interrogation. By tomorrow morning, I want every scrap of information they possess. After a pause, he drew 10 sacks of gold coins from his pouch and said gravely, there are 100,000 gold coins here. Consider it your reward for tonight's toil. Ujiboyu and the Jinbu operatives moved, dropped to one knee in unison, hand over heart, and cried out together, loyalty. Under the moonlight, the sacks of gold gleamed. Ming Jian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling ninja, and then resting on Shi Rihong, Xiao Nan, and Jing Yin. A surge of pride swelled within him, as if to rend the sky. In a haze, he recalled a past life, the day he had led Yunxing Jianzong from a third-rate sect through endless trials to rise into the ranks of the second-rate. This is the first mission we have undertaken together, Ming Jian said, his voice piercing the night. The operation was a success. We have excised Mu Yes' malignant presence from the main city's office. This glory I share with you all. Here I formally invite you to join me in completing Mu Yes' S-level mission. Whatever the outcome, your names will be engraved upon Mu Yes' annals and remembered by posterity. He looked into the burning eyes of the gathered ninja. So will you stand with me and forge this history with your own hands, eh? Loyalty. Ujiboyu's voice rose, first low but unwavering. Loyalty. The ninja answered with a united roar that shook the moonlit night. Yet the two cries of loyalty carried different meanings. One was for pay and gold, the other for the searing promise of forging history together, for the belonging that comes from having one's name inscribed in the chronicles. The first, loyalty, was an instant response to present gain. The latter roar was laced with yearning for the future, a longing to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ming Jian and write legend. There was newfound conviction in that sound. Not merely opportunism, but a hunger for the eternal recognition of being recorded in history. Years later, a white-haired veteran would tell his grandchildren, that night, when we shouted loyalty, we thought of the coins first. But Lord Ming Jian said my name would enter the annals. After a lifetime in the ninja world, who remembers you? It was that time I felt I had left something in this world, he said, staring at the archive's stone steel beneath Ming Jian's colossal statue. Moonlight of that night still reflecting at the corner of his eye. The gold's almost gone, but that moonlight stayed with me my whole life. Loyalty. Lord Ming Jian. Save me, Lord Ming Jian. Rishyanghua was bound tightly by Jinbu Ninja, a shuriken pressed against his rear by Ujibwa contingent dragged toward the office like a pig led to its appointed slaughter. He struggled and screamed panic raw in his voice. Ming Jian gave Rishyanghua a reassuring look, as if to say I've got this, and murmured, relax brothers Wazwa, it's just a formality. He ordered the men, arrange some more comfortable interrogation rooms for the Rishyang family retainers. Then Ming Jian turned to Ujibwa Yu and asked, can you use you do? Ujibwa Yu followed Ming Jian's gaze to the half-dragged Rishyanghua. His eyes darkened, and he instantly understood the intent. I can. Within a single day I can make Lord Rishyanghua spend 3 years inside you do. Ujibwa Yu had just activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, and buoyed by the moment his tone held a rare, eager edge. Oh, no need for that. 3 days inside will do. Ming Jian persuaded, thinking that brothers Wazwa had supplied so much intelligence and deserved some mercy. Ming Jian knew well from the Blue Star anime that when Chimu she was dragged into Yudu for a week, he was already left bereft and broken. If Zwazwa were forced to linger there for 3 years, he would likely lose control of his bodily functions and be unable to care for himself thereafter. They were all brothers living and working in close quarters. Exchanging a few cuts in passing was one thing, but there was no need for such irreversible cruelty. Ming Jian had labored through most of the night, but felt no weariness. He inspected the office's hotel rooms one by one, while Jinbu and Yu Zibo's operatives carried out interrogations inside. It must be said that the ninja had devised many novel applications of ninjutsu for interrogation. A common tactic was to summon multiple shadow clones to bombard the traitor with a chorus of voices, each clamoring questions until the captive spun, nearly forgetting his own name. The most ridiculous thing was that some clones carried away by the process began arguing with the original. You're asking that the wrong way. He's clearly lying. One clone jabbed a finger at the traitor and shouted. The original frowned and snapped back. Shut up. Am I interrogating, or are you? Another chimed in, the original's too impatient. Oh, let me try and I'll get the answers. For a time the interrogation room was a din and the captive was left bewildered enough to forget to be afraid. More entertaining still was the use of seduction jutsu. Some traitors endured every manner of cruel ninjutsu, and yet were undone at last by this single method. It wasn't that the practitioners were especially alluring, the shock lay in the contrast. One moment a brutish club-wielding giant, the next, poof, a coquettish young woman batting her eyelashes and cooing. Whether the conjured woman's looks were fair mattered less than the awkwardness. Many ninja were unskilled in seduction jutsu, their transformed forms clumsy, while telltale anatomy remained visible beneath the skirts, wobbling with each step and making onlookers' eyes twitch. The captive at first stiffened and tried to bear it, but faced with the spectacle his mouth twitched, he abruptly turned away, his atoms, apple bobbing, as the fierce words he had meant to spit were swallowed. One man of weak nerves averted his eyes and begged aloud, don't change. He'll talk. He'll say everything. Afraid a displeased interrogator might take a blade to him. The traitor begged and even confessed the color of his underwear, yet the Muyi interrogators were not satisfied. Oh, once certain methods were tried, there was no turning back. Brother, you smell so good. Ming Jian rubbed his brow as he watched from outside, thinking this was hardly about seduction. The winds of Chengdu had at last reached the ninja world. In people's hearts, Chengdu remained a basin. The final interrogation results emerged, and Ming Jian found that they roughly aligned with what Hinata's Wazwa had said. Brothers Wazwa, I truly apologize. Initially seeing you respond so readily, I thought you were making things up. This matter primarily should be blamed on Ming Jian himself. After all, he has a habit of fabricating stories. Ming Jian had already roughly clarified the ins and outs of the situation. Based on the testimonies of the defected ninjas, he firmly established the charges against the 4 responsible parties, including conspiracy against the daimyo, failing to report knowledge of the conspiracy, abuse of power for personal gain, rebellion, and more than 300 other charges, each with ironclad evidence, leaving no room for rebuttal. This was precisely why Ming Jian wanted the ninjas to interrogate them overnight. Since the 4 responsible parties were determined to be his enemies, Ming Jian would not leave them any chance to change their testimonies. Even if he had to deal with them, he had to appear reasonable and legal on the surface. After all, these individuals were from prominent families of Konoha, especially the head administrator Saratobi Anima and the deputy administrator Anima, who were relatives of the 3rd Hokage. A slight misstep could lead to a rift between Ming Jian and the 3rd Hokage. Indeed, if Ming Jian fell into their hands, the outcome would likely be even worse. Ming Jian raised his hand to interrupt, saying, Enough. These charges are already enough for them to die 100 times over. He stopped the other defected ninjas from fabricating baseless charges against the 4 administrators. The existing charges were already more than sufficient, while the subsequent fabrications by those defected ninjas were simply too absurd. These ninjas, in a desperate attempt to save their lives, frantically searched for evidence against the four administrators, even concocting sensational rumors, speaking vividly, as if they had witnessed everything firsthand. For instance, defected ninja suddenly shouted, "I report. Head Administrator Sarutobi used to be a male prostitute selling his backside. This is simply disgraceful for Konoha. He must be killed immediately." The root ninja paused at this, looking up to ask, "Oh, is that true? Which Sarutobi are you referring to?" Defected ninja B quickly chimed in, "It's true you aren't from the main city, so you don't understand that kind of tightness. Both of them sold themselves. If you don't believe it, go check. There must be holes behind them." The root ninja, expressionless, quickly jotted down notes on the paper, then asked, "Is there any other evidence?" He paused and added, "Be more detailed, or perhaps it can save you from death." Defected ninja C's eyes lit up as he hurriedly leaned forward, saying, "I can prove it." They really did engage in such activities. Last time Lord Hinata Chuangsho got drunk and boasted about taking care of the two administrators' business. Defected ninja D also chimed in, "Yes." Head Administrator Senju Kanju also mentioned it, saying Sarutobi's business was so hot that he had to wait a week for an appointment. Defected ninja A eagerly nodded. "Exactly, I was right there when Kanju said that. He even mentioned wanting to pay extra gold to cut in line. If Ming Jin were not burdened with the task of protecting the daimyo at SS rank, he would genuinely sit down to see how many tricks this group of defected ninjas could come up with." He also understood that many defected ninjas genuinely did not know the intentions of their superiors. They simply did whatever they were told, thinking this attack on Ming Jin was merely a mission from Konoha. Most were just following orders and had not actively participated in the conspiracy against Ming Jin and the daimyo. There was nothing to be done in the battle at the temple. Whoever lost became the rebels. However, the ninjas under Hinata Chuangsho were likely deeply involved. After all, the first advisor of the daimyo, Shiping, clearly died at their hands. For the Konoha comrades implicated in this matter, although they have made mistakes, most were unaware of the truth. Ming Jin said solemnly, "It is sufficient to execute the principal offender and his close confidants." As his words fell, everyone's gazes turned in unison to the nearly breathless Hinata Zwazwa on the ground. Ming Jin paused, looking at the gasping Hinata Zwazwa, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Zwazwa seems to be at the end of his rope. Oh, let's give him a proper burial alone." Uchiha Itachi beside him excitedly said, "Lord Ming Jin, let me do it. Let me try Amaterasu again, who I guarantee it will give Lord Hinata Zwazwa a dignified and beautiful burial, both aesthetically pleasing and environmentally friendly." Upon hearing this, Ming Jin found it reasonable. After all, in the anime from Blue Star, Itachi's Amaterasu had hardly ever killed anyone. Having crossed over, he ought to do something for the loyal Itachi, adding a bit of merit to this divine technique. Hinata Zwazwa struggled to speak, his breath faint. "Lord Ming Jin, I am still alive. How about we try to save me one more time?" Ming Jin pretended not to hear, looking at Uchiha Itachi with a confused expression. "Itachi, did you just hear Brother Zwazwa speaking? In his current state, can he still be saved?" Uchiha Itachi glanced at the barely breathing Hinata Zwazwa with flickering black flames in his eyes. "Lord Ming Jin, Lord Zwazwa seems to be thanking you for your goodwill and can only repay you in the next life by being a servant." Now it was already his last flicker of light. "I know my Tsukuyumi best. The last time I tried it in front of a mirror, I almost perished. Lord Zwazwa endured for 3 days inside such iron will makes him a man, but even if we want to save him, it may be beyond hope. Good is better to give him a swift end." Uchiha Itachi paused and added, "Lord Ming Jin, just leave Lord Hinata Zwazwa to me. Rest assured, in a few seconds, apart from the sound of crackling flames, there will be no more sound from Lord Zwazwa. His final journey will surely be as brilliant as fireworks." Ming Jin's expression showed some hesitation, his voice dragging as he seemed about to let Itachi proceed. "Lord Ming Jin." Hinata Zwazwa was truly anxious, straining with all his might to struggle up from the ground, and with a loud thud, he heavily knelt down. "Lord Ming Jin, having drifted for half my life, I only regret not having met you sooner. If Lord Ming Jin does not abandon me, I am willing to pledge myself to you as a foster father, and from now on I shall follow you loyally, willing to go through fire and water without a second thought." Ming Jin had no intention of questioning the 3 surviving officials. He first sealed their chakra with his spiritual power, then bound them and tossed them into the deepest room on the 3rd floor. He then instructed Xiao Nen to guard the door. Xiao Nen had strong sensory abilities and could keenly perceive the chakra movements around her. The reason Ming Jin refrained from initiating the interrogation was due to his wariness of the backgrounds of these 3 individuals. They hailed from prominent clans of Konoha and held significant positions in the main city office with intricate connections behind them. Ming Jin and the Uchiha clansmen, along with root ninjas, did not have the authority to interrogate them. The three individuals were evidently aware of this, hence they surrendered without resistance, waiting to settle accounts with Ming Jian upon returning to Konoha. An even deeper concern was that their actions might not have escaped the notice of the Hokage. They could even be involved in the matter. Furthermore, they feared that the information they might disclose was beyond what Ming Jian needed or could control at that moment. Moreover, these three officials were cunning and shrewd. Should an interrogation occur, they might very well provide misleading information or deliberately lead Ming Jian astray, making the situation harder to manage. Excessive curiosity had never been a good thing. Thus, for Ming Jian, there was no immediate need to clarify the information they possessed. The urgent matter at hand was to swiftly take control of everything regarding the main office in Konoha, and to fully grasp everything about the main office in Konoha, ensuring that his brothers had no worries. The only solution was not good. Xiao Nan's voice, filled with urgent breaths, came from the end of the corridor. Hinata Zwa has brought Hinata clan ninjas and killed all three officials. The ninjas were in an uproar. Ming Jian's expression darkened as he led the ninjas towards the third floor. Upon pushing open the innermost door, a heavy stench of blood assaulted them. Three officials lay stiffly on the ground, their eyes wide open, having died in extreme agony. Xiao Nan, what on earth happened? Ming Jian's voice was laced with anger. Xiao Nan's expression was grim as she hurriedly explained, Lord Ming Jian, it was your adoptive son Hinata Zwa, who came with a group of Hinata ninjas claiming they wanted to interrogate the three officials. I waited outside for a long time without any movement, and when I pushed the door open it turned out like this. They have already disappeared. The window was open. They must have escaped from there. A total of 23 Hinata clan ninjas. Nonsense. Ming Jian clenched his fists tightly. When did I allow Zwa to conduct the interrogation? The identities of these three officials are special. We have no authority to interrogate them. I intended to take them back to Konoha to leave it to the Hokage for a decision. I'm sorry, Lord Ming Jian. Xiao Nan lowered her head, striving to infuse her voice with regret. I just joined Konoha not long ago, and am not clear about these rules. Ming Jian looked at her remorseful expression and finally sighed. Xiao Nan, you have truly caused me trouble. Your salary for this month will be deducted, and it will not happen again. The surrounding ninjas looked at the corpses on the ground, and surprisingly, they showed little shock. Instead, there was a subtle sense of relief, as if the stone that had weighed heavily on their hearts had finally fallen. Ming Jian scanned the expressions of everyone, his gaze sharpening as he solemnly ordered, Xiao Nan, come with me to chase after Hinata Zwa and the others. We must clarify this matter. He then turned to Uchiha Itachi. On the other side, Itachi, handle the bodies and the scene here. Ming Jian did not glance at the corpses on the ground again, and was the first to leap out of the window. Xiao Nan followed, closely unfolding a pair of origami wings from her back, gently flapping them as the pale blue paper fluttered in the air. After Ming Jian and Xiao Nan left, Uchiha Itachi approached to examine the three officials' corpses. He drew his knife and poked each of the corpses in the chest, noting that the wounds only oozed a small amount of dark blood, murmuring, they are indeed completely dead. A flicker of excitement passing through his crimson Sharingan. The surrounding ninjas turned their heads, feigning ignorance of what they had seen. Everyone was clear-minded. The gruesome state of death of these three officials was not caused by the Hinata clan's gentle fist striking their acupoints, but rather seemed to be crushed internally by some strange sword-like energy. After all, the sharp energy lingering on the bodies of the three officials tightened everyone's hearts from a distance, yet no one spoke. After all, before the Hinata clan members entered, Uchiha Itachi had already been there once. At that time, his eyes were swirling with dark energy, and he held a sharpened ninja blade, claiming he wanted to go in to peel apples for the officials, but was stopped by Xiao Nan. Then Yuhi Kurenai attempted to jump through the window, but was also blocked by Xiao Nan's origami crane. Later, Shizen brought 3 bowls of noodles, each topped with a thick layer of white powder, claiming she was afraid the officials would go hungry, yet she was also not allowed to enter. Let alone the Uchiha ninjas and Umbu, who had been going back and forth, all of whom wanted to enter that room, but were all stopped by Xiao Nan. At this moment, looking at the corpses on the ground, everyone pretended not to notice the strange manner of death, unwilling to break this layer of silence. Uchiha Itachi's gaze swept over the 3 corpses for a moment before suddenly speaking, since Lord Ming Jian has entrusted this to me, I have an idea. It is truly pitiful that the 3 officials died in such a disgraceful manner, falling at the hands of someone like Hinata Zwa, who flatters the powerful. We cannot allow their bodies to be further insulted after death. I know of a noble burial rite called Sky Burial. I wonder what everyone thinks. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of agreement erupted from the surrounding ninjas. Yuhi Kurenai's lips curled into a charming smile as she gently nodded. Itachi's idea is splendid. Such a burial rite befits their status. Shizen nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice, her eyes reflecting eager agreement. The other ninjas also nodded vigorously, as if this had long been an unspoken best choice. Let's go. Uchiha Itachi shouted, twisting his waist and delivering a precise sweeping kick to the three officials' corpses. The bodies of the three officials soared out the window, shooting straight into the sky. Then Itachi swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, the Tomo, in his crimson Sharingan, spinning rapidly Uchiha-style Phoenix Fire technique. Following closely, all the ninjas present formed hand seals at rapid speed, their throats, unleashing a deep incantation, super great fireball technique. Countless dense fireballs shot out like meteors, accurately colliding with the corpses in the sky. In the instant the flames erupted, the firelight illuminated Uchiha Itachi's charming smile, as well as the excited profiles of the surrounding ninjas. The bodies of the three officials were completely reduced to ashes, and the wind of the main city happened to blow by sweeping up the fine ashes and carrying them high into the sky, quickly obliterating all traces. Yuhi Kurenai, hidden in her accomplishments and fame, clasped her hands behind her back, a charming smile gracing her lips. It seemed that her recent practice of wind release had indeed borne some fruit. On another side, Hinata Zuazua had already led the ninjas of the Hinata clan out of the main city. In the jungle, the light and shadows danced. 23 Hinata ninjas moved like arrows released from a bow, darting between the branches with the agility of leopardesses. Their toes silently touched the leaves, using the force to leap, as if flying, their movements synchronized and demonstrating their well-trained skills. A Hyuga ninja with Byakugan slightly bulged with anger as he fled forward, shouting to Hyugas, "Lords, this is clearly a trap. As soon as we enter, the three masters have already met their demise. That brat Uzumaki Mingjian is utterly lawless. Does he think my Hyuga clan is a soft persimmon to be squeezed?" Another person beside him spat, his tone filled with resentment, "And that little Nan. In my opinion, she's just Mingjian's minion, deliberately letting us in only to turn around and accuse us that innocent facade is performed to perfection. If it weren't for Lord Zua's decisive action to help us escape, we would have surely been caught like turtles in a jar with no place to rest our bones. Those Uchiha scoundrels." Another ninja clenched his fists, his Byakugan glowing with fierce light. On usual days, they flaunt their Sharingan to show off, but when it comes to real danger, they still rely on our Hyuga clan to take action. When we return to report to the clan head, we will make them understand the consequences. At the back of the group, a Hyuga ninja with reddened eyes trembled with extreme anger. The most detestable is that Uchiha Itachi committing murder right in front of us. Lord Chuangsho was burned to ashes by his black flames, not leaving even a bone fragment behind. I watched helplessly as Lord Chuangsho struggled in the black fire. This blood feud shall be noted, and one day I will make Uchiha Itachi taste the bitterness of being consumed by flames. Hyuga Zuazua maintained a cold expression as he ran at the front. Enough. Cursing now is useless. We can only escape first and find an opportunity to expose their scheme. The dignity of the Hyuga clan must not be trampled upon. The anger in everyone's eyes surged, yet they could only escape in haste, quickening their pace, each step feeling like they were treading on the hatred toward Mingjian and little Nan. Hyuga Zuazua knew very well that they had been framed by Mingjian swiftly and ruthlessly. Earlier, Mingjian had clearly instructed him to take the Hyuga clan ninjas under his command to guard the rooms of the three masters, ensuring their safety until dawn, when they would return to Konoha. Upon stepping out of Mingjian's room, he turned and headed straight for the room where his subordinates were detained. The one guarding there was Hyuga Matana, ninja from the branch family arranged by Mingjian. As soon as he arrived, he shouted to take his people away, but Matan actually dared to block him. "Get out of the way." Zuazua's eyes sharpened as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Matan. "My adoptive father Mingjian sent me to take my brothers away. Who do you think you are to block me?" The other Hyuga ninjas saw Hyuga Zuazua arrive and immediately perked up, nearly spitting saliva onto Hyuga Matan's face. "The branch family scum, in essence, just a servant of our main family. They don't even weigh their worth, daring to act tough in front of us." Matan, dazed from the blow, dared not speak again. One should know that those serving at the main city office are elites from the main family, while branch family ninjas are not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Zuazua could not be bothered to look at him again, leading his subordinates straight to the deepest room of the masters on the top floor. As soon as he pushed the door open, a heavy smell of blood assaulted him. Something was wrong. Before he could react, the woman named Little Nan suddenly threw out thousands of exploding tags, densely blocking their retreat, while shouting that they had killed the three masters. Hyuga Zuazua cursed inwardly, knowing he had fallen into a trap, and without daring to linger, he grabbed a subordinate next to him, jump out the window. Hyuga Zuazua understood in his heart that their chances of escaping were slim. Little Nan could fly with paper wings, and Mingjian could actually fly in the air. No matter how fast they were in the forest, they were merely prey on the ground, and fleeing was utterly futile. Forget it. Let's escape as far as we can. He had thought of seeking help from those forces close to the three masters, but then realized that this was originally an internal conflict within Konoha. Allying with other forces would only nail him to the pillar of disgrace for betraying the village, and it would be even harder to explain, leading to a quicker demise. Moreover, other forces are always profit-oriented. Now that the three masters are dead, who would be foolish enough to wade through this muddy water and oppose the largest village in the land of fire? However, the images of his elderly mother and wife suddenly surfaced in his mind. Although he had been enjoying himself in the main city with many fleeting romances, at this moment, what weighed most on his heart were them. I want to live. Hyuga Zwa gritted his teeth and murmured, quickening his pace. Not far from escape, little Nan, with her gigantic paper wings, was hovering in midair waiting for them, causing Hyuga Zwa's heart to chill. Charge through. Some saw that only little Nan was present and yelled, trying to break through. Little Nan smirked mockingly, and 600 billion exploding tags surged out like snowflakes, densely blocking out the light of day, each tag's edge shimmering with a cold white luster, silently indicating their earth-shattering power. Did she bring all the exploding tags in the entire ninja world? The onlookers felt their scalp tingle, while Hyuga Zwa's heart was filled with mixed emotions, thinking everyone assumed little Nan's money for the exploding tags came from Mingjian, who had always been known for his wealth. That bastard Mingjian, I've already sworn him as my adoptive father, and he hasn't even given me a bit of gold. As everyone hurriedly turned to retreat, they saw Uzumaki Mingjian walking over slowly, arms crossed, smiling as he blocked their way. Hyuga Zwa looked at Mingjian, half filled with fear, half with resentment. With no way forward or back, it was a dead end. Mingjian's voice was warm as the wind as he slowly spoke. Zwa, why are you running? You have disappointed your adoptive father. However, I can give you another chance. Among you, only one can live. Of course, you can also try to break through little Nan's exploding tag formation or defeat me. Mingjian said, then shifted his gaze once more to the 600 billion exploding tags, murmuring softly, little Nan, you wasteful girl. This was not a sky full of exploding tags, but clearly the tears of Kakuzu's good brother. Brother, don't listen to that brat Mingjian's nonsense. Hyuga Zwa's eyes were about to split. He just wants us to kill each other and reap the benefits. We will fight him. Before the words fell, Zwa had already drawn his sword and charged toward Mingjian. But the 22 Hyuga ninjas behind him suddenly froze, and in the next moment, several soft punches struck fiercely at Zwa's back. Zwa let out a muffled groan, spitting blood heavily as he fell down, turning around with disbelief in his eyes. I'm sorry, Lord Zwa. One of the Hyuga clan ninjas spoke heavily. We have no chance of winning against Lord Mingjian. You are the strongest, and your chance of survival is the greatest. If we are to have a chance to live, you must die. As soon as the words fell, the remaining Hyuga ninjas drew their swords against him. Under the shadow of 600 billion exploding tags, and in the presence of Mingjian's ambiguous smile, it evolved into a desperate scene of mutual massacre. Amid the ferocious fighting, a Rishang clan ninja saw Rishang Zwa grievously wounded and near death, and moved to finish him off. Whenever that moment came, the first ninja to speak would always intervene, either by crossing blades to parry the blow aimed at Zwa, or by striking the assailant down outright. The decisive action of this Rishang senior ninja drew Mingjian's repeated uneasy glances. The internecine struggle within the Rishang main house ended with astonishing swiftness. In an instant, as the smoke of battle thinned, only two figures remained standing opposite one another on the field. One was the Rishang senior ninja who had been under Mingjian's constant scrutiny. Blood seeped through his garments, evidence of serious wounds sustained in the clash. The other was a Rishang senior known for slipping through the fray and ambushing foes, his breathing steady, virtually unscathed. The blood-drenched senior charged forward with desperate valor. In the end, the victor was that very wounded Rishang senior. A blade had pierced his right chest, yet with that price, he had ended his opponent. The senior stood staggering, his right chest pouring blood, his body a testament to the slaughter. He first looked toward the motionless Rishang Zwa on the ground. Zwa closed his eyes in despair. Then he turned to Mingjian and rasped, Mingjian, master. If only one may live. Does that count? Mingjian nodded solemnly. He tightened his grip on the blood-stained kunai at his side and glanced at Rishang Zwa. Master Zwa, you once saved my life. Today I return that debt. I have no family and my parents died long ago. With no ties, to die after one last fierce battle is to die without regret. When he finished, he raised the blade toward his own breast. Rishang Zwa suddenly opened his eyes and tried to stop him, but the words would not come. Wait. Mingjian spoke up abruptly. Rishang Zwa and Rishang Shoyuta turned their heads together, hope flaring in their eyes as they looked at Mingjian. What is your name? Mingjian asked the wounded senior. Rishang Shoyuta's Adam's apple bobbed in a hoarse voice. He answered, my name is Rishang Shoyuta. Mingjian inclined his head with grave courtesy, as if committing the name to memory. I understand. Continue. Rishang Shoyuta found himself momentarily struck dumb. The resolute self-sacrifice that had surged within him was shaken by Ming Jian's sudden interruption, and the ferocity with which he had intended to harm himself ebbed away. Ming Jian, you bastard! Rishiang Shoyuta suddenly roared, steeling himself. With a savage motion, he drew the kunai across his own throat. The agony he expected never came. The blade stopped an inch from his throat, held steady by a single finger. Rishiang Shoyuta stared up in surprise. Ming Jian had somehow moved to stand directly before him, his gaze so calm, it betrayed no emotion. The emotional roller coaster shattered Rishiang Shoyuta's taut nerves. His body went limp, he could not sustain that bloodied posture any longer, and collapsed heavily to the earth. His eyes were full of blankness, the determination and the roar that had just echoed in his ears now dissolved into utter collapse. Rishiang Zhuo watched Ming Jian's intervention and struggling raised his head. A flicker of incredulous panic crossed his eyes as he cried out, Ming Jian, master. At that moment, Xiaolan folded her wings, gathered the barrage of explosive tags that had hung over the battlefield, and alighted lightly at Ming Jian's side. Ming Jian ignored the rest and spoke to them directly. Shoulda, Zhuo, I have a path to offer. Immensely risky, yet the reward is great. Would either of you be interested in joining me? When his words fell into the air, even the atmosphere seemed to await an answer. Rishiang Zhuo, shoulda, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Ming Jian, that is really underhanded of you, Xiao, Nen said with exasperation. You actually suggested they infiltrate the Xiao organization in front of me, Xiaoji Baihu. Is that reasonable? Ming Jian wore an innocent expression. Senior sister Xiao, Nen, what is wrong with that? With just the two of them, how could they ever blend into your Xiao organization? Besides, if they stay with me, the Xiao organization sorely needs personnel. As the HR of Xiao, your work cannot stop. I am only helping you improve your performance metrics. You should be thanking me. Quickly ask senior brother Changmin to send a six-paths puppet to fetch them and keep a close watch. You know how rare Baiyan eyes are. Do not let that scientific fanatic Orochimaru take an interest, or they might be dissected for experiments. Ming Jian paused and added, in exchange, I will regularly tend to senior brother Changmin's health. The power of his Lan Huiyan is so overwhelming that every use inflicts nearly irreversible damage on his body. There is no other choice, only my ability, my spiritual power, can restore some of his vitality. I am almost his personal caregiver at this point. Xiaonan fell silent, but she knew full well that Ming Jian was privy to the inner workings of the Xiao organization, that its leader was Changmin, the existence of Pain's six paths, the secrets of the Lan Huiyan, the old affairs of Yahiko, and the others. All of these meant it was unnecessary to send real undercover operatives in. These two were more like guests. Ming Jian did not know where else to place left for the Xiao organization to take in. Xiaonan glanced at the bodies strewn across the ground and finally asked, what shall we do with these Rishiang corpses? Ming Jian squatted and counted them one by one. Not a man more, not a man fewer. 21 corpses exactly. He drew a fingertip across the closed eye of one fallen body and narrowed his eyes, feeling something with a maddened intensity. In that moment, his obsession resembled that of a necrophile. Ming Jian understood better than anyone that Baiyan were merely the manifestation of Daitongyu bloodlines mingled into the ninja world. If one could gather enough pure Daitongyu lineage, perhaps a reborn eye could be provoked. And that reborn eye, should it arise, would stand beside the Lan Huiyan as one of the ninja world's supreme dojutsu. Ming Jian happened to command a special technique that allowed him to extract the essence of the Baiyan without replacing the eye. He had completed a perfect foundation establishment even in the womb by absorbing the bloodline power of the Whirlpool clan and of Bluffing Shuimin. His ascent to the pinnacle of foundation establishment within 4 short years stemmed from having fully absorbed and refined the little fox within his body. As for the origin of this technique, in his past life cultivation world, there was a foremost demonic sect called Qian Asing Temple led by an elder known as Qian Asing Zhu. Qian Asing Temple had once been a third-rate monastery, ordinarily offering blessings and sutra recitations for common folk and helping families whose children would not come by praying for offspring. The temple's incense was modest and its presence unremarkable in the realm of cultivation, until the monks presented their elder with the ancient art called Tun Tian Gong, obtained from a relic of the immortal past. Tun Tian Gong could swallow and absorb all things with voracious hunger. After obtaining Tun Tian Gong, Qian Asing Zhu began to cultivate it and pushed its domination to the utmost. To ascend in power, he even slaughtered his own abbey, absorbing and refining every monk within Qian Asing Temple. Even so, his greed was not sated. His avaricious gaze soon swept across neighboring second- and third-rate sects, and even mundane cities, leaving boundless carnage in its wake. The cultivation of Qian Asing Master surged rapidly, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, the peak of tribulation transcendence, just a step away from the legendary realm of immortals. Qian Acing Master had grand aspirations, vowing beneath the Bodhi tree to lead all cultivators through the tribulation and ascend together. He declared, as long as the cultivation world is not empty, I vow not to ascend. He aimed to package all living beings in the cultivation world using the swallowing heaven technique and refine them to the upper realm, laying a solid foundation for his continued journey in the Buddhist realm. To protect themselves, the sacred lands and sects of the cultivation world united to initiate the Demon Extermination Conference, vowing to annihilate the demonic monk Qian Acing Master and ensure he could never be reborn. However, Qian Acing Master moved stealthily and alone, having left his sect barren, and the demon exterminating forces of the cultivation world struggled to find him. The sects and friends seeking to kill him were also wiped out by him, leaving no traces behind. The people of the cultivation world were in a state of panic, and even the elders had to go to the restroom in pairs. Seeing the tribulation transcendence elders grow increasingly cautious, Qian Acing Master shifted his focus to the cultivators below the tribulation transcendence stage. He frequently succeeded, particularly favoring those with great fortune and exceptional spiritual roots who were also talkative. The thrill of ambushing and killing them brought him a unique sense of pleasure, until he set his sights on the leader of a second-rate sect, Ming Jian. At that time, Ming Jian had already reached the peak of mastery, his sword intent complete, posing considerable threat to Qian Acing Master during their confrontation. Yet the disparity in cultivation ultimately proved too great. Qian Acing Master was assured of victory and was certain he could slay and refine Ming Jian. Who would have thought that Ming Jian would disregard martial ethics and directly invoke the heavenly tribulation of his own tribulation transcendence? Qian Acing Master was not afraid of the heavenly tribulation, but did not anticipate that this lightning tribulation would trigger his own tribulation to Buddhahood. As the two tribulations intertwined amidst the wild dance of thunder, Qian Acing Master was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Ming Jian seized this opportunity to successfully transcend the tribulation, ruthlessly absorbing the guiding light cast down from the Buddhist realm along with all the fortunes following the tribulation. Qian Acing Master pleaded, "Don't kill me. I can give you my swallowing heaven technique, my Buddhist artifacts, and my cultivation." Ming Jian impaled him on the mountainside outside the Falling Star Sword sect. "Foolish. If I kill you, everything you have becomes mine." Qian Acing Master would never hear this. However, the heavens listened clearly. From that moment on, the swallowing heaven technique was completely offline, while Ming Jian acquired a new technique, the fusion Dao formula. The Falling Star Sword remained with Qian Acing Master, preventing his soul from leaving his body, eternally suppressing and refining him. The Falling Star Sword sect gained fame from Ming Jian's battle against Qian Acing Master. Ming Jian took this opportunity to reorganize the sect, cleansing the surrounding evil cultivators and taking in refugees. Over the decades, the sect's strength surged, doubling the number of disciples, and many talents emerged. Ultimately, at the grand ceremony of the cultivation world, all powers and tribulation transcendence elders acknowledged his achievements and strength, and the Falling Star Sword sect officially ascended to a first-rate sect. Ming Jian absorbed the essence of the Otsutsuki bloodline within the bodies of the Hinata clan ninjas using the fusion Dao formula, and when it fused with his own golden core, the long-awaited purple Rinnegan finally appeared. Though the eyes were also purple, they were entirely different from those in the anime. When gazing at others, countless intricate sword patterns emerged quietly from the depths of his pupils. It was as if the myriad sword principles were condensed within his eyes, exuding a sharpness and profundity unique to sword cultivators. Its abilities resonated with Ming Jian's sword intent mental control, able to probe into others' bodies with spiritual power or divine sense, directly manipulating their will and actions, and even glimpsing some thoughts. Chakra manipulation. Not only could he devour the enemy's ninjutsu, but he could also remotely absorb their chakra for his own use. Space manipulation. When his cultivation was sufficient, he could tear apart the void and open a stable interdimensional passage traversing between realms. Gravity manipulation. Controlling attraction and repulsion. In an extreme state, he could forcibly alter the orbit of planets. At the core was his unique Rinnegan mode. Once activated, his entire being transformed into a pure energy body with all attributes doubling, leaving no physical weaknesses. His sword would embody the Dao with both offense and defense reaching perfection. Xiaonan gazed at Ming Jian's eyes swirling with sword patterns, her heart trembling. This imposing aura surpassed even the Rinnegan of Nagato at his peak. In her days, she saw Ming Jian activate that unique chakra, instantly forming a massive sword wide enough for a person, with a blade smooth as a mirror reflecting cold light. Then boundless purple chakra surged over him like a tide. As his aura skyrocketed, his form underwent a dramatic transformation, embodying an ethereal sharpness. But the next second this murderous atmosphere was shattered. Ming Jian actually held up the giant sword, inspecting its smooth blade from left to right, as if treating it like a mirror, admiring his appearance with a smug expression. Seeing Ming Jian become increasingly engrossed with the giant sword, Xiao Ning could no longer hold back. She threw a detonating talisman toward him. With a loud bang, sparks flew onto the giant sword, instantly enveloping it in smoke. Within the smoke, Ming Jian remained unharmed, simply waving his hand helplessly as the giant sword he cherished reluctantly dissipated into light. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was solemn. Hyuga Hizashi sat calmly in the Elder Council seat, replacing Danzo's position. He appeared to listen attentively to the third Hokage's speech during the meeting, yet profound thoughts lurked in his eyes. Hokagesima Uzumaki Ming Jian requests an audience. The announcement from the Hokage's personal guard echoed at the door. Tell him to wait. Who? An audience. The third Hokage, who had been smoking a pipe that Elder Koharu specially bought for him, initially seemed indifferent. However, upon hearing the name, he suddenly coughed violently, nearly dropping the pipe from his hand. Seeing this, Elder Koharu quickly stood up from her seat, stepped forward, and gently patted the third Hokage's back, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Hizashi, you're far too startled for someone your age. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pipe. How come that brat Ming Jian is back? Wasn't he on a graduation mission? Mito Gaiden said with a smile. I think Ming Jian must have encountered some troublesome issues out there. Hiruzen snorted lightly. I've deployed nearly 1,000 elite leaf ninjas to support him. Yet he ignores his official duties and runs off to gather refugees. He's just too idle. Elder Koharu gently interjected. Could it be that he's run out of money again? He'll prepare some extra for him this time. Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Koharu, you spoil him too much. Hizashi inwardly murmured, clearly we are discussing the future development of the leaf, but with Ming Jian's involvement, all attention shifts to him. Is this meeting even going to continue? Fortunately, the Hokage knows what he's doing and should discern the priorities. That brat Ming Jian has been too unruly. If this continues, he really needs to be disciplined. And then there's Hinata. I hope she doesn't get led astray by Ming Jian and his friends engaging in nonsense like the 13 Guardians. But since I just joined the Elder Council, it's better not to say too much and observe the situation for now. Elder Koharu said softly, aren't children meant to be spoiled? Besides, Ming Jian is naturally diligent. In my opinion, he is much better than that Jiraiya. That guy just runs around all day long. Ming Jian must have missed you. Hizashi, why are you making the child stand outside? Hurry and let him in to sit down. Hizashi coldly scoffed, inwardly, humph, what an undisciplined woman. The Hokage could not possibly hastily conclude such an important meeting just for that brat Ming Jian. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe again, taking a deep puff before muttering, humph, that brat Ming Jian should stand there a bit longer. Mito Gaiden teased with a smile, monkey, you don't want to see Ming Jian, but I do. Why don't you all continue the meeting? They'll go out and chat with him for a bit. Hizashi felt disdainful, humph, this Mito Gate and really doesn't seem to understand the Hokage's mood, acting so foolishly and still trying to stand on equal footing with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. All right, this meeting is about wrapped up, let's end it here for now. He then called out loudly, bring Ming Jian in. Hizashi was taken aback. Hey, what's going on with the Hokage? Is it over already? I still have a head full of plans and suggestions for the future of the leaf that I haven't expressed. However, Hizashi's steadiness kept him from voicing any objections. After all, aligning with his superior's wishes could be the more prudent choice in the complex relations of the leaf's upper echelon. Hizashi couldn't help but hum to himself, I am a stable and mature man. The third Hokage, Minato and Koharu, are all getting old. They should go home and raise their kids. It's time for us younger folks to take the stage. The Hyuga clan will become the leading clan of the leaf today. Ming Jian and Konan had just stepped through the door, and before they could even stop, Ming Jian began enthusiastically greeting. Third Hokage, you look in great spirits today. Aunt Koharu, it's been a while since I last saw you. You look even younger. Elder Mito, how's your health lately? He scanned the room and finally landed his gaze on Hyuga Hizashi in the corner. Ming Jian was momentarily taken aback, then took a couple of steps closer, his tone laced with surprise. Hey, isn't this Uncle Hizashi? How come you look like you've aged decades in just a few days? Hizashi shot a glance at Ming Jian and remained silent. The third Hokage coughed again at Ming Jian's words, tapping the pipe against the table's edge. With a hint of authoritative elderliness, he began to speak. You brat, what kind of eyes are you using? He pointed at Hizashi. This is the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, the elder brother of Hyuga Hayashi. Now a member of the Elder Council, yet you still haven't greeted him. Hurry and apologize to him. Ming Jian, upon hearing this, quickly walked a few steps to Hizashi, his tone lively. Oh, so you are Elder Hyuga Hizashi. He looked him up and down, stroking his chin. Hey, you really resemble your brother. You look like you were carved from the same mold. But you seem much older than Uncle Hayashi. It don't keep that stern face. All the time a smile makes you look younger. Hisashi was taken aback by his impudent words. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he recalled his image as a stable and mature man, forcing himself to suppress his anger and simply turned his face away with a cold snort. Elder Koharu quickly tried to smooth things over her face adorned with a gentle smile as she looked at Mingjian. Mingjian is still young and speaks bluntly, "Oh, Elder Hisashi, please don't take it to heart." Though she said this, her eyes remained fixed on Mingjian as she asked with concern, "Mingjian, was it tough out there on missions? Are you running low on money? Aunt Koharu will bring you some more later." Mito gate and also chimed in, beckoning to Mingjian. "Yes, Mingjian, come and sit down. You must have encountered a lot of interesting things on your way back. Come share with us, let us hear about the world outside." Mingjian quickly nodded at the two elders. "Aunt Koharu, I have enough money," and Elder Mito, the journey back was quite smooth. As for interesting stories, well, there are indeed a few, sitting down to talk won't hurt. As he said this, he pulled up a chair and sat down beside them, while Conan quietly stood by his side. Hisashi observed this scene, muttering to himself, "Humph, that brat Mingjian is quite reckless, but it's all because of the indulgence from these two old folks. The elders have no semblance of authority, and the younger generation lacks discipline." He lifted his teacup for a sip, his gaze sweeping over Mingjian, who was chatting merrily with the elders. "Just wait, once the Hyuga clan surpass the Uchiha and Senju clans to become the leading clan of the Leaf, I will ensure that these ignorant juniors understand what true etiquette and order are." Unbeknownst to him, the third Hokage, who sat beside him expressionless as he smoked, was secretly watching Mingjian with a smile in his eyes. The third Hokage tapped the pipe against the corner of the table and interjected, "Mingjian, you must have caused quite a ruckus during this trip, right?" Mingjian immediately straightened his back, pounding his chest in assurance. "How could that be? Hokage Grandpa, you can rest assured, I wouldn't cause trouble for our Leaf while I'm out there." Mingjian spoke earnestly, his face brimming with confidence, but standing beside him, Conan subtly turned her face away, her fair cheeks twitching slightly. This brat's ability to lie through his teeth is becoming increasingly proficient. Hisashi observed this scene, inwardly sneering. "He talks a good game, but just look at that girl's expression. Clearly he has caused trouble more than once. Young people are unreliable and reckless." The third Hokage watched as Mingjian animatedly shared his experiences with Xiaochun and Mito Minion, both of whom chuckled at times while he squinted his eyes and leisurely twirled his smoking pipe between his fingers. What Mingjian was saying wasn't new to these elders, yet all three listened intently. Hinata Hayashi sat nearby, feeling a surge of determination to steer the elders' meeting back on track. He had spent several sleepless nights at home, already mapping out the steps for the expansion of the Hyuga clan in his mind, contemplating seizing this opportunity to present his blueprint to everyone. However, seeing the situation unfold, the words he had long prepared were ultimately lodged in his throat by the notion of being mature and composed. Just as he was feeling stifled, the third Hokage suddenly shifted the topic, his gaze landing on him with a gentle smile. "Hinata, elder, I recall your daughter Hinata is about the same age as Mingjian, isn't she?" Hinata Hayashi was taken aback, not expecting the conversation to turn here, and nodded instinctively. "Yes, Hinata is the same age as Mingjian." The third Hokage leisurely took a puff of smoke amidst the swirling mist. "Look at this kid Mingjian. Lively in personality, and his abilities are not lacking. Young people should mingle more, wouldn't you agree?" Though the statement was subtle, the intention was clear. The third Hokage was trying to matchmake Mingjian with Hinata. Hinata Hayashi's heart skipped a beat. Marry Hinata off to this kid. Would the Hyuga bloodline be allowed to flow outside? Moreover, Mingjian's demeanor was as childish as a young kid, hardly worthy of his precious daughter. "No way, no way." He maintained a facade of calmness, politely saying, "Lord Hokage, you're joking. It's still too early for the children. Mingjian might not even have an interest in my daughter Hinata yet." The third Hokage nodded in agreement after hearing Hinata Hayashi's words, feeling that Hinata was indeed too quiet to match Mingjian's lively nature. He then turned to Mingjian and raised his voice, asking, "You brat, what do you think?" Mingjian was engrossed in conversation with the two elders and initially did not pay much attention to the dialogue between the third Hokage and Hinata Hayashi. Suddenly being asked, he was taken aback for a moment before realizing. Mingjian's tone became more serious. "Lord Hokage, to be honest, Miss Hinata is a very lovely girl, I admit that. But her personality is too gentle. I've never liked girls who are too passive, so we don't quite match." Mingjian's words were straightforward, clearly rejecting the idea. Mingjian knew that Hinata had feelings for his younger brother Naruto. As an elder brother, how could he dig his brother's corner? Hinata Hayashi felt relieved at first, but then a sense of discomfort surged again. This brat dares to look down on Hinata. How could my daughter of the Hyuga clan be unworthy of him? But upon reconsideration, this straightforward rejection spared him from hassle and aligned with his own thoughts. Torn between these two thoughts, he gazed at Mingjian with a more complex expression. This kid was both carefree and ungrateful. The third Hokage couldn't help but laugh, waving his hand. All right, if you really like someone, it's not too late to tell your grandpa later. He then turned to Hinata Hayashi, adding a hint of advice. Hayashi, don't always keep Hinata cooped up at home. Let her come out and see the world more. Hinata Hayashi felt that if he stayed any longer, his mature and composed facade might just crack. He thought it best to discuss the grand plans of the Hyuga clan another time. He hurriedly excused himself to the Hokage and the other two elders, finding an excuse to leave quickly. The third Hokage watched as Hinata Hayashi left, turning to Mingjian with a somewhat stern tone. You brat, what exactly happened? You can speak now. Xiaochun and Mito Minyan also paused their idle chatter, smiling as they looked toward Mingjian and Conan, waiting for them to speak. Mingjian first exchanged a glance with his sidekick Conan, signaling her to stick close, then began speaking. His first sentence made all three elders gasp and shock. The daimyo might already be dead. Please elaborate on what happened. Elder Xiaochun immediately pressed for details. Mingjian recounted what Hinata had told him, relaying it in full. Mito Minyan, however, seemed unconcerned, waving his hand dismissively. Well, if he's dead, then he's dead. As long as you're fine, Mingjian, once those nobles and ninja villages make enough noise, we can just elect a new one. The third Hokage took several deep puffs of smoke. He knew Mingjian's character too well. This kid always liked to throw out some inconsequential matters to divert attention, hinting that something more shocking was to come. Sure enough, Mingjian followed up with a bombshell. The head of the Konoha office, Sarutobi Amani, along with deputy head Sarutobi Amani Senjukanyu, and Hinata Chuansho, along with their ninjas, are all deeply involved in the incident, endangering the daimyo. The third Hokage could no longer sit still, slamming the table. Nonsense. Where are they? Call them back to Konoha immediately. Mingjian spread his hands in helplessness, laying out the subsequent events. Elder Xiaochun was the first to react. So the four heads not only attacked you, but also killed the daimyo's chief, Aide Shiping. Absolutely true. Mingjian confirmed when Hinata Chuansho presented Shiping's head. Hundreds of Konoha ninjas were present, and Conan was there too. Conan silently nodded beside him. Mito Minyan pressed further. So Hinata, in order to survive, sought you as a godfather, and then killed the three heads to keep them silent. Exactly, Elder Mito. Mingjian emphasized there were so many Konoha ninjas watching then, and Conan was there too. If you don't believe me, ask her. Conan nodded again in confirmation. The third Hokage looked at Mingjian solemnly, confirming Hinata Chuansho truly disobeyed orders and dared to retaliate, resulting in being accidentally killed by Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu. Of course, Lord Hokage. Mingjian quickly explained. Itachi was indeed forced to counterattack. He is fiercely loyal to Konoha, and everyone was watching at that time, and Conan was there too. If you don't believe me, ask her. Conan nodded for the third time. Finally, Hinata led the Hyuga clan ninjas headed by Hinata Shuda, and after killing the three heads, defected to the Akatsuki organization. This time, the third Hokage did not look at Mingjian. His gaze directly focused on Conan. Conan met the third Hokage's gaze, nodding solemnly for the fourth time. Yes, Lord Hokage. According to the intelligence I have from the Akatsuki, Hinata has been in contact with Danzo and is now under his command. Elder Xiaochun slammed the armrest heavily, his face turning pale with anger. That despicable Danzo. Elder Mito Minyan was also furious, his beard shaking as he bit out the names. And that damn Sarutobi Amani Senjukanyu, Hinata Chuansho, and Hinata. None of them are easy to deal with. Elder Xiaochun and Mito Minyan were both furious, grunting in frustration at each other, yet they did not continue the conversation. The third Hokage could no longer contain himself. So what exactly is Jiraiya up to? Mingjian replied straightforwardly. Teacher Jiraiya is currently nurturing pandas at my Falling Star Sword sect. The third Hokage was both angry and amused. What kind of nonsense is the Falling Star Sword sect? At such a critical time, he has the leisure to raise pandas. Mingjian honestly explained, the Falling Star Sword sect is a shelter I established for the refugees. Teacher Jiraiya said he has finished his work and even scored 100 points for each of us in the team. Smash! The third Hokage slammed his pipe down on the table, and the porcelain pipe shattered into pieces instantly, as he angrily exclaimed, that old rascal Jiraiya is driving me mad. Elder Xiaochun quickly advised, Rijan, don't get angry, it's not worth damaging your health. Elder Mito also said in a deep voice, Monkey, calm down and think about what to do next. The third Hokage was momentarily speechless and instinctively reached for his pipe, only to realize that the new one had been shattered by his own hands. He let out a long sigh and fell into a prolonged silence. The current situation could not simply be described as chaotic, it was a complete mess. For main officials of Konoha's inner city had all perished on the same day, and the genius of the Hyuga clan led the core members of the Hyuga clan to defect. Externally, they had to defend the daimyo, while confronting the nobles of the Land of Fire and other ninja villages, while also facing unknown foreign forces stirring up trouble where a slight misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. In the dead silence, Ming Jian cleared his throat, breaking the still air. Grandpa Hokage, I think we should prioritize protecting the daimyo and completing our mission above all else. As he spoke, Ming Jian took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it forward with both hands. This is a rescue letter personally written by the daimyo, found on the body of Sarutobi Imani with the daimyo's seal on it. Ming Jian only revealed the letter now to gauge the situation. If the third Hokage wanted to hold him and his ninjas accountable, it would mean that the Hokage had no intention of involving Konoha in the affairs of the Land of Fire's daimyo. Submitting this secret letter would likely be futile. It was better to keep it for himself, as it provided a perfect excuse to save the daimyo, while also reaping tangible benefits. However, the current situation was that the Hokage not only did not investigate his responsibilities, but also did not question the deaths of the four main officials. The over 300 pieces of evidence that Ming Jian and the other ninjas had prepared against the four main officials of Konoha were now wasted. The third Hokage took the letters and began to examine them carefully. He read slowly word for word, and when he finished, he passed the letter to Elder Xiaochun and Elder Mito. The contents of the letter were simple. The daimyo of the Land of Fire sincerely requested that Konoha's ninjas go to the daimyo's residence to save him, insisting on seeing him in person, and forbidding trust in anyone else, declaring that anyone who obstructed them, regardless of their identity, should be killed without mercy. He also promised that after the successful completion of the task, Konoha would receive a series of benefits. Seeing that the elders remained silent for a long time, Ming Jian was genuinely anxious. This letter was crucial for his subsequent plans. If he guessed wrong, and the Hokage had no intention of involving himself in this matter, then he would suffer a great loss. Unable to contain his urgency, Ming Jian spoke. Grandpa Hokage, let me take on this mission. This is an S-level mission, a rare occurrence over many years. If I fail, the negative impact on Konoha village will be immense. The Hokage retorted. You. What gives you the right to go? How many people can you take with you? Do you know how many nobles and ninja villages are within the Land of Fire? Are you aware of the massive number of private soldiers and ninjas they command? Ming Jian quickly calculated in his mind there should be at least 1,000 ninjas available. The previous young and middle-aged members of the Uchiha clan, along with the rebellious roots plus some refugees, would easily form a rescue army of 1,000 for the daimyo. Ming Jian took a deep breath. Success or failure hinged on this. Grandpa Hokage, I can gather 1,000 people. The Hokage slammed the table. 1,000 people. In this struggle, not even a splash of water could be stirred up, and they would all be gone. Elder Xiaochun quickly advised, Rijan, what good does it do to get so angry? Don't scare Ming Jian. Truth be told, if this matter could really be accomplished, it would greatly benefit Konoha's development and reputation. Elder Mito nodded in agreement. Yes, monkey, it's time for the ninja world to recognize the strength of Konoha. The third Hokage slammed the table again, the force so great that it startled Ming Jian, and the table shattered into wood chips. He glared at the two elders. Are you both still supporting this brat, Ming Jian? It's because you spoiled him that he dares to act so recklessly, completely unaware of his own limitations. Elder Xiaochun and Elder Mito, however, were not afraid of him at all. After exchanging glances, they both rolled their eyes. In their hearts, they were thinking, when it comes to pampering this kid, do you, Sarutobi Risen, not know your own situation? Who can compare to you in protecting this brat? Sarutobi Risen ignored the old friends rolling their eyes beside him and focused on the startled faces of Ming Jian and Xiaonan, slightly calming his anger and softening his tone as he comforted. You two little ones don't think too much. Everything is under my control. He paused and looked at Ming Jian. Your 1,000 people are not enough. I will have Asuma bring another 3,000 elite Konoha ninjas to assist you, ensuring the safety of the daimyo and yourselves. However, you all must follow Jiraiya's orders. If anything happens to the daimyo, that rascal Jiraiya will have to take responsibility, and I will demand his head. In the end, his tone softened a bit, and with a hint of expectation, he added, if you handle this mission well, Ming Jian, Grandpa Hokage will reward you handsomely. Elder Xiaochun and Elder Mito exchanged glances, their eyes full of helplessness. Goodness, Risen, it seems all the punishment is directed at Jiraiya, and you're not willing to be harsh on this kid Ming Jian at all. Jiraiya, am just a caregiver feeding a panda. Why am I being blamed so heavily? Did I break some divine law? The third Hokage then solemnly commanded Mito Minion issue a public order to announce the 9999 pieces of evidence collected by the Umbu and Root against the four main officials of the main city to the entire Konoha. Additionally, hunt down Hyuga Zwa, Hyuga Shuda, and a series of rogue ninjas who have defected to the Akatsuki organization. Anyone found within the borders of the Land of Fire should be killed without mercy. Ming Jian had just heard that the third Hokage had added 3,000 elite Konoha ninjas, feeling quite pleased, but upon hearing the series of arrangements from the old man, his heart suddenly tightened. He secretly pondered how much the third Hokage knew about his actions in the main city. Did he have any suspicions? Once this thought emerged, the previous joy faded significantly, and he felt a chill creeping down his back. Regardless of the twists and turns of the process, Mingjian ultimately achieved his intended goal. He received the order handed to him by the third Hokage, and along with Xiaonan, left the Hokage's office hurrying to the Uchiha clan route in the Umbu to begin selecting elite ninjas. To his slight regret, the members of Root who had left a deep impression on him in the anime were now merely young children still too immature to be of any use. With no other choice, he had to let the leader of Root, Hatake Kakashi, recommend candidates, ultimately receiving 1,000 elites from him. On the Uchiha side, he had Sasuke's father recommend another 1,000 experts. On the Umbu side, he approached Asuma to take charge of selecting another 1,000 elites. The parties agreed to gather at the village entrance in Konoha tonight to set off together. Upon returning home, Mingjian asked Xiaonan to contact Nagato to use the holographic body technique. When the illusion of Nagato clad in a black cloak with red clouds quietly appeared in the room, his gaze met Mingjian's eyes, and he couldn't help but pause. Although Mingjian usually concealed his Rinnegan with spiritual energy in front of Nagato's piercing Rinnegan, he ultimately revealed a hint of his secret. Mingjiankin, what powerful eyes you possess, Nagato said, a hint of surprise in his voice. Mingjian flashed a bright smile, his tone calm. Brother Nagato, you flatter me. This Rinnegan pales in comparison to your Rinnegan. He secretly pondered. It seems Xiaonan has not informed Nagato about my eyes. With that thought, his trust in Xiaonan deepened. The two immediately huddled together to scheme, quietly exchanging words endlessly, while Xiaonan, unable to interject, turned to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Mingjian. As Mingjian and Nagato were conversing softly, Xiaonan had already brought the dishes to the table. The fragrant 5-grain rice was adorned with colorful ingredients, the grilled sori glistened with a golden sheen, and the tamagoyaki was neatly stacked into squares alongside a steaming bowl of miso soup emitting wisps of steam. Mingjian caught sight of Xiaonan, who was tidying up in the kitchen while wearing an apron, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. Just then Xiaonan turned her head inadvertently, their eyes meeting, and she smiled gently at him. That smile was like the warm sun of spring, causing an unusual ripple within Mingjian's heart. He couldn't help but linger on her face for a few extra seconds. Beside them, Nagato watched this scene with a sense of nostalgia. In his memory, Xiaonan had also been like this as a child, bustling around to take care of him and Yahiko. He absent-mindedly thought that if Yahiko were still around, how wonderful it would be for the three of them to live peacefully like this. Unfortunately, we can never go back. Nagato's illusion let out a long sigh. The words he needed to convey to Mingjian were nearly all expressed. Having experienced a life of hardship, seeing that Xiaonan seemed to be doing well now without suffering any grievances or torment at the hands of Mingjian or Konoha, he felt a greater sense of recognition towards Mingjian. Finally, leaving behind a message, I will cooperate with you, Mingjian. Take good care of Xiaonan. Nagato dispelled the holographic body technique, and his illusion gradually faded away. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage sat in the main seat with Tsunade and Mito Menyen seated on either side. Kakashi leaned in a corner, while Jiraiya sipped tea at the table, and Fugaku sat alone beside them. Bang! Hyuga Hizashi rushed in his face, showing impatience. He had just gotten home, barely settled in, when the Umbu summoned him again. He raised his eyes and collided with Uchiha Fugaku's gaze. Their eyes met, and sparks flew. Hey Fugaku, it's rare to see you here. Have you sorted out your family's affairs? Don't let the fire in your own yard catch flame. Hyuga Hizashi initiated his usual maturity and composure, vanishing when facing Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's expression darkened suddenly, retorting, the matters of the Uchiha clan are not for outsiders to meddle in. At least not like certain families that pride themselves on being noble. They may appear glamorous on the surface, but behind the scenes they are filled with sordid affairs, even ranking their own people. What did you say? The outline of Hyuga Hizashi's white eyes faintly emerged. What? Did I say something wrong? The crimson glow of Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan lit up. As it seemed the two were about to clash in the Hokage office, the other high-ranking officials remained indifferent. The long-standing feud between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans over who was the top clan in Konoha had led to many verbal exchanges in public, and the crowd had long been accustomed to it. Especially after the Uchiha clan produced 3 Mangekyo Sharingan ninjas, Shisui, Itachi, and Sasuke. Hyuga Hizashi often found himself at a disadvantage in arguments. Every time the two quarreled intensely, Uchiha Fugaku would repeatedly bring up, my son Itachi is a Mangekyo Sharingan user and has the potential to become Hokage. My Sasuke is also a Mangekyo with a promising future. And our genius Shisui is also a Mangekyo exceptionally talented. These words pierced Hyuga Hizashi's heart like needles, leaving him nearly speechless. until the third Hokage, unable to bear it any longer and aware of the need to use the Hyuga clan to balance the Uchiha, intervened. First, he appointed Hyuga Hizashi to replace Danzo, enhancing the Hyuga clan's voice. Then he assigned Itachi and Shursui to Mingjin, indirectly diminishing Fugaku's show-off capital within his clan. Under the influence of Kotoame Tsukumi, Uchiha Fugaku also restrained himself considerably. He didn't want his young son Sasuke to be sent out for training before even graduating from the ninja academy. Enough. The third Hokage's voice suddenly rang out, carrying an undeniable authority as he sharply knocked his newly bought pipe on the new desk. Is now the time for you to compete against each other. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, called for an end to the dispute between the two. He did not give the crowd a chance to discuss. Instead, he directly informed the high-ranking officials of the main office's 4 principal transgressions, as well as the details of their collusion with the nobility of the Land of Fire and their alliance with other ninja villages to pressure the daimyo. After hearing this, most high-ranking officials' expressions changed drastically, instinctively glancing at each other's faces. Hyuga Hizashi stood up and stepped forward. Hokage-sama, my Hyuga clan's revenue and the ninjas like Zuezwa have always been loyal to Konoha. We must not trust the slanders of petty individuals. Especially since Hyuga Chashu, the head of our clan's revenue, was inexplicably killed by Uchiha Itachi. I ask you to seek justice for my Hyuga family. The third Hokage looked at Hyuga Hizashi, who had followed him for many years, noticing the few strands of white hair at his temples showing signs of aging. In truth, they were both similar in nature, placing the safety of their families and Konoha above all else. Sandaime sighed softly. Rizu, people change. I understand the bond and trust you place in the clan's shinobi, but am I not likewise so? With regard to the stewards Yuanfei Amani, Yuanfei Anima Chinsho Guanyu, and Rixiang Chuangsho, and indeed to all the shinobi of I once held full trust and expectation. Sandaime paused and pointed to the documents on the table. Facts are facts. These record what the 4 stewards have done in recent years. You may read them for yourselves. I have given them chance after chance, but this time they have gone too far. Their actions have shaken the foundations of and even the whole country. Rixiang Rizu fell silent and offered no further rebuttal to Hokage Yuanfei Rizen's words. Under Sandaime's guidance, the council moved swiftly and the meeting was soon adjourned. Very well. Mai will immediately enter a state of wartime readiness. The Sandaime Hokage pronounced with finality. Lugio, draft the operational plans and deployments at once. Speed is of the essence. Xiao Chun and Shui Hu, the elders, will coordinate provisions and supplies. Nothing must be left to chance. His gaze swept the others as he ordered in a low voice. The rest of you, together with all shinobi under your command, lay down current tasks and prepare to embark at a moment's notice. The assembly ascended, rose, and took their leave. The curtain was being drawn back on a looming great conflict. The setting sun painted Mui's sky in warm hues. Ming Ren, backpack slung, ran home. Rounding the corner, he glimpsed Ming Jian at the second-floor window of their house. Big brother. Ming Ren's eyes lit up. Ming Jian lounged on the windowsill, smiling. Seeing him, he raised a hand in a wave. Ming Ren sprang up the stairs. The door stood open. He threw his arms around Ming Jian's leg. Big brother. I'm back. Xiaonan came from the kitchen carrying skewers and saw Ming Ren clinging to Ming Jian's thigh. Ming Ren's home. Come sit and taste your sister's cooking. Familiar with Xiaonan, Ming Ren greeted happily Sister Xiaonan. Wash your hands first, Ming Ren, Ming Jian said as he ruffled the boy's yellow hair. Seen your sister Xiaonan made your favorite grilled sori today. Hooray! Ming Ren cheered and ran to wash. When he returned, the table was laden with a plentiful spread. Watching Ming Jian and Xiaonan smile, Ming Ren felt a warm glow. Though he had grown up without parents, being cared for by his big brother and now by Sister Xiaonan filled him with profound happiness. After the meal, Xiaonan stayed behind to wash the dishes, sensing the brothers had things to talk about. Ming Jian led Ming Ren to the small grove outside the village where he often trained. Watch, big brother. Ming Ren eagerly attempted the shadow clone technique taught at ninja school, but his seals were slow and unsteady. The clones flickered twice and dispersed. He tried several more jutsu. They were at best mediocre. Ming Jian knew well that by strict standards these attempts were far from passing, yet seeing his brother's expectant gaze, he smiled and said, You've improved a great deal, much more practice than last time. Ming Ren's eyes sparkled, and he resumed practice with renewed zeal until sweat drenched his brow and he collapsed onto the grass panting. Ming Jian sat beside him and patted his back. Had enough rest. He'll teach you cultivation. Huh. Ming Ren looked up to find Ming Jian already seated cross-legged. Follow me. Close your eyes and relax. Ming Jian's voice was steady, imbued with a comforting strength. Ming Ren mirrored him, sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. Try to feel what is around you. Learn to know what you cannot see. Ming Jian murmured, resting a hand lightly atop his head. This is spiritual energy. You do not resist it. Follow the currents of the qi. A warm current flowed from Ming Jian's palm into him, and Ming Ren felt a gentle heat suffuse his body. Ming Jian's spiritual energy moved within him, circling until the boy nearly drifted to sleep. Ming Jian tapped his forehead lightly. Focus. After repeating the cycle several times, Ming Ren finally caught a hint of the method and could with effort draw spiritual energy into himself. Suddenly Ming Jian bent and lifted Ming Ren, securing him on his shoulders. Big brother. Before the boy fully registered what was happening, Ming Jian took to the air, carrying him above my village. The wind roared past their ears, houses and streets below shrank like toys. Huaying Yin shimmered in the glow of the setting sun. Ming Ren, far from frightened, shouted with exhilaration, "Wow, it's so high." Such are the powers of cultivators, Ming Jian's voice carried in the wind. To fly the heavens and traverse the earth, to make even the stars seem to turn. I want to learn too. Every day, Ming Ren declared. Ming Jian smiled and flew toward home with him. After he set Ming Ren down at home, Ming Jian crouched to straighten the boy's crooked collar. Remember, follow the route I taught and run at least 3 cycles each day. No slacking. Ming Ren nodded emphatically, tiny fists clenched. I know, big brother. Ming Jian suddenly leaned in and nudged him with his elbow. Hey kid, do you like any girls? Ming Ren's face flushed. He stole a glance at Xiao Nan and leaned close to whisper in Ming Jian's ear in a voice scarcely audible. The two pressed their heads together and whispered for some time. Xiao Nan cupped an ear and caught only fragments. The names Chu Tian and Xiao Ying, followed by Ming Ren's embarrassed murmurs. When they separated, Ming Jian laughed and tousled Ming Ren's yellow hair. All right, I know. He'll handle it. But in the village you must obey teacher Yuluka and old Sandame. Understand? Ming Ren clung to Ming Jian's sleeve and said shyly, I know, big brother. Xiao Nan laughed softly, smoothed his hair, and whispered, Ming Ren, we'll be back soon. As Ming Jian and Xiao Nan turned toward the village gate, Ming Ren's voice followed them. Be careful on the road. On the open ground at the gate, 3,000 troops stood in neat formation. Ming Jian with Xiao Nan beside him walked to the front and patted Asama's shoulder. Senior Asama, lead your unit to the main my office and enter the city in batches. Rendezvous there with Shiri Hong. Hong. Asama's eyes brightened and he straightened instantly, the earlier fatigue vanishing. Don't worry, he'll take care of everything. He turned with a sweeping gesture. All present move out, follow me. The formation marched off in precise cadence. Ming Jian watched them recede. Xiao Nan murmured beside him, Asama becomes a different man whenever Hong's name is mentioned. Ming Jian considered and replied, that may be for the best, it will make the tasks more efficient. Only after Asama's unit had vanished down the road did Ming Jian turn to Xiao Nan and say, come on, let's go find teacher Zayalai. As he spoke, a faint purple light shimmered around him and a twisted corridor of darkness slowly unfurled at their backs. Ming Jian reached out his hand to Xiao Nan. She looked into the deep passage and without hesitation this time placed her hand gently into his palm. Let's go, Ming Jian murmured, tightening his grip on her hand. Together they stepped into the boundless darkness. Yunqing Jianzong's ninja branch. By the lakeside, Zilai, one of the 3 shinobi, sat with his panda trading barb jokes and casting lines in a fishing contest alongside more than 100 my ninjas. When had this lake appeared? Ming Jian stared at the trembling silver of the water, bafflement knotting his brow. He turned to Xiao Nan and asked quietly, since when did our sect have such a vast lake? Xiao Nan thought a moment, then replied in a low voice, if I recall correctly, this place used to have only a few scattered ponds. Zillia-sama is going to pull one up again, a my ninja cried in excitement. Another nearby responded at once, as expected of Zillia-sama. His technique is incredible. Ming Jian watched in silent exasperation. His purple Zhuanxing eye swept the surface and saw everything beneath it with crystalline clarity, a band of frogs busily herding fish onto Zilai's hook. At that moment the bobber jerked, and Zilai's face blossomed with triumph as he began to boast of his fishing prowess. See. This is precise judgment, timing taken to perfection. The Mai shinobi around them applauded with such vigor their cheers seemed to lift the lake itself. Ming Jian inwardly scorned the performance. The great fish hung limp on the hooks, had long been stunned by the frogs. They had no strength left to struggle. Where he thought was there any real skill? 2 calm sentences from Ming Jian clarified the truth. A hard light flitted through Zilai's eyes. Xiao Nan had already formed a paper space jutsu into a ready defensive posture. The power of the Zhuanxing eye tore a faint sapphire seam through the air. The 3 of them moved without a sound, their toes never touching the ground. They passed through to the depths of the daimyo's domain. The patrols at the corridor's end still echoed. A filament of chakra shot from Ming Jian's fingertip and silently wreathed the prison gate's chains. With a soft click, a seal-bound daimyo snapped his head up. When he saw Ming Jian, a raw light flared in his murky eyes, and his withered hand clutched Ming Jian's sleeve. Immortal Lord, save the whole country. Mingjian said nothing. A warm wash of Xian chakra flowed from his palm and dissolved the curse seal. He gestured for Xiaonan to shepherd the daimyo away first as they slipped into the corridor's shadow. Once their shapes vanished into the passage, Mingjian turned toward the main city. The Luan Huai's pattern intertwined with the halo of the Zhuanqing eye in his gaze. Those nobles who bled the common folk and the renegade shinobi who consorted with dark paths had long overdue reckoning awaiting them. With a stroke of his fingertip through void, the Great Dao sword cleaved free from a rift in the cultivation realm, its blade catching moonlight like jade while radiating an edge that could sever even fate. He entered the main city just as a noble commanded shinobi to slaughter resisting peasants. Mingjian's figure blurred, the sword wind swept clean through the courtyard. Beads of blood crystallized like frost along the sword tassel. He stood amid the corpses and spoke with a voice as cold as winter snow on river ice. From this night forth the whole country will know no privilege. The purge lasted 7 days. At first there were cries and slaughter, but later only a deathly stillness remained. The Great Dao sword did not merely sever flesh, it severed inner demons as well. Schemes hidden in shadow and greed etched into bloodlines dissolved into the sword's light. Meanwhile, in my Saratobi Nishiki stood upon the Hokage rock watching the messenger's tidings unfurl amidst the chaos of the main city. My shinobi had reclaimed all lands usurped by the nobles, and even the border villages had sworn fealty anew. The brat has paved the way for us, he murmured, stroking his pipe as the smoke painted my banner rippling in the wind. Ju's decoys scattered beneath the earth only to be consumed by Nagato's hungry ghost path. Daidu tried to flee using Shinwei, but Mingjian had already fixed his spatial coordinates with the Zhuanqing eye and drove a sword through the phantasmic chest. Watching the Mangekyo light in Daida's eyes fade, Mingjian sheathed his blade. At last the cancer within the ninja world had been mostly excised. On the day the daimyo resumed his seat, Mingjian had already followed Zilai into Mount Mayaboku. Amid the mist of the Toad-oil pools he sat cross-legged, drawing in natural energy, while studying the cultivation realm's methods, refining doctrines of the Shodao world. A century slipped by in the chorus of frogs. When he opened his eyes again, the pressure of the tribulation transcendent stage made Mount Mayaboku tremble. The Great Dao sword floated of its own accord above him, its blade newly carved with runes. The first sword after seclusion cleaved at the heaven of the ninja world. When the clouds tore apart, an illusory figure, wreathed in the assembled wills of countless strong, rose and laughed wildly. A mere cultivator dares shake the heavens. Mingjian said nothing. He poured every scrap of his cultivation into the blade. The sword light rolled like a reversed Milky Way and sheared the apparition open, revealing at its core a primordial crystal that had absorbed the chakra of innumerable immortals. The instant he clasped that crystal, Xian techniques and Taoist magics in his body thundered into fusion. A halo of the Xianluan eye rose about him. He had formally entered the immortal realm. He then tore the fabric of space and returned to the cultivation plane. Above the 9 heavens, the heavenly Tao rained lightning upon any cultivator who dared oppose the natural order. Mingjian rode his sword into that storm. The clash between the Great Dao sword and the laws of heaven echoed across the 3 realms. That battle lasted 300 years until with a single stroke he shattered the core of the heavenly Tao and absorbed the essence of cosmic law. Radiant light of ascension rose around him. 1,000 years in the immortal realm left him newly seated upon the throne of the Tao, yet he found it dull. One day, staring down at the sea of clouds, memories of the spring river in the ninja world, Mui's cherry blossoms, and Zilai's unfinished novel came to him. So he dispelled his immortal bones and withdrew his cultivations, taking only the Great Dao sword as a streak of light to land beneath the familiar Hokage rock. Children clustered around the sword with curious fingers, and from a distance a ramen stall called its orders. Mingjian smiled and ruffled a child's hair. This place, he felt, was still the most like home.